welcome once again to Elders of GMS, giving all praises to Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. Today's topic is entitled Understanding the Book of Revelation. And the reason why I'm going through this title is because there was one of the brothers from out in the West that had made a video, and he had went a little off, but you know, that's all right. That happens, you know. He had got back in contact with the brothers and said, "Oh, I made a mistake. I didn't realize it." And that's why what we're going to do is we're going to go through, you know, most of the book of Revelation, or the different chapters of Revelation. We don't have to go through all of them because some of them are pretty easy to understand. The first chapter, second chapter, third chapter, fourth chapter is pretty much easy to understand. I would say the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and beyond, you're gonna have a little trouble with those breakdowns. So we're going back through that. I don't know if this is gonna be this is only gonna take one show, or there's gonna be a sequel the following week. But we'll go with the spirit. Before I go into that, though, I just want to mention a video came up the other day. Some brother sent me the video.
All right.
And you'll see it. You'll see it right. You'll see it before your screen right now. It's a guy that looks like Jim Kelly from the '70s black movies, and another guy that looks like Chinese water rat. The Chinese water rat looking guy, the light skin looking guy, that his name is Saadia, and the Jim Kelly lookalike, he looks like his name is Rum, and they're from Boston, and Boston was set up by myself years ago, back in the early '90s. I had went up there and had set up. Those were the two main guys that I dealt with, and it became a big camp, but it dwindled down to nothing. Now, there was a lot of controversy through the years with that camp and the main school. There was a split that took place, as we spoke about it before, and we had a major council dealing with the whole Cornelius thing. Now, this whole Cornelius thing keeps coming back up. So we had a council, and Gabar was the one that brought out the scriptures on Cornelius being the Israelite, and basically a handful of brothers saw it, but then when we had the next council, they flipped and said they didn't see it, you know, which showed that they wasn't grounded. And most of them guys didn't see anything, and it led to us being kicked out of the school. But what happened was, after we so-called got kicked out of the school, because I was over Connecticut, actually it was a power play to try to get control of Connecticut, all right? Because they basically, at the One West School, it was like all about a power trip, guys being on the top level and controlling shit. So the same thing happened when the split came. So they were trying to just get, you know, centralize everything, so to speak. And they used that whole Cornelius thing to say, "Oh, y'all going off, and y'all can't be in the school." So basically, we was out of the school. But the following week, a bunch of them came up to the school in Connecticut to try to get us to go back to the main school. And basically, I told the main guy, a man by the name of Ya'asha, which he's back in the world, I said, "Look, don't call us, we'll call you." So he got the message, you know. And what they didn't understand was we were on a Day of Atonement type fast that day when they came up, which they didn't know about because we didn't tell them. And they got lost coming up there. And your ass had been up there many a time. So how in the hell you going to get lost? Because the spirit wasn't with those guys. And what we found out, there was a lot of bickering and fighting. And basically all those different little groups went about their own business. Now Boston went on their own, and there was a point where they said, "Oh, we don't got to go out there and teach on the street." Now, they can't come and tell me that they were still teaching on the street because Elder Gabar and Elder Rhymelab was up in Boston for about, what, a year or two? 5 or 6 years, because there was big construction up there. So they were doing construction up there. So they relocated up to Mass to do that. And you know what they did? They went around on Saturdays and Sundays to see if those guys was out there. And they ain't seen those guys out there teaching, all right? Now, years later, when we set up, we were on 34th Street, when we set up on YouTube, you had certain guys come from different states to watch us speak. One of the guys, what's the brother's name? The main brother? Adama. All right, Adama. He came down along with the other brother that they didn't know. What's his name? Imas. And they got together. Now they have the Boston camp. Now, what I found out about Adama is that he was a part of the original camp with Sa'adja and Arum. And he said basically they were wicked as hell, man. They were trying to rip the brother off and all that. I don't know the full he told me, you know, but people tell you stuff, you forget stuff. But anyway, we thought nothing of it. So he actually got the truth from them, but he found that they were wicked. And then he saw us, and then he became the head of Boston. So he knows those guys very well, just like we know those guys very well. And at the council, at that main council at the house of David, they had a big problem with the topic on whether Cornelius is an Israelite or not, right? And they were down with that whole thing that you guys are going off, you got demons on you. Now they came out with this video, and you can, and the first word that pops out of Arum's mouth is, we found out, something to the effect that we found out that Cornelius is an Israelite, Gentile, or whatever. So you can't deny it, and we were the ones that brought, and then they said, oh, the Lord gave it to, well, no, the Lord gave it to y'all back in the 90s. You just close your ears to the Lord, because you didn't like the fact that it was coming out of somebody's mouth. So now you done figured out that Cornelius is an Israelite, just like that blockhead hot dog, Nate Satan, then figured out that Cornelius is an Israelite. And back there, Nate Satan jumped up and down saying you guys are going off. So now, what's the conclusion of the whole thing? We were always right. The Most High was always with us. Because for you to deny something, say you're going off, you got demons, and now you're teaching what we were teaching, but you ain't going to make no video saying, well, there was a council, and, you know, Tahar, Gabar, and Rhymelab, certain brothers showed us that Cornelius was an Israelite. We didn't accept it. We found it out now. We want to apologize. You ain't going to hear no apology from them guys. You ain't going to hear no apology from that clown, Nate Satan. And like I said before, I said, watch, you're going to have guys coming out the woodwork now because these prophecies are coming to pass. So now they're trying to get in the good graces of the Most High. They done dust off their Bible. Some of them are wearing garments. Those guys wasn't even wearing garments, man, when they did that little show. All right? So, you know, the truth's coming out. Oh, another thing, the head of the Houston camp, well, the Houston camp itself confronted some guys that we never seen before, but they claim up and down that they've been out there for years. And me and a couple other brothers kind of came to the conclusion that has to be General Yohana's little motley crew out there, because they speak the same way. When you confront them about something, instead of answering your question, they loud talk you, they over talk you. Well, where's that in the scripture? Where did the Lord ever loud over talk the scribes and the Pharisees? He conversed with the scribes and the Pharisees. And I said that. I said, you're going to have guys out there in the different states that's going to set up camps. You ain't never seen these guys before, and all of a sudden out of the blue. Shalom and welcome once again to elders of GMS, giving all praises to Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. And we're going to go back into the topic that we went into last week, which is entitled Understanding the Book of Revelation. And we left off at chapter 6, verse 8. Now, before I go into the subject, I like the brothers. We have two of the head brothers from Boston that came down to pay a visit. So they're going to be in this sit down. So I'm going to pass the mic to them and they can just introduce themselves, tell their name.
Shalom. I'm Adama, brother from Boston, GMS 1.
Shalom, I'm us.
Okay. So y'all know who the brothers are now. Let's just get right into it. Let's start from the 8th verse.
This is the book of Revelation, the 6th chapter and verse 8. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him, and power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with the sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beast of the earth. And when he had opened the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of the Most High.
Let's go back to that verse again, the top.
It says,
Second Ezra, the 15th chapter. Now that's a long chapter, but basically the pale horse basically represent what's found in the book of Second Ezra and the Apocrypha, the 15th chapter, and then really the 16th chapter too. Because before the destruction comes, you're going to have famine. You're going to catch hell. Cannibalism is coming back. Now, we're not going to have time to read the whole chapter, although the whole chapter is excellent. Both of those chapters are excellent. So we're going to skip around. So if you brothers want to hit certain points, even yourself, you can hit certain points, hit certain key points. But like I said, the whole chapter is nothing but power, or the whole 2 chapters. But like I said, that'll take about an hour just to read it all and then go through the breakdowns. All right? So go ahead.
all right, back in Revelation 6 and 8. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him, and power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth.
Read that again.
And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him, and power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with the sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beast of the earth.
Now you notice that pale horse was known as Death, and hell followed with him. So you people out there that believe that hell is under the ground with the spiritual demon Satan, or Hellboy, all right, with a trident in his hand, you're telling me that hell, you idiots that believe that hell is the actual place that you go down in, well, how in the hell can hell get up and fly around with the pale horse? Gabar, give me that in the blue letter. That's Revelation, the 6th chapter and the 8th verse, and we're going to pick these key words out. We can look up the word pale just to see what that means. Look up the word death. Look up the word hell. All right? So you got it?
Okay, we're in the Greek, Revelation 6 and 8. We're going to look up the word pale in the Greek.
Strong's G 5515. Chloros. Chloros.
Which means, well, they got that green, yellowish pale. Down here, green, the same thing. We're going to go to the next word. Oops. Revelation 6 and 8. We're going to go to, should I look up horse? Or?
No, horse, don't worry about horse.
Okay, deaf. Yeah. All right, we're going to look up the Greek word deaf.
Strong's G 2288. Thanatos. Thanatos.
Which means the death of the body, that separation, whether natural or violent, of the soul and the body by which the life on earth is ended, with the implied idea of future misery and hell, the power of death, since the nether world, the abode of the dead, as conceived as being very dark, it is equivalent to the region of thickest darkness, i.e., figuratively a region enveloped in the darkness of ignorance and sin. Metaphor, the loss of life, which alone is worthy of the name. The misery of the soul arising from sin, which begins on earth but lasts and increases after death of the body in hell. The miserable state of the wicked dead in hell. In the widest sense, death comprising all the miseries arising from sin, as well as physical death, as the loss of life consecrated to God and blessed in Him on earth, to be followed by wretchedness in hell. That's pretty much it. Separation down here. Okay. Now we're going to go to the word hell in the Greek. The word there is Hades. It says, name Hades or Pluto, the god of the lower regions. Orcus, the nether world, the realm of the dead. Later use of this word, the grave, death, hell. Down here it's...
Yeah, mention Pluto, which is the Roman equivalent of Hades. So now to understand Pluto or Plutos, that's where you get the word plutocracy, which are the rich, because they worship that demon Plutos. That's why they become rich. That's why the illuminated ones stay in power. You don't see the Rothschilds filing for bankruptcy, man. They in league with the spiritual demon Satan. And another name for Satan is Plutos, which the Romans taught their children that if you're bad, Plutos is going to get you. And that goes back to Greek mythology, which is Hades. Now, they came out with a movie, it was like 2 years ago. I forget the name of the movie. What was that movie? Clash of the Titans. And the first scene, there were a bunch of soldiers that were pulling down the statue of Zeus, which the Romans referred to Zeus as Jupiter. Now, when they pulled that statue down, Perseus, which was the son of Zeus, that's where you get that whole virgin birth thing from. This Roman Catholic nonsense about the virgin birth and all that, they got that from Greek mythology, because Zeus came in the form of a man, impregnated Perseus' mother. Perseus was born, and therefore Perseus was a god, because he was a son. They later found out he was the son of Zeus, because in the movie, or if you read the story of it, he had spiritual power. Because there was a one scene where the guy gave him a sword to show him how to use a sword, and he already picked up the sword. What? But that's spiritual power. And then they said, this guy, he's a son of a god. Then they found out that he was the son of Zeus. So that never happened. That's Greek mythology. So what happened was the Roman Catholic institution, which is nothing but a pagan religion, took all those old Greek stories and changed the names. Instead of Perseus, they said that was Christ. You know, Christ was, in other words, when you read about Christ, they're really using the myth of Perseus, and Zeus was God himself. All right? So now, going back to Plutos, which was a Roman name of Hades, Hades was the god of the underworld. Zeus, his brother, was a chief god. Then you had Poseidon. Then you had Poseidon was the brother that was in charge of the sea. Then there was Apollos, which was the son of another son of Zeus that was born in the spiritual realm. Shalom, and welcome once again to Elders of GMS, giving all praises to Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. And today's topic is a continuation from last week, understanding the book of Revelation. We're going to go into the chapter 10, 11, 12, and if we have time, we'll go into chapter 13. But I think we'll be able, pretty much sure we'll be able to do the 3 chapters. Hopefully we'll be able to do a 4th chapter. So let's go right into it.
Revelation chapter 10, verse 1. And I saw another mighty angel come down from heaven, clothed with a cloud, and a rainbow was upon his head. And his face was as it were the sun, and his feet as pillars of fire.
Now, the word angel, can you look that up in the blue letter? That angel that he saw was actually a so-called spaceship, and obviously there was a angel or individual in the spaceship, but he saw it as an angel. All right, you got it out.
Yeah, Revelation 10 and 1, the word angel in the Greek.
Strong's G32, angelos. Angelos.
Which means a messenger, envoy, one who is sent, an angel, a messenger from God, a messenger, envoy. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
When you get a chance, look up the word envoy or envoy in the regular dictionary, guess the Marians. See what that says. Because like I said, it was an actual ship. And now if you go to the book of Ezekiel, the 1st chapter, and you read the whole chapter, you'll get an understanding of that. Because the thing that was in the ship was an actual angel. All right? Yeah, as soon as you get it, I'll give it right to you. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, this is the Merriam-Webster dictionary. The word envoy, it means a minister, plenipotentiary, accredited to a foreign government who ranks between an ambassador and minister resident, called an envoy extraordinary. B, a person delegated to represent one government in its dealings with another. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so the angel in that ship was a middleman to Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. All right? All right, you got something? All right, go ahead. Go right to the point. Because we don't want to read the whole chapter is good, but we don't want to read the whole chapter. If you get a chance, read it yourself. Go ahead.
This is Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 15. Now as I beheld the living creatures, behold, one wheel upon the earth by the living creatures with their 4 faces. The appearance of the wheels and their work was like unto the color of a beryl, and they 4 had one likeness, and their appearance and their work was as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel.
Yeah, that was a ship. All right? So you can get an understanding. Go ahead.
It says, when they went upon their 4 sides, and they turned not when they went. As for their rings, they were so high that they were dreadful, and their rings were full of eyes round about them, 4. And when the living creatures went, the wheels went by them. And when the living creatures were lifted up from the earth, the wheel were lifted up. Whithersoever the spirit was to go, they went. Thither was their spirit to go. And the wheel were lifted up over against them, for the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels.
Yeah, the angels were inside of these ships, which was in a circular donut form or dish or roll. Give me Zechariah 5 verse 1.
This is the book of Zechariah, the 5th chapter, and verse 1. And it says, Then I turned and lifted up mine eyes, and behold, Then I turned and lifted up mine eyes, and looked, and behold, a flying roll. And he said unto me, What seest thou? And I answered, I see a flying roll. The length thereof is 20 cubits, and the breadth thereof 10 cubits. Then said he unto me, This is the curse that goeth forth over the face of the whole earth. For every one that stealeth shall be cut off as of that side of it, according to it, and every one that sweareth falsely shall be cut off on that side according to it. I will bring it forth, saith the Lord of hosts, and it shall enter into the house of the thief, and to the house of him that sweareth falsely by my name. And it shall remain in the midst of his house, and shall consume it with the timber thereof, and the stones thereof.
Yeah. In other words, these ships, you're going to see a lot more UFO sightings in this country. This is the house of the thief. And by the way, I like the researcher to get me look up the word curse. Was that the first or the second verse? This is the third verse. This is the curse.
Yeah, Zechariah 5:1. The word curse in the Hebrew is Allah, which means oath, oath of covenant, curse from God, from men, execration. Yeah.
In other words, he said curse from the Most High, oath. Oath means something that you promise that you're going to do. So the Most High said he's going to do it, and he's going to do it. And what is ultimately those ships going to do? You read the last verse. Ultimately, what they're going to do?
It says, this is back in Zechariah chapter 5 and verse 4. And it says, I will bring it forth, saith the Lord of hosts, and it shall enter into the house of the thief.
Yeah, the thief, like I said, is America. Go ahead.
It says, and into the house of him that sweareth falsely by my name, and it shall remain in the midst of his house, and shall consume it with the timber thereof and the stones thereof.
Now look up the word consume. What was that, the third verse to the fourth verse? Consume.
Yeah, the Hebrew word there for consume is kala, which means to accomplish, cease, consume, determine, end, fail, finish, be complete, be accomplished, be ended, be at an end, be finished, be spent. See what it says down here. Yep, that's it.
So I don't have to explain that to you. That it's obvious what it means. These ships, these so-called UFOs, are going to be in this country and around the world, but mainly in the house of the thief, and the house of him that swears falsely by the Most High's name, because this devil, the Illuminati, they know the name of the Most High. They know his son's name because they heard us say it, and they had their researchers check it out. But they been knew the name. They been knew the name. That's why they make movies, and every once in a while they'll hint at the Lord's name. You know, they have this famous stone. I don't know if it's in England. I haven't researched it in a long time. It's called the Moabite stone. Matter of fact, Google the word Moabite stone. And it's a stone dealing with the king of Moab. And if you read it, it's in the ancient Hebrew, the so-called Paleo-Hebrew that we have showed you, not the Assyrian. And you can, and if you read it, it's kind of hard to read because it's old, but you can see the word Malak, Mawa'aba, or Mawa'aba, or whatever. And then if you look down, you'll see the name of Yahweh at least four or five times. But it's in one of these museums. I don't know if it's in the museum over there in the UK. Okay, it's in the Louvre Museum in Paris, the Moabite stone. Now, even if you YouTube the word, there's certain tourists that go to that museum, and they'll look to find a name, to try to find the name of Yahweh. And the word is written out in the ancient Hebrew, Yahweh. All right? All right, go ahead.
All right, this is back in Revelation chapter 11, verse 2. And he said, I read one again. And I saw another mighty angel come down from heaven, clothed with a cloud, and a rainbow was upon his head. And his face was as it were the sun, and his feet as the pillars of fire. And he had in his hand a little book, open. And he set his right foot upon the sea, and his left foot on the earth. And cried with a loud voice, as when a lion roareth. And when he had cried, 7 thunders uttered their voices. And when the seven thunders had uttered their voices, I was about to write, and I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, seal up those things.
You know what? Shalom, and welcome once again to Elders of GMS, giving all praises to Yahweh by Hashem Yahweh Shai. Today's topic is a continuation from last week's topic and the topic from the week before, which is entitled The Book of Revelation. I'm sorry, Understanding the Book of Revelation. Let me say it again. Understanding the Book of Revelation. And last week, we did chapters 10, 11, and 12. This week, we're going to do we're going to go over chapters 13, 14, 15, and if we have time, we'll go into chapter 16, which I don't think we're going to have time to do because a lot of stuff should come out. So, you know, we're going to go right into it.
Revelation chapter 13, verse 1. And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy.
Yeah, so we're going to go through it again, and we're going to break it down.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea.
Now the sea represent peoples, nations, tongues, kings. You can get that in Revelation 17. I believe it's Revelation 17, 15, if I'm not mistaken. Go ahead and read that.
Revelation chapter 17, verse 15. And he saith unto me, the waters which thou sawest, where the horse sitteth, are peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues.
Yeah, so it's twofold. It means the peoples of the earth, because this beast is not an actual beast. It's an actual group of mighty nations. In this case, it's the Edomite nations, so-called European nations, coming together in a military, political / military unit to take down other dark nations, namely the children of Israel. So they came out of the nations. They were people. In other words, this wasn't an actual monster. This wasn't a being from another planet. And the sea also represents the actual sea, because the visions that John the Revelator saw, he was surrounded by the sea, because he was on the island. All right, and this now for you to understand Revelation the 13th chapter, you would also have the same understanding for Daniel the 7th chapter, because it says the same thing. The difference between the book of Daniel, the 7th chapter, and Revelation, the 13th chapter, is that in Daniel, the 7th chapter, it speaks about these other nations, or in the name of other beasts, as being part of the dark nations and the Greeks. So this beast that John saw represented the Roman Empire, and then going forward into the future, it represents the NATO system, which I spoke about many times. The NATO system, the EU system, and America is a part of NATO, a member of NATO, and they go hand in hand with each other. America, NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and the EU, European Union. All right? So let's read again.
It says, and I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear.
Yeah, now the leopard represents Alexander the Greek. If you go to Daniel, the 8th chapter, let's go to Daniel, the 8th chapter, and let's start from the top.
Daniel chapter 8, verse 1. In the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared unto me, even unto me Daniel.
Belshazzar was represented the Babylonians, the ancient Babylonians, which were Cushites. Go ahead.
It says, even unto me Daniel, after that which appeared unto me at the first. And I saw in a vision, and it came to pass when I saw that I was at Shushan in the palace, which is in the province of Elam. And I saw in a vision, and I was by the river of Ulai. Then I lifted up mine eyes and saw, and behold, there stood before the river a ram which had 2 horns. And the 2 horns were high, but one was higher than the other. And
Yeah, that represents the Medo-Persian Empire. These were 2 separate kingdoms, 2 separate nations coming together as one. The Persians are the people of Iran today, because the term Iran came about, I believe it was 1935. It was either the Shah of Iran or the father that went before, I believe it was the UN, and said, I don't know if it was the 50s, I don't know the exact, you can look it up, just Google the word Iran. When did they receive the name Iran? Because I think it had something to do with them going before the UN years later and saying that we want to be called the people of Iran instead of the Persians. Well, anyway, you had the Persians, and then you had the Medes. The Medes were the sons of Japhet, which were dark-skinned people. The Persians were also dark-skinned people. They were 2 different nations. The Persians came out of the line of Shem. The Medes came out of the line of Japhet. All right, you got anything, Ak?
Yeah, this is from a website called answers.com. The question is, when did Persia become Iran? It says, during ancient times, almost every foreigner referred to the entire country as Persia until March 21st, 1935, when Reza Shah Pahlavi asked the international community to call the country Iran, a name that the people of Persia themselves used to refer to their country since the Sasanian period. Iran means land of the Aryans. The name Persia is still widely used by many Iranians, pronounced Iranian, worldwide, as well as in many books, documentary, and movies.
Yeah, they didn't actually go to the UN. The UN wasn't gathered yet. That was before the UN. But I think they, when the UN was gathered, it was when they received their seat. They received their seat under the name of Iran. So they were recognized by the international community as the people of Iran. All right? Then you had the Medes, which was one of the sons of Japhet. When you go to the Table of Nations and Genesis, the 10th chapter, it mentions the Medes. So these were 2 separate nations, 2 different nations that came together to set up a new empire. Prior to that was the Babylonians. So the Babylonians fell, and the Medo-Persian Empire came in its stead. And I said one horn was higher than the other. That represented the Persians, because the Persians became greater than the Medes. All right, you got it.
it says, then I lifted up mine eyes and saw, and behold, there stood before the river a ram which had 2 horns, and the 2 horns were high, but one was higher than the other, and the higher came up last. I saw.
Right, the higher came up last, which were the Persians. Go ahead.
It says, I saw the ram pushing westward and northward and southward, so that no beast might stand before him.
Read that again.
I saw the ram pushing westward and northward and southward, so that no beast might stand before him.
Why didn't it say eastward? Because the Medo-Persian Empire came from the east. it mentioned Elam. The original name of the East Indians, when the Pakistani East Indians, that region, that vast region of land, was at one time known as the land of Elam. So they started that kingdom or that empire in the east, and they pushed westward, they pushed northward, and they pushed down to the south. Now, shalom, and welcome once again to Elders of GMS, giving all praises to Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. And we're going back into the topic that we been into for the last, I would say, 3 weeks, which is entitled Understanding the Book of Revelation. And last week we did chapters 13 to 16. Now we're going to do chapters 17 through the Spirit of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, chapters 17, 18, 19, and if time permits, 20. So we're going to go right into it.
Revelation chapter 17, verse 1. And there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come hither, I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters.
Yeah, now the judgment of the great whore is talking about America. You know, we speak about the beast, which is NATO. We speak about the EU. We speak about America, that America is a member of the of NATO. And every once in a while you run into people. Like last week, we ran into this old cracker from, I guess, Australia, and the producer might put it up. And basically he got embarrassed because I asked him the question about the beast. I think I had to sign up, and he said that's talking about a religious system. And I said, what about, I said about the whore, I believe he said that's a religious system. I said, what about the beast? That's a religious system. So I asked him, does it go any deeper? He says not. He said, well, we know. Then I basically said, I said, look, I said, you mean we, you know? I said, I do know. And when he started to get embarrassed, he didn't want the camera to be put on him. And I made the statement that, well, don't put the camera on him because he doesn't want to get embarrassed. So you devils are proud as hell, and you think you know everything. Like for example, okay, today's date is June 25th, 2011, and last night they had passed that passed into law. Homosexuals, gays, lesbians can get married in the state of New York. And if you watch the different news programs, they mainly show Edomites that's all happy about it. See, you ain't going to see too many Jake going to say too many good things about it. They're going to kind of take a neutral approach about it because Jake knows in his spirit that it's wicked as hell, man. Now, this dude, what's his name? What's his dude? No, not Pataki. This guy, Ron Simmons. That's the guy that's related to Russell Simmons. I'm sorry, Russell Simmons. If you go on Google or whatever, and you put in gay marriage passed in New York, you have one site where a bunch of celebrities kind of gave their opinion or their praise about that law, and I noticed it were mostly Edomites. But then I kept scrolling down, and Russell Simmons had something good to say, which he got to be a faggot. He looked like he got AIDS. He looks like he's in the final stages of full blown AIDS. And then John Legend, you can see he's a flamer, you know. a glorified Vegas lounge singer. You know? Go ahead.
This is Psalms chapter 82, verse 5. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course.
Yeah, that's right. As long as this, and so you got guys out there that want to save Esau. First of all, number one, Esau doesn't want to be saved. Number two, Esau loves being a damn homosexual. Number three, if you into this knowledge, if you're in the know, the spiritual know, you would know that this man's the damn devil. And I can go on and on about this damn devil. Got something else? All right, go ahead.
All right, Revelation.
Read it from the top again.
Revelation 17:1. And there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come hither, I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication.
Yeah, the many waters, I believe that if you jump down to the 15th verse, read that.
Verse 15. And he saith unto me, The waters which thou sawest where the whore sitteth are peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues.
Yeah, and that's talking about Israel, because we're under this bitch and these other nations, the Edomites, the Moabites, the Ammonites, the Elamites, the Ishmaelites, because America is known as the great melting pot. Go ahead.
This is Jeremiah chapter 1 verse 11. Moreover, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Jeremiah, what seest thou? And I said, I see a rod of an almond tree. Then said the Lord unto me, Thou hast well seen, for I will hasten my word to perform it. And the word of the Lord came unto me the second time, saying, What seest thou? And I said, I see a seething pot, and the face thereof is toward the north.
Yeah, seething pot is a melting pot. So that's talking about spiritually America, the United States. All right, now let's go back to where we left off in Revelation.
All right, so verse 2, with whom the kings of the earth have committed a fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of a fornication.
Her fornication that the nations are taking in is a democracy and her false Christianity and her whole system. Because you got guys talking about the mark of the beast is talking about Christianity. It's not talking about that. That's part of their system. But to actually take that mark, which we went into over and over again, is talking about the Vari chip, or the chip that they're going to use. And they're already pushing it. People already accepted that chip. Older people, some younger people. They started with animals. And they're going to do something. They're going to make something happen. Some emergency is going to come up where they're going to force the people to take that chip. So we're not in the final stages of that mark yet. But it's not Christianity. Christianity is only part of their system. Go ahead, their image.
It says, so he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns.
Right. Now that woman, like I said, that woman is different from the beast, having 7 heads and 10 horns. All right. That woman is referring to America. I can't stress that enough. And it says upon her forehead the name of blasphemy. All right, go ahead.
Right, it says, so he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns.
Now the word blasphemy is to be against the Most High. And being that they passed that law in New York, because New York is a major place in the United States, in America. So when they passed, when Andrew Cuomo passed that law, that was a major thing that they did. So this is the 6th state. But you know what? It's going to flow, because you know what's going to happen? They said you can live in another state and come to New York and get married and be recognized as husband and husband or wife and wife in the rest of the states. So really, when New York passed that law, really the whole United States is going to accept that law, because like I said, you can live in Chicago, come to take a trip to New York, get married in New York, and then go back to Chicago and be honored by the federal system as being husband and husband or wife and wife, which is a sick thing. And they're praising this nonsense. And that shows you that these people are a bunch of devils, a race of damn devils. Go ahead. Shalom and welcome once again to Elders of GMS, giving all praises to Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai. We're in the last 3 chapters of the book of Revelation. This is a continuation of understanding the book of Revelation. And what I'm going to do today is a little bit different. I'm going to let Elder Gabar and Elder Ariam Lab deal with the last part of this spectacular series. And the reason why I call it spectacular is because this is a book that we covered the whole, with these last chapters, we covered the whole book of Revelation, which nobody ever went into. All right? And without any further ado, I'm going to give it to the 2 elders. Shalom.
Okay, shalom, we're back. And we're going to continue in Revelation, the 20th chapter. I believe the last episode, Elder Tar left at the 6th verse. So we're going to start from the 6th verse and go through the whole chapter.
All right, this is the book of Revelation, chapter 20, verse 6. Blessed and holy is he that hath part in the first resurrection.
Right, the first resurrection is talking about Israel. When you look up the word resurrection, res is from the Latin meaning thing, and rection meaning rise. So the thing that's going to rise is the nation of Israel. All right, let's get the book of, matter of fact, yeah, that's a good scripture.
Micah chapter 4, verse 8. And thou, O tower of the flock, the stronghold of the daughter of Zion.
Right, which is Israel. Go on.
Unto thee shall it come, even the first dominion. The kingdom shall come to the daughter of Jerusalem.
Right, so the first dominion is going to come to the nation of Israel. And if you know your words, dominion from the Latin domini, which means Lord. So we're going to be the lords of the planet Earth. We're going to be the new landlords, as it were. All right? Let's go to the book of Isaiah 14 and 1. And add to that.
Isaiah chapter 14, verse 1. For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel.
Right, so you can't get around that. The only nation, and by the way, that's what the Heavenly Father created. He created nations, nations of people. To prove that, let's go to Acts. Because this is what your elites have stolen from you average peons. The knowledge of that the Most High created nations. You're looking at color, when you don't understand that the Heavenly Father created nations of people, and he separated those nations, pursuant to Deuteronomy 32 and 8. Now his chosen nation, or his chosen people, is the nation of Israel. As you see the sign, those are the Israelites today that are being called by these different names because of captivity, because of slavery. Those are the names the so-called white man put on us in slavery. Acts, yeah.
This is Acts chapter 17, verse 26. Yep. And hath made of one blood.
What's the color of blood? Red, right? That's the color of blood. Actually, the color of blood is blue. But when the oxygen hits it, it turns red. All right? That's why you have a term called the blue bloods. But for understanding's sake, the color of blood is red. Now all nations have the same color of blood, which is red. Go on.
And hath made of one blood all nations of men.
All nations of men. Nations. All right? That's a word you people got to learn. Nationality. That's why when you come up to us and you ask, what religion are you? What do we promptly tell you? We tell you this is not about religion. This is about nationality. What our nationality is. And you get your nationality by your forefathers, by your father, because the man carries the seed. All right? Go on.
And hath made of one blood all nations of men, for to dwell on all the face of the earth, and hath determined the times before appointed, and the bounds of their habitation.
Right, so let's go back to Isaiah 14 and find out what nation, unless you have a precept. Okay, go on.
Isaiah chapter 14 verse 1. For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Israel.
And that's the nation the Heavenly Father is going to choose. That's his chosen people. Go on.
And set them in their own land.
Right, because we're not in our land right now, pursuant to slavery. We were yanked out of our land. You know who's in our land now? Bastards. To prove that, let's go to Zechariah, the 9th chapter, in the 6th verse. And who's that referring to? You so-called Jews. The Heavenly Father straight up call you bastards. All right? Which means you don't have a father. Because you're not the chosen people of the Heavenly Father. You're nothing but bastards. And in the book of Revelation 2 and 9, it calls you the synagogue of Satan. So there you go. You got bastards and the synagogue of Satan. That's what you are. You're the devil that the Bible speaks of. And that land, Israel, did not belong to you. All right, go on.
Zechariah chapter 9 verse 6. And a bastard shall dwell in Ashdod.
Where's Ashdod? It's a seaport city in Israel. If you don't believe me, just type in the word Ashdod. Yes, it does exist. And who is in Ashdod today? A bunch of damn devils, man, calling themselves Jews. Like the brother said, rats, pursuant to the man Ezra Pound, who was the tutor of Eustace Mullins. And he didn't like you so-called Jews, and we don't like you so-called Jews. And when that time comes, you talking about Hitler, you cower and tremble when you see Hitler. Don't worry about Hitler. We're going to make Hitler look like, which Hitler was, that was a damn joke anyway. All right? When you go into the true history about that, we're going to make Hitler look like a schoolboy, man. What we're going to do to you so-called Jews.
You're always talking about the Holocaust and Hitler. Well, you never you got all these historians and so forth, doctors of history, archaeologists, people that dedicate themselves to the Holocaust and Hitler. Why don't you ever tell the truth about Hitler? Hitler was a so-called Jew himself. He was an Austrian so-called Jew. His family name goes back to Schicklgruber, named after his grandmother, his paternal grandmother, Mary Anna Schicklgruber. And the father, the illegitimate father or grandfather of Adolf Hitler, or Schicklgruber, is Solomon Rothschild, of the famous Rothschild family bankers. So why don't you teach that?
Yeah, that's right, man. Ante up. All right? But it's going to come out anyway. Pursuant to what Yahushua said, he said, there is nothing hid that shall not be made manifest. So all them lies that you so-called Jews perpetrated for the last 500 years, ever since the Borgia family, which was so-called Jews, is going to come out. And that's what we're here for. That's why you're afraid of us, man. That's why you yank our sites off YouTube like that's going to do anything. Go on, brother.
All right, Zechariah 9 and 6. And a bastard shall dwell in Ashdod.
Right, so I didn't say it. The Lord said it. He said, a bastard shall dwell in Ashdod. That's prophecy. And a bastard is dwelling in Ashdod even as we speak. So now let's go back to Isaiah 14. Now Isaiah 14 and 1 begins to make sense. Go on.
Isaiah 14 and 1. For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Israel, and set them in their own land.
Right, so we're going to be going back to our own land, which is the land of Israel. Go on.
And the strangers shall be joined with them.
Right, the strangers, when you look up in the Hebrew, the word there is the Israelite foreigners. All right, That's the word that's there in the Hebrew. So the strangers is talking about the Israelite foreigners. Even during the time of Moses, you had strangers. They were called strangers because they were scattered outside of the land of Israel. Another term for that is heathen, which means country dweller. All right? Go on.
It says, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob.
Right, they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. Go on.
Right, if I may say this, because they're Israelites, you know. The Lord said he's going to take the two and make one fold. You know, so you had those that knew they were Israelites, and then you had those that didn't know they were Israelites. And in this time today, we all didn't know that we were Israelites. So the Lord is bringing the whole nation back together. All right, this is verse 2. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place. And the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord.
In the realm of the gods. So you read the Bible and you come across the word hell and you think about the underworld with the spiritual demon Satan or Hellboy with a trident in his hand. And that's the Neptune and all that nonsense. Well, that's another name for Perseus, you know. You have all those different gods. So now the word hell, when you first read in the blue letter, it tells you where it goes to, but then it tells you that it was known as the grave. So when the pale horse came and death and hell followed it, that means death. Now he read you the definition of the word death. It says when the spirit leaves the body. You got something, Mark?
I'll jump right to the point. Revelations 20 and 14. And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death.
So that's the pale horse. That's the pale horse. Because that mass death and the pale horse, death and hell followed it. It's talking about what? You can die by the sword, you can die by a plague, you can die by famine, you can die by starvation, which is famine, you can die by the missiles. There's all kind of ways you could die. So let's go back to the 8th verse again.
All right, this is back in Revelation, the 6th chapter, and verse 8 again, and it says, and I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him, and power was given unto them.
That's why when you go to these jack-leg preachers, and you ask them the scriptures, ask them to break down the scriptures. Oh, by the way, remember that video that we put up about 2, maybe 3 years ago with, we call him Jay-Z, the Jehovah Witness guy? Well, I ran into him. Me and Yohanan ran into him at an auto parts store, and he had a hat on, and he put his hat down low. He saw me when I came in. He had a trench coat, and when I was looking to see if it was him, right? And when I would look, you know how you looked at, he would go. Then I went on the other side, and he went. Then I kind of went like, I said, I didn't realize that was you. That's you, you know. I said, how you doing, man? I'm doing okay. He was, his legs are like spaghetti, man, all messed up, man. You know, now the reason why he was ducking me, because he's embarrassed about his legs. Because we used to argue, when I first came in the truth, that's when I met that clown. And we used to always argue the scriptures, right? And I would even go in his car, because I said, I ain't let you ain't coming in my house, but I'll go to your car. And we would go back and forth, and before I would leave him, I said, okay, I'm getting ready to leave you, but I'm going to leave you with this last cut. So I cut him, right? So I cut him with the scriptures, and I get out. He said, well, wait a minute, I'm going to have to leave you with a cut. So he called me something, leave me with a cut, and I would go like that, man, you know? Then we used to go back and forth through the years. Then one day I said, we're going right to his church. I found it was Kingdom Hall, man. But after that, that's when he got his leg messed up. At first, when he got his leg messed up, he even told me how he messed up his leg. He almost hit somebody. He hit the brakes real hard, and his leg kind of jammed on him. And through the years, his legs got worse and worse. So now, all this nonsense he's talking about the love of Jehovah, when is Jehovah going to come down and heal your damn leg? You know? You got some? Go ahead.
This is Isaiah 14 and 9. It says, hell from beneath is moved for thee to meet thee at thy coming. It stirs up the dead for thee, even all the chief ones of the earth. It hath raised up from their thrones all the kings of the nations. I looked up the word hell in the blue letter, and it's the same word for grave, Sheol.
Right, that's the Hebrew equivalent. So these people in the churches, they don't know what the hell they're talking about, man. Go ahead.
This is 1 Timothy 1 and 4. Neither give heed to fables and endless genealogies which minister questions rather than godly edifying, which is in faith so do. 1 Timothy 4 and 7. But refuse profane and old wives' fables, and exercise thyself rather unto godliness. Now back in Revelation 6 and 8. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him, and power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beast of the earth. And when he had opened
The fourth part of the earth is really talking about Esau. You Edomites are gonna get jacked up. All right? All right, go ahead.
It says, and when he had opened the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of the Most High, and for the testimony which they held. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth? And white robes were given unto...
I'm sorry, go back to that.
All right, this is the 9th verse. It says, And when he had opened the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of the Most High, and for the testimony which they held. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, O Lord?
Right. Those that were slain for the word is talking about the apostles. The first apostle that was slain for the word was James. Matter of fact, give me that James. What is that? James 12. I'm sorry, James. It's talking about James. Acts 12 and 4.
Acts chapter 12 and verse. Let me start at verse 1.
I'm sorry, verse 1.
Acts 12 and 1. Now about that time Herod the king stretched forth his hand to vex certain of the church, and he killed James, the brother of John, with the sword. And because he saw it please the Jews, he proceeded further to take...
Now, now James was an Israelite, a Jew. And when Herod the Edomite, talking about Esau can make it, well, Esau, the soul that sat on the seat ruling the Israelites, put James to death, which was one of the apostles. And when he had them put to death by the sword, the Jews was happy about that, man. So you dudes out there that's trying to save all Israel, we're not here to save all Israel. All we're concerned about is the elect. We're not concerned about 2/3 because we already know that the 2/3 are not going to make it. We can give a flying F about the 2/3 of Israel. We look at you just like you a daggone Edomite, man. Go ahead.
It says, and because he saw that it pleased the Jews, he proceeded further to take Peter also. Then were the days...
So this scum rat, Herod, the king, he said, look, let me go get Peter. Let me get the head apostle. And then he wanted to go down and get he wanted to kill all of them. He was looking to kill. That's what's in Esau's heart. So all this crap that you half-ass Israelites bring up about concerning Deuteronomy, the 23rd chapter and the 7th verse, first of all, it's not talking about Esau. And there's going to be a time where the Most High is going to start opening up on you Jakes and you Edomites. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sit back and I'm going to laugh. All right? Go ahead.
Right. It says, and when he had, then were the days of unleavened bread. And when he had apprehended him, he put him in prison and delivered him to the 4 quaternions of soldiers to keep him, intending after Easter to bring him forth to the...
And by the word there for Easter is Pasach, Passover. It wasn't celebrating. The Jews wasn't celebrating no damn Easter. That's a pagan holiday. Go ahead.
It says, Peter therefore was kept in prison, but prayer was made without ceasing to the church unto the Most High of the church, unto the Most High for him.
So was Herod the Edomite trying to get this gospel? Because
standeth upon the sea and upon the earth. And I went unto the angel and said unto him, Give me the little book. And he said unto me, Take it and eat it up, and it shall make thy belly bitter, but it shall be in thy mouth sweet as honey. And I took the little book out of the angel's hand and ate it up, and it was in my mouth sweet as honey. And as soon as I had eaten it, my belly was bitter.
So let's look up the word bitter.
Okay, Revelation 10 and 7, the word bitter.
Strong's G 4087. Pikrino. Pikrino.
Which means to make bitter, to produce a bitter taste in the stomach, to embitter, exasperate, render angry, indignant, to be embittered, irritated, to visit with bitterness, to grieve, deal bitterly with. That's it.
Yeah, so it tastes good going down, but once it's digested into your system, it's not going to feel good. It's you know, and when you first get this, which we're seeing right now, you know, guys coming in all excited about being an Israelite, able to break down them scriptures and go out there and call this devil a devil and try to wake up Jake. And if you notice, there's guys here and there that are falling off, going back into the world. Maybe some of them had an aspiration to be a hip-hop artist, so they're slowly going back into that, or whatever the hell they were doing. It could have been drug dealers. They changed their life, you know. They took this word, you know, they was excited about it. Then it wasn't tasting good no more, and they went right back to where they normally went back to. Matter of fact, give me Luke 9:62.
Okay, this is the book of Luke, the 9th chapter, and the 16th.
That's why these scriptures are in here, because you're going to see it. You're going to come through that scripture and say, what does this scripture mean? Then you're going to see somebody fall off. Oh, now I know what the scripture means. Go ahead.
All right, this is the book of Luke, chapter 9, verse 62. And Yahushua said unto him, No man having put his hand to the plow and looking back is fit for the kingdom of the Most High.
Yeah, so you had guys that dedicated themselves, committed themselves to this truth, but then after a while, you know, it wore off. The thrill was gone. So they go back to the world. And normally they go back, right back to what they was before they came into this truth. If you was a nigga, a grimy ass nigga, you're going to go right back to being a grimy ass nigga. You know? All right, go ahead.
This is the book of 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 20. For if after they have escaped the pollutions of the world through the knowledge of the Lord and Savior Yahushua, they are again entangled therein and overcome, the latter end is worse with them than the beginning. For it had been better for them not to have known the way of righteousness than after they have known it to turn from the holy commandment delivered unto them. But it has happened unto them according to the true proverb. The dog is turned to his own vomit again, and the sow that was washed to her wallowing in the mire.
Yeah, and that's playing into the point. Now let's go back to where we left off in Revelation.
Revelation chapter 10 and 10. And I took the little book out of the angel's hand and ate it up. And it was in my mouth sweet as honey. And as soon as I had eaten it, my belly was bitter. And he said unto me, Thou must prophesy again before many peoples and nations and tongues and kings.
Now, what's the year up there?
96 AD.
96 AD. Now, according to that, this is when the book of Revelation was written by John the Revelator, they call him. The scholars call him John the Divine. Scholars refer to him as he received these visions and wrote these visions down. Now, when you go to the first chapter, it speaks about the 7 churches of Asia Minor, all right? And they were the only ones left outside of John. And then there was other scragglers among Israel, but you had 7 churches left, because all the apostles had died or been put to death. The only one was left was John. And when you read the history on John, he was Matter of fact, Google the word John the Divine or John the Revelator and see what information we can get out of that. You know, according to the history that the Romans had killed all the apostles except for him, but what they did was they didn't kill him, that they sentenced him to the Isle of Patmos for life. And there's no record of him coming off the island of Patmos, whether he died on the island of Patmos or whether they took him off and he died, but he was almost 100 years old if he wasn't 100 years old at that time. That was 96 AD. Because when he got with the Savior, Yahweh Shai, that was around 30 AD. So that was 60 years after the death and the resurrection of the Savior. All right? Do we have anything at all?
Yeah, this is from Wikipedia. I Googled John the Divine, and this came up. It's entitled John of Patmos. It says St. John of Patmos is the name given to the author of the book of Revelation, or the book of the Apocalypse in the New Testament. According to the text of Revelation, the author who gives his name as John is living on the Greek island of Patmos. Many believe John was in exile. In Revelation, he writes to the seven Christian churches in Asia to relate two numerous visions he had experienced. John of Patmos is often referred to as John the Divine or John the Theologian, and the message he received is considered divine revelation by most Christians. Apocalypse is a Greek word for revelation or uncovering, and divine and Old Anglican usage meaning theologian. He is also known as Eagle of Patmos and John the Seer. Christian denominations regard him as a prophet and a saint. The author of the book of Revelation is traditionally believed to be the same person as both John the apostle of Jesus and John the author of the fourth gospel. Yeah, that's it on that.
Yeah, so that's straight to the point information, all right? But I mean, I guess as you read on, if you see something about the Romans, why did he get sentenced to the Isle of Patmos, and you know, go ahead.
This is the book of Daniel, chapter 12, verse 13. But go thou thy way till the end be, for thou shalt rest, and stand in thy lot at the end of days.
Right, because the Most High gonna raise us back up in the end of days. All right, give me St. John, the 7th chapter, and the 38th verse. I believe it's in. Start from the 35th verse.
St. John chapter 7, verse 35. It says, Then said the Jews among themselves, Whither will he go that we shall not find him? Will he go unto the dispersed among the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles? What manner of saying is this that he said, You shall seek me and shall not find me, and where I am, thither you cannot come? In the last day, that great day of the feast, Yahushua stood and cried, saying, If any man thirst, let him come unto me and drink. He that believeth on me, as the scripture has said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. But this spake he of the Spirit, which they that believe on him should receive. For the Holy Spirit was not yet given, because that Yahushua was not yet glorified.
Okay, now let's go back to where we left off in Revelation.
Revelation chapter 11, verse 1. And there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood.
I'm sorry, I have some more on 10. Before we move to 11, read the last couple of verses. You shall prophesy before kings and priests, kings and nations, and so forth. Go ahead.
All right, back in Revelation 10 and 10. And I took the little book out of the angel's hand and ate it up. It was in my mouth sweet as honey, and as soon as I had eaten it, my belly was bitter. And he said unto me, Thou must prophesy again before many peoples and nations and tongues and kings.
Now it said, thou to John, the angel said to John, Thou shalt prophesy again before many peoples and kings and what else?
And nations and tongues.
and nations and tongues and kings. So that means if you go back to 96 AD, you go to 97 AD, 98, 100 AD, you're not going to find any record on what happened to John unless you have something. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, this is from.
This is history right here. This is ancient history. So you go around, you have people saying that I don't believe the Bible is a fairy tale. Well, these historians, these archaeologists, they all believe in the Bible. They all believe in the Bible. They all know the Bible to be true because the Bible is one of their reference books. That's why on the Discovery Channel, when they have their specials of the ancient world and the History Channel, they always revert back to the scriptures. And they quote scriptures. And they show you the archaeological digs that they made in that region of land. Then they'll back it up with the scriptures. Go ahead.
It says, so that no beast might stand before him. Neither was there any that could deliver out of his hand.
Yeah, because it was an empire. It was mighty that every nation round about them feared them. Go ahead.
Let me say this real quick. And then it was back then, it was said that it was insane to go up against the Persian Empire.
Yeah, they had told there's a movie come out. Well, there was two movies. The older movie that came out sometime in the 50s, I think it was actually called Alexander the Great, and the lead character was played by this guy, Richard Burton. And they showed in that movie, like I said, it's an old movie. If you can get it, it's a good movie. They showed in the movie the Medo Persians, and they showed them to look dark skinned. So that shows you the people that put that movie together, they had historians on the payroll, so to speak. And they told them, no, the Medo Persians was a dark nation. There were two dark nations. Go ahead.
It says, but he did according to his will and became great. And as I was considering, behold, an he-goat.
Right. He did according to his will and became great. He became great. Oh, matter of fact, you got the Bible dictionary? So I want to get a little history of the Persians, the Medes. Either or both. Can you get the other one too? All right. Do I have mine right there? Mine should be over there. If not, I gotta look for it. Well, I gotta look for it. All right. Well, we're in school, man. You know, like you Negroes, you like to go see the so-called white man in his college classes and shit with the that jacket with the patches on it. Well, you ain't gonna see us with jackets with patches on the bad boy, right? Go ahead.
This is Ecclesiasticus chapter 13, verse 26. A cheerful countenance is a token of a heart that is in prosperity, and the finding out of parables is a wearisome labor of the mind.
Yeah, because you got people out there that watches on YouTube or the different sites, and they don't want to do all this digging. I mean, there's not a lot of digging, you know. That's why it's called research, because it was searched out already, so we're researching it, all right? So go to this one first, and then go to the Zandavins. You can go to the Medes or Medes and Persians, whatever, however it's written out, however it's worded. All right, let's see what that says.
All right, this is the Harper's Bible Dictionary on page 618 on the Media or Medes. All right, it says the names of a place and people often associated with that of Persia, especially in the books of Esther and Daniel. Media became a province of the Persian Empire in 549 BC, when the Median overlord was conquered by Cyrus the Great. The area of Media appears as one to which the Portuguese...
Look up the word Cyrus or Cyrus the Great, and then we're going to go back to that. Now, Cyrus the Great had to be a Persian. That's why it said one became greater than the other. It should either say Cyrus or Cyrus the Great.
We got Cyrus the second here. Akkadian, a Persian emperor and founder of the Achaemenid dynasty, ruled Babylonia 539 to 530 BC. His name occurs 22 times in the Bible, in the books of Daniel, Ezra, 1st and 2nd Chronicles, and Isaiah. Extra biblical evidence comes from the classical Greek authors Herodotus and Xenophon. It says, though their reports are often encrusted with legends, as well as cuneiform records. From the later, we learn that Cyrus' ancestors was Tiespes of Anshan. Cyrus' grandfather was named Cyrus. His father, Cambyses the first. His mother, Mandane, was a daughter of the Median king Astyages. Cyrus is therefore known to moderns as Cyrus II. Cyrus II's son, who ruled Babylon from 530 to 522 BC, was Cambyses II. Cyrus's capital was Pasargadae in what is now southern Iran. Cyrus's military victories.
So that proves that the original name of the people of Iran was known as the Persians. Go back to where we left off.
It says back in Media, it says when the Median overlord Media became a province of the Persian Empire in 549 BC. That's when they both merged. It says, when the Median overlord was conquered by Cyrus the Great, the area of Media appears as one to which deportees from the northern kingdom were taken in 722 BC, 2 Kings 17:6 and 18:11. Ecbatana, the Median capital, located some 400 miles north of the Persian Gulf, became one of the administrative centers of the Persian Empire, Ezra 6 and 2. In the stories related in the book of Esther and in Daniel 5 and 6, the laws of Medes and Persians are described as unalterable. An example, Esther 1:19, Daniel 5:28. A description that is evidently a folk tale motif related to the prohibition on altering laws found in numerous ancient legal texts. Gives you some more scriptures. It says the Medes appear as the divine instrument of judgment on Babylon in Isaiah 13:17, and they give you other scriptures also. Also with Elam, a picture of total judgment on Babylon at the hands of all the nations. Daniel 5:31, 9 and 1 and 11 and 1 introduce a kingdom.
And it wasn't by the hand of all the nations. It was by the hands of two nations that gathered into one, the Medo-Persian Empire. When the modern Babylon, America goes down, there's going to be many nations. All right? I think that's on that. If you guys give me Persia a little bit.
All right, this is Persia, an empire that at its height stretched from Greece in the west to India in the east. The Persian Empire came into being with the victories of Cyrus the Great over the Median overlord circa 550 BC and lasted until the conquest of Alexander the Great circa 330 BC. The origin and original locality of the ancestors of the Persians remains uncertain. Links with Parsua, son of Lake or south of Lake Ormaya, some 175 miles west of the southern end of the Caspian Sea, are possible, but more probable are those with Persis, east of the Persian Gulf, where Pasargadae and Persepolis, great centers of empire, were situated. Rulers. The ruler of the empires were Cyrus, king of Anshan, circa 560 BC, died 530. Cambyses, 465. Artaxerxes, 465 to 424. Xerxes II, 424. Sogdianos, 424 to 423. Darius II, 423 to 405. The woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication.
Yeah, because how did she come into all this gold and silver and royal apparel? Because she went around the world stealing. Give me John 10 and 10. All right, go ahead.
This is the book of St. John, chapter 10, verse 10. The thief cometh not but for to steal and to kill and to destroy.
Now, when you read above that, you're going to find out that the Lord is talking about the wicked scribes and the Pharisees, which was true. But now this scripture applies to this devil right now. Read again.
The thief cometh not but for to steal and to kill and to destroy.
Yeah, because how did this man set up America? This land that you're walking in up and down in is the North American Indians' land, which is a tribe of Gad of the nation of Israel. So you stole this land, you killed the people, you went over to the other side of the world, the western part of Africa, where the Israelites, our forefathers set up communities because we escaped the onslaught from the Roman Empire, which are you same people, you Edomites, you devils, and you went over and to escape that oppression and that destruction, and then you came over from the other side of the world on this side of the world to get us and bring us into captivity. Give me Deuteronomy 28:47. Actually, 28:49.
This is the book of Deuteronomy 28, verse 49. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth.
Yeah, because that first happened with the Romans, but from the end of the earth is talking about the western side, the western hemisphere, the western side of the earth, which is the Americas. So you came from the west all the way to the other side of the world, which is the Africa, and that's where you gathered us together. You made a deal with other Hamites, Africans, and Arabs, and you purchased us in bulk. Then when you brought us over here to the States, you sold us family by family. Then you separated families. So you devils got a lot to pay for. Go ahead.
It says, the Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth.
And what is their symbol? The eagle. What is the symbol of ancient Rome? The eagle. What is the symbol of America? The eagle. Just like Elder Ariel would say, take out a dollar bill, take out a quarter, look at a mailbox. You see an eagle on it. That's their symbol. And when they printed money or when they minted coins, they would put an eagle on it. So that they did the same thing that the Roman Empire did. You're going to put the symbol, your animalistic symbol, on that coin or on that official document or on your dollar bill, which is a Federal Reserve note. And then on your dollar bill, it says on one part of the seal, it says Anua Coeptus, and then it says on the bottom, Novus Ordo Seclorum, which are all Latin terms. And then you have a 13 level pyramid, which is supposed to be the pyramid of Cheops, with the missing capstone and an all-seeing eye on the top of it, floating above the 13 levels of that pyramid. And on the bottom, you have written in Roman numerals 1776, which really represent May 1st of 1776. Go ahead.
It says, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand.
Right. We didn't understand Italian when the Romans took us down more than 2,000 years ago. And when they came over as so-called Americans, we didn't understand the English language. Go ahead.
It says, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young.
And that we have plenty of examples of that. There's plenty of examples of how this damn devil don't give a damn about us, man. How they blow away children, blow away old Jake women, push old Jake men out of wheelchairs, beat them down. But you got this ugly, crusty nigger, this black, ugly tar baby named Uncle Ruckus that's trying to save him. That's why nobody follows your ass. Go ahead.
It says, and he shall eat the fruit of thy cattle and the fruit of thy land until thou be destroyed, which also shall not leave thee either corn, wine, or oil, or the increase of thy kind, or the flocks of thy sheep, until he have destroyed thee.
Yeah, that's back when we was in Jerusalem, and that's back when the Romans, during the time of Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian, besieged Jerusalem and slaughtered us as a people. Then celebrated it. They built a arch to Titus. Now let's go back to where we left off in Revelation 17.
All right, Revelation chapter 17, verse 4. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication.
Yeah, well, one of her abominations is homosexuality and faggotism, homosexuality, being a damn dyke, being a lesbian, weights and measures. Your money system is not based upon true weights and measures. You don't honor the land Sabbath. You don't honor the Sabbath. If somebody is caught in the act of adultery, the law says you're supposed to put them to death. You don't put them to death. That's rampant in this society, man. Go ahead.
It says, this is verse number 5. It says, and upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth.
Now, when you break that down in the Hebrew, because you read the Hebrew, but it's also the Hebrew language has also a numeric value. So when you calculate the numeric value of that of verse 5, it adds up to 666. So that's that 666 system. Go ahead.
And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Yahushai. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. And the angel said unto me, Wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell thee the mystery of the woman and of the beast that carrieth her, which hath 7 heads and 10 horns.
Read that again.
It says, And the angel said unto me, Wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell.
No, go up another verse.
And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints.
I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints. So now let's go back to history. When Esau took down Gad, long before they brought Jake over here, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, you had the so-called Latin tribes over here in the Americas. And you slaughtered those so-called Latin tribes. The tribe of Ephraim, the tribe of Gad, the tribe of Reuben, the tribe of Naphtali, and so forth and so on. The tribe of Issachar. Let's deal with the United States, where Gad dwelt, and Reuben. You did a lot of wickedness, man, to the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben to take this place down. And now you're talking about defending the rights of people.
And handmaids,
Slaves, so you can understand, all right? Go on.
and they shall take them captives, whose captives they were.
Now that's plain. We were the captives of you so-called white people. And when you check out our history, not just you, we were the captives of all nations. That's why all nations will be the captives of us. That's called justice, all right? Go on.
And they shall rule over their oppressors.
And they shall rule, meaning us, like he read in the book of Micah 4:8, the first dominion. There you go. And they shall rule over their oppressors. And we're not going to rule kindly, all right? We're going to be real rough, real mean with our rule. Matter of fact, if you go back to the book of Revelation, it tells you how we're going to rule with that iron stick, which is called a scepter. That's how we're going to rule. And if you get out of order, even if you don't get out of order, we're going to bash you over the head with it, just for the hell of it. Why? Because that's called a ruling class mentality. All right, go on.
It says, and it shall come to pass in the day that the Lord shall give thee rest from thy sorrow and from thy fear and from the hard bondage wherein thou was made to serve.
Now, who's that pertaining to? It's pertaining to you so-called Negroes, you West Indians, you Puerto Ricans. You're the one that need that relief. All right? It ain't talking to the so-called white man or any of the other nations. All right? Go on.
that thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon and say, how hath the oppressor ceased?
Right, talking about you so-called white people, you so-called you elites, which again are the so-called Jews. At the time it was written, we were under Babylonian captivity, so it pertained to them at that time. But now this is future prophecy. It's talking to you so-called Jews. How have the oppressor ceased? Talking to you so-called white people that control this corporation called America. Because as you could see, America is going down. So the demonic power of America is going to be ceased. All right? Go on. Matter of fact, your elites know that. That's why they put that monkey up in there, Obama. Because they know America's finished. All right? Even this guy we work for, man, we told him that, and he had to agree, man. When we told him, he said, look, the only reason Obama's up ruling America is the elites have said America's over, it's finished. And he put his head down, right? And he shook his head like, yeah, you guys are right. So America's finished, man. How have the oppressor ceased? Go on.
I got a real quick precept. Luke 10:18, and he said unto them, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven.
Yep, Satan is you so-called white people. In particular, your elites. The word Satan means adversary. You're the adversary of the Heavenly Father. You've broken every law that the Heavenly Father laid down. Just a few days ago, you passed a law glorifying homosexuality. So you're Satan. You're the devil, all right? Go on.
How hath, back in Isaiah 14:4, how hath the oppressor ceased, the golden city ceased?
The golden city is talking about America. America is coming to an end. Go on.
The Lord hath broken the staff of the wicked and the scepter of the rulers.
Right. Now let's go back to, Revelation.
Revelation 20:6. Blessed and holy is he that hath part in the first resurrection.
So now you know what that means. That's talking about Israel. See, we're the blessed people. That's why you had that song, or when the saints come marching in, I want to be in that number. The saints is talking about Israel.
Yeah, that verse right there, you get a lot. It's a controversial verse because you think it's only one part of Israel. The elect is not the elect; it's the whole nation of Israel. The elect is going to make it in the 2/3, or the 1/3 is going to make it. The 2/3 are not going to make it. But when the kingdom is established, who do you think is going to bring back the 2/3? Our sons and daughters are the 2/3 that didn't make it. They're going to come back all over again. So they're going to be a part of that first resurrection, all right? Now, I have a scripture right here. It's just one verse, Exodus, the 19th chapter, and the 6th verse, and it says, and ye shall be unto me a kingdom. Kingdom means a whole nation of people ruling other nations under them. A kingdom of priests and then a holy nation. So a nation is not the 1/3. That's only part of a nation. The whole nation is the whole nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of who? Of Israel.
Yep, that's correct. Means the whole nation. All right. Let's bring further that.
Romans chapter 11 verse 26. And so all Israel shall be saved, as it is written, there shall come out of Zion the deliverer, and shall turn away ungodliness from Jacob.
And that's Yahushua, who really died for the elect, but through the elect, the whole nation is going to make it. All right, that's the understanding. Now let's go back to, unless you got a precept. All right, let's go back to Revelation.
All right, Revelation 20 verse 6. Blessed and holy is he that hath part in the first resurrection. On such the second death hath no power.
Right, now we have to explain the first death, then the second death. All right, let's get 2 Peter, unless you got a... All right, bring that up.
Revelation chapter 21 verse 8. But the fearful and unbelievers and abominable and murderers and whoremongers and sorcerers and idolaters and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death.
So what is the second death? The missiles. Now, according to Scripture, we're going to show you what the first death was. 2 Peter, is it?
2 Peter chapter 3 verse 3. Knowing this first, that there shall come in the last days scoffers, walking after their own lusts.
Yeah, and you see that now, especially on YouTube with our sites. Them scoffers, they seem to magically find our sites. All right? Go on.
And saying, where is the promise of his coming?
Essentially, that's what they're saying when they mock us. You know, you all talking this Jesus Christ stuff, this Yahweh Shai stuff. When is it going to happen? Well, don't worry. You won't be disappointed. You're going to see it happen. All right? And then that's going to be the last thing you're going to see. Go on.
For since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of the creation. For this they willingly are ignorant of, that by the word of the Most High the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water.
Yeah, that's talking about the firmament. When you go back to the book of Genesis, it explains how the Most High on the first day, I believe, made the heavens and the firmament and all that. Then he later made the earth. Then he made the land and all of that. And then the people, the animals and all of that. The creation, the story of creation is in the book of Genesis. Go on.
Whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished. But the heavens and the earth which are now, by the same word, are kept in store.
Right, like the 6th verse, it says, whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished. That is the first death. That's alluding to Noah, all right, Noah and the flood, all right, in which 8 persons survived through the flood, all right. And even the so-called Chinese, which are the Moabites, they know this to be true. That's why the number 8, if you study calligraphy, it's always been a hard word for me to say. Calligraphy, right? Calligraphy. If you study calligraphy, the symbol for the number 8 is it looks like a little boat, all right? Because it was 8 people that survived the flood, that were carried through the flood, which is Noah, his 3 sons, and their wives, all right? Go on.
It says, but the heavens and the earth which are now, by the same word, are kept in store, reserved unto fire against the day of judgment and perdition of ungodly men.
And that is the second death, which that fire is going to come from those nuclear missiles. That's number 1. And number 2, from the chariots of the Heavenly Father. Because the one you call Jesus Christ, even he is coming back with fire. To prove that,
They're teaching the word like they've always been out there, and they're concerned about their people. I told you, man, this thing is getting out there, man. So these old heads that you see coming back, they're seeing that the fire is coming back. They see that the Lord, that this spark has come back and the fire's starting, and they're trying to sneak back in there. But it ain't going to work. The Most High done mocked all you clowns. Go ahead.
This is Isaiah chapter 66, verse 5. Hear the word of the Lord, ye that tremble at his word. Your brethren that hated you, that cast you out, for my name's sake, said, let the Lord be glorified. But he shall appear to your joy, and they shall be ashamed.
Yeah, they're going to be ashamed. Give me the book of Daniel, the 12th chapter, and start from the 2nd verse.
Daniel chapter 12, verse 2. And many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life.
Yeah, like us. Some to everlasting life. Go ahead.
And some to shame and everlasting contempt.
And that's those guys that came into the truth. Now they're waking up. They're going to wake up to shame and everlasting contempt. They're trying, like I said, they're trying to get, they're acting like they've been doing this all along. Go ahead.
And they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. But thou, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book, even to the time of the end.
So now this book, now when you go on YouTube, you see all kind of people coming out, going into the scriptures, calling itself, breaking down Revelation, breaking down Daniel, breaking down Ezekiel. Go ahead.
Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased. Okay, it says, then I, Daniel, looked, and behold, there stood other 2, the one on the side of the bank of the river, and the other on
Jump down to the next
verse 6. And one said to the man clothed in linen, which was upon the water of the river, how long shall it be to the end of these wonders? And I heard the man clothed in linen, which was upon the waters of the river.
Jump to the next verse.
Okay, verse 8. And I heard but I understood not. Then said I, O my Lord, what shall be the end of these things? And he said, Go thy way, Daniel, for the words are closed up and sealed to the time of the end. Many shall be purified and made white and tried, but the wicked shall do wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand.
Right, and the wicked are the so-called white man. They don't understand what's going on. Go ahead.
But the wise shall understand. And from
Yeah, that's why you got guys that can't see Cornelius is an Israelite, and you got guys just coming around to the fact that Cornelius is an Israelite. Go ahead.
And from the time that the daily sacrifice shall be taken away, and the abomination that maketh desolate set up, there shall be 1,290 days.
I was talking about Antiochus or Antiochus, however you want to say it. That was talking about that time period when he went and defiled the temple. All right, go ahead.
Blessed is he that waiteth and cometh to the 1,330 days. But go thou thy way.
That's after the Most High took Antiochus out of there. All right. Now that's it. That's all I want on that. You got something else? Go ahead.
This is John chapter 16, verse 1. These things have I spoken unto you, that you should not be offended. They shall put you out of the synagogues. Yea, the time cometh that whosoever killeth you will think that he doeth the Most High's service.
Yeah, these idiots out there, they think the Most High is really with them. And the Most High is going to be found out that the Most High is not with them. All right? Is there any more? Okay. Say something for me.
Right, so like, see, we know them guys. See, you brothers out there, you don't know those guys because you weren't around back then. So we know them. So as soon as we spot them and say, yeah, there goes that devil again, you know, because they're coming up and they're acting as if they came up with that breakdown, you know, which it wasn't us. It was the Lord that gave it to us. But the bottom line is, when we brought it out back then, they set it up so we got kicked out of the school, and the judgment was already typed up and written on the paper. So where if we would have repented, let's say we would have said, no, we're not going to teach that anymore. You know, the judgment was already set in stone.
Well, we won't teach it. As to not offend nobody, we won't teach it. You know? In other words, I threw that approach. You know, Paul said in Corinthians to take low. And then they say, well, is it in your mind? I said, of course it's in my mind. What do you think, I can just take it out like a damn computer program? And then I said, well, how about casting a lot? Then a hot dog jumped up and down like he was in a pot of hot water boiling, jumping up and down, saying, that's wicked, huh? That's wicked. But there was no scripture or no law to back up what the clown was saying. I'm talking about Nate Satan. All right? But see, like I said, the Most High done showed you who the men of the Lord are. And the Most High done set up the men of the Lord all around the world. And these guys are trying to fight to get that spot. They ain't going to get that spot. They ain't going to get that spot. The Most High already ordained who the men of the Lord are.
At that time, we were still in the
Okay?
wilderness with Moses.
And all you sellouts, the Most High going to get all you sellouts. That goes for Comfy, that goes for General Yohana, and the rest of you sellouts out there.
That when we get the land, if we was to
Go
go
ahead.
astray from the
Book of
commandments of
Philippians
the
chapter
Bible,
3, verse 1.
commandments
Finally,
given
my
us
brethren,
by the
rejoice
Most
in the
High.
Lord. To write the same things to you, to me indeed is not grievous, but for you it is safe. Beware of dogs, beware of evil workers, beware of the concision. For we are the circumcision which worship the Most High in the Spirit, and rejoice in Yahweh Shai, and have no confidence in the flesh.
That's right. Now we're going to go into the book of Revelation. Like I said, you should have an understanding of the first chapter of Revelation, second chapter, third chapter, fourth chapter. They're pretty much self-explanatory. So basically what we're going to do, we're going to start from the fifth chapter of the book of Revelation. And then we're going to jump around to other books. You know, we didn't put any notes down. We didn't come up with this topic 2 days ago or last week. We just came up with it right before we put the camera on, so we're basically going through the Spirit. All right, go ahead.
Revelation chapter 5, verse 1. And I saw on the right hand of him that sat on the throne a book written within and on the backside, sealed with 7 seals. And I saw a strong angel proclaim.
That book is talking about the Scriptures. It's talking about the Bible itself. Now, go to Ezekiel, the second chapter. I think it's like the last verse or next to the last verse. All right, go ahead.
Ezekiel chapter 2, verse 9. And when I looked, behold, an hand was sent unto me, and lo, a roll of book was therein. And he spread it before me, and it was written within and without, and there was written therein lamentations and mourning and woe.
So that's that same book. Now let's go back to Revelation, where we left off at.
On Revelation 5 and 2. And I saw a strong angel proclaiming with a loud voice, Who is worthy to open the book, and to loose the seals thereof? And no man in heaven or in earth, neither under the earth, was able to open the book, neither to look thereon. And I wept much, because no man was found worthy to open and to read the book, neither to look thereon. And one of the elders saith unto me, Weep not, behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, hath prevailed to open the book, and to loose the seven seals thereof. And I beheld, and lo, in the midst of the throne, and of the four beasts, and in the midst of the elders, stood a lamb as it had been slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of the Most High sent forth into all the earth.
That's talking about Yahushua, and he had to go through coming down on the earth in the form of a man, born of a man and a woman, and he had to be slain because he was that sacrificial lamb. The apostles, right? Those were the men of the Lord. Was he trying to gain the gospel? That was his salvation right there, right? Well, it ain't his spirit. It is not in his spirit to receive salvation. And he knows that. All right, is there more to that? All right, now let's go back to where we left off.
Revelation chapter 6, verse 9. And when he had opened the 5th seal, I saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of the Most High and for the testimony which they held. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth?
Now, I believe that's in Revelation, the 14th chapter, and the 15th verse, they that die in the Lord. I believe it's chapter 14, verse 15. Or 14, verse 13. Okay, go ahead.
This is Revelation 14 and 13. And I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, Write, Blessed are the dead which die in the Lord from henceforth. Yea, saith the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors, and their works do follow them.
That they may, give me Isaiah 57 and 1, that they may rest from their labors. What are their labors? Is it working on a boat? Working out there in the field? It's not talking about that. The works, the labors is talking about the doing the work of the Most High. Preaching his word, pushing his word out, prophesying. It said, them that died in the Lord from henceforth, their works do follow them. So Abba died in the Lord. Yaquab died in the Lord. Marsha died in the Lord. And many others died in the Lord. Now let's go from there. Or like I said, Isaiah 57 and 1, and then jump to Revelation, the 20th chapter, and around about the 4th verse.
Isaiah chapter 57 and 1. The righteous perisheth, and no man layeth it to heart. And merciful men are taken away, none considering that the righteous is taken away from the evil to come. He shall enter into peace, they shall rest in their beds, each one walking in his uprightness.
And you don't even have to explain that. What I say, yeah, Revelation, the 20th chapter, and start what verse is that? What does it say in the 3rd verse? Yeah, start from the 3rd verse.
Revelation 20, verse 3. And cast him into the bottomless pit, and shut him up, and set a seal upon him, that he should deceive the nations no more.
This is talking about that great red dragon, or that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan. And what did he basically do? Did he blow fire on people? He deceived them. Matter of fact, go to the Blue Letter and look up the word deceived. in that chapter. That's chapter 20, Revelation chapter 20, verse what? Verse 3. Let's see what the word deceive means.
Okay, Revelation 20 and 3, the word deceived in the Greek.
Strong's G 4105, planao. Planao.
Which means to cause to astray, to lead astray, lead aside from the right way, to go astray, wander, roam about. Metaphor, to lead away from the truth, to lead into error, to deceive, to be led into error, to be led aside from the path of virtue, to go astray, sin, to sever or fall away from the truth, of heretics, to be led away in error and in sin. And down here it says to cause to stray, to lead astray, to lead aside from the right way.
You're going to have to read that again.
Okay, the Greek.
Strong's G 4105, planao. Planao.
That's the Greek word for deceive, which means to cause to stray, to lead astray, lead aside from the right way, to go astray, wander, roam about. Metaphor, to lead away from the truth, to lead into error, to deceive, to be led into error, to be led aside from the path of virtue, to go astray, sin, to sever or fall away from the truth, of heretics, to be led away into error and sin. And down here it says to cause to stray, to lead astray, lead aside from the right way.
Now, Esau didn't say, well, look, you got to worship this here. All right, this is what you got to worship. You don't have to necessarily worship one thing. As long as he causes you to go away from the truth, of course he wants you to worship his demon, Caesar Borgia, and his Edomite god, Lucifer, or the spiritual demon Satan. Well, Lucifer is this devil himself. It's like the Rothschilds and the elite, they represent Lucifer, the Luciferians. It's not no spiritual demon Satan. There's a spiritual demon Satan. There's a physical counterpart of the spiritual demon Satan. But anyway, when the elder looked up the word deceive, it basically means to lead you from the truth. So that's what Esau does. That's why in this society, Islam is accepted, witchcraft is accepted. Do you know how many witchcraft covens is in this country? If you get a chance, you can Google that, witchcraft covens. I mean, in the military, there's all kind of witchcraft covens. So in this society, you can be a witch, a warlock. You can be a Muslim. You can be a Hindu. You can worship Buddha. You don't have to believe in the Most High. You can be an atheist. You can be a Rastafarian. You can be all these things. So you got people that don't follow what we're teaching, which is the truth, and they'll follow some other, maybe Rastafarianism, a Buddha. Well, guess what? Esau did his job. That's why he allowed all these religions to come in this country. In the Arab world, they'll kill you if you're a Christian. They'll beat the shit out of you if you're a Christian. They'll cut your damn head off, man. So this is what, even though over there Islam is set up to deceive anyway, but those are Arabs, so we don't give a damn about them any goddamn way, you know. But in this country, you have every so-called religion on. You can make up your own religion, man. You can take a head of lettuce, get a goddamn charter from the government, and call it the lettuce god, and have a bunch of and you'll get a lot of followers too. You'll get a lot of followers because you got the stupidest people on the planet Earth. The stupidest nation are you dumb fucking Americans, man. You know? Go ahead.
This is Proverbs chapter 14 and 11. The house of the wicked shall be overthrown, but the tabernacle of the upright shall flourish. There is a way which seemeth right unto a man, but the...
Yeah, you know what? There's men going around, they think it's right to cut their penis off and put a damn penis, vagina there, man. Put some hormones in them, and grow breasts and wear a goddamn wig and go out with a dude and not say that you was a man. This could happen in this country, man. That's why this society is going. The Most High is saving the best for last, man. The Most High is saving the best for last, and He's gonna jack this place up by way of fire, and it's right around the corner. And all you Israelites out there that's teaching that Esau can make it and the nations are making it, gonna make it, you're gonna go down with Esau. Since you love Esau so much, you're gonna go down with Esau. Go ahead.
There is a way which seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. Verse.
Yeah, some men believe it's right to take a little boy and pop the little boy. That seems right to them. You got a precept?
This is Revelations 12 and 15. And the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood.
Right, and that's twofold. They came down with their military force, because your pride is all into that military. Well, we got the strongest military, and bomb the bastards. Just drop a bomb on them. Well, the whole world's seeing this, man. You dumb monkeys in America, you idiots in America, you really believe that you're going to go on forever, man. And then you're getting ready to talk about putting the next president up in there. First of all, that group of candidates coming up, it's a joke. So who's going to come up? Most likely, Obama's going to be back in there. And Obama is like he's like got to be one of the worst presidents in the history of the United States. You know?
And the other nations right now, they're saying that they're tired of this wicked oppression from the West. You know, for the so-called United States Army going around the world and the different militaries going around the world and basically being dictators. So the whole world is tired of you. You know, everybody's waking up to your wickedness.
And they're going to get you. Let's start from the top again, all right? Like you're going to find a lot of these things when you go research and you check out things like I mentioned, the Moabite stone, you know, that's in, you said it's in France, the Louvre Museum in France. And you can check out these things. So Esau knows Esau knows the scriptures are true and everything that's written in the scriptures are going to come to pass. They know that. That's why they go to the other side of the world, the Middle East, where our foreparents dwelt, the ancient world, and they dig up things from the ancient world. That's why I mentioned the Moabite stone, not to mention other things that they found and put them in different museums. But that's just one artifact that Esau has to prove that they know that the Most High exists. They know that the children of Israel existed so many thousands of years ago. They know that they have so-called afros, dark skin, and look and have Negroid features because they are Negroes. So they know that we are the people of the Most High. Because that's why I said the house of the thief and the house of them that swear falsely by my name. Because they know the name of the Most High. They know the name of His Son. They know the children of the Most High. They know that they took them into captivity. They know who they brought here to serve captivity in this country. And they know that they fulfilled prophecy, mainly Deuteronomy the 28th chapter. Because you have these Edomites, these elites, that they pay them off. All they have to do is research. If they need to hop on a damn plane and go to the Middle East some damn well, Egypt, all they got to do is make a call. Look, I need X amount of money. I want to go over here. I came across this scripture, or I came across this artifact, and it's located, according to this document, is located at this particular place on the planet. And they'll go and they'll get their archaeologists and they'll dig it up. So they know everything that we're saying, they know it to be true. Go ahead.
Ezekiel chapter 28 verse 3. Behold, thou art wiser than Daniel. There is no secret that they can hide from thee.
And that's playing into the point. Now let's go back to Revelation.
Revelation chapter 10 verse 1. I saw another mighty angel come down from heaven clothed with a cloud, and a rainbow was upon his head.
The cloud was actually a ship, a UFO. The rainbow about his head was actually the colors of the rainbow around the ship. Go ahead.
And his face was as it were the sun, and his feet as pillars of fire. And
Right. The feet as pillars of fire were the landing parts. And this was a big ship because as you read down, it says one part of the ship, one part landed in the water, the other part landed on the earth. So this was a big ship. Go ahead.
And he had in his hand a little book open, and he set his right foot upon the sea, and
that little book represents the scriptures. Go ahead.
he set his right foot upon the sea, and his left foot on the earth. And he cried with a loud voice, as when a lion roareth. And when he had cried, 7 thunders uttered their voices. And when the 7 thunders had uttered their voices, I was about to write, and I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, Seal up those things which the 7 thunders uttered, and write them not. And the angel which I saw stand upon the sea and upon the earth lifted up his hand to heaven, and sware by him that liveth forever and ever, who created heaven and the things that therein are, and the earth and the things that therein are, and the sea and the things which are therein, that there should be time no longer.
That there shall be time no longer. So the angel or the spirit is telling John that he's telling about the end of the age. But what John didn't understand, see, John didn't understand these visions that he was getting. We understand them. John and the rest of the apostles and the rest of the prophets, when they received those visions, they didn't understand those visions. They were set up to write those visions down. Now we, the prophets coming back, we were set up to understand those visions because we're in a time of these visions coming to pass. All right, go ahead.
This is Isaiah chapter 13, verse 19. And Babylon, the glory of kingdoms, and the beauty of the Chaldees' excellency, shall be as when the Most High overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. It shall never be inhabited, neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation. Neither shall the Arabian pitch tent there, neither shall the shepherds make their fold there. But wild beasts of the desert shall be there, and their houses shall be full of doleful creatures, and owls shall dwell there, and satyrs shall dance there.
Yeah, this goes hand in hand with Revelation, the 18th chapter, where it speaks about devils and every foul and hateful bird. In other words, the angel yelled, made a shout that Babylon is fallen, is fallen. So what John is seeing is Babylon, America, being destroyed. And he saw after the smoke was eventually cleared, and he saw it was a great desert. And what living things was on the great desert? These desert type creatures. Do you know you have actual creatures that actually can live in the desert? Scorpions and certain type of snakes, certain different type of animals, scavengers, vultures. They can live there. The Most High engineered their bodies to live in the desert. Go ahead.
It says, and the wild beasts of the islands shall cry in their desolate houses, and dragons in their pleasant palaces. And her time is near to come, and her days shall not be prolonged.
The time is near to come, and her days shall not be prolonged. It's talking about the downfall of this society. You see the prophecies coming to pass. They're rioting all over the world. Just the other day, and hopefully I'll be able to get it up. This guy, I believe his last name is Carville. I think it's James Carville, and he's a Democratic political analyst. And basically, he was on Imus in the Morning show, and it was on one of these cable stations. And basically, he was talking about the situation in this country, and he said I can definitely see there's going to be civil unrest in this society. And then Imus, as soon as he said that, Imus was wearing them glasses, and he had to take his glasses off because it kind of messed him up. When you see a guy high up in the political world make a statement like that, you got to start taking that serious, man. All right, go ahead.
All right, back in Revelation 10 and 6. And swear by him that liveth forever and ever, and created heaven and the things that therein are, and the earth and the things that therein are, and the sea and the things which are therein, that there should be time no longer. But in the days of the voice of the seventh angel, when he shall begin to sound, the mystery of the Most High should be finished, as he hath declared to his servants the prophets. And the voice which I heard from heaven spake unto me again, and said, Go and take the little book which is open in the hand of the angel which standeth upon the sea and upon the earth. And I went unto the angel and said unto him, Give me the little book. And he said unto me, Take it and eat it up, and it shall make thy belly bitter, but it shall be in thy mouth sweet as honey. And I took the little book out of the angel's hand and ate it up, and it was in my mouth sweet as honey, and as soon as I had eaten it, my belly was bitter. And he said unto me, Thou must prophesy again before many peoples and nations and tongues and kings.
Yeah, now let's go back up a couple of verses because I want to get to the part with the book, eating of the book. And I like the researcher to get me the word bitter. Read that again.
All right, it says, and the voice which I heard, verse 8, and the voice which I heard from heaven spake unto me again and said, Go and take the little book which is open in the hand of the angel. Second, Artaxerxes the third, Artaxerxes the fourth, and Darius the third. Of these, Cyrus is hailed as a chosen deliverer of the Jews from Babylon. My shepherd, that's pretty much it.
Okay, so we got something else. We just wanted to look up something right quick. What year do you see there that he ruled? Okay, you can read a little bit on that.
Yeah, this is from Wikipedia. Oh, okay, I can. Okay. All right. This is from Wikipedia. It's called Battle of Thermopylae. It says the Battle of Thermopylae was fought between an alliance of Greek city-states led by Athenian general Themistocles and the Persian Empire of Xerxes I over the course of 3 days during the second Persian invasion of Greece. It took place simultaneously with the naval battle of Artemisium in August or September of 480 BC at the pass of Thermopylae, which means the hot gates. The Persian invasion was a delayed response to the defeat of the first Persian invasion of Greece, which had been ended by the Athenian victory at the Battle of Marathon. Xerxes had amassed a huge army and navy and set out to conquer all of Greece. The Athenian general Themistocles had proposed that the allied Greeks block the advance of the Persian army at the pass of Thermopylae and simultaneously block the Persian navy at the Straits of Artemisium. A Greek force of approximately 7,000 men marched north to block the pass in the summer of 480 BC. The Persian army, alleged by the ancient sources to have numbered over 1 million, but today considered to be much smaller. Various figures are given by scholars ranging between 100,000 and 300,000. Arrived at the pass in late August or early September, vastly outnumbered, the Greeks held off the Persians for 7 days in total, including 3 of battle, before the rear guard was annihilated in one of the history's most famous last stands. During 2 full days of battle, the small force led by King Leonidas I of Sparta blocked the only road by which the massive Persian army could pass. After the second day of battle, a local resident named Ephaltes betrayed the Greeks by revealing a small path that led between the Greek lines. Aware that his force was being outflanked, Leonidas dismissed the bulk of the Greek army and remained to guard the rear with 300 Spartans, 700 Thespasians, 400 Thebans, and perhaps a few hundred others, the vast majority of whom were killed. After this engagement, the Greek navy at Artemisium received news of the defeat at Thermopylae. Since their strategy required both Thermopylae and Artemisium to be held, and given their losses, the Greek navy decided to withdraw to Salamis, Salamis. The Persians overran Boeotia and then captured the evacuated Athens. However, seeking a decisive victory over the Persian fleet, the Greek fleet attacked and defeated the invaders of the Battle of Salamis in late 480 BC. Fearing to be trapped in Europe, Xerxes withdrew with much of his army to Asia, leaving Mardonius to complete the conquest of Greece. The following year, however, saw a Greek army decisively defeat the Persians at the Battle of Plataea, thereby ending Persian invasion.
There's a lot of big slice of history there. Anyway, I'm pretty sure all of y'all saw that movie 300, the 300 or 300, and that's basically was based upon the Battle of Thermopylae, all right, which means the hot city gates, which they were Jakes, because it said that the leader of that band of 300 was a man by the name of King Leonidas, and he was a king of one of the city-states of Greece, and they held on, but they were defeated. They were all killed, and they showed you that in the movie, and that showed you the great power of the Medo-Persian Empire. Now, when Alexander the Greek came up against this empire, they said, "You crazy? You can't beat these people." But he beat them. Why did he beat them? Because the Most High was with him to take them down. Because the next empire or the next power was supposed to come up, which was the Greeks. All right. So go ahead.
This is back in Daniel chapter 8, verse 5. And I was considering, behold, and as I was considering, behold, an he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth.
That's Alexander.
And touched not.
And by the way, he's also known as the leopard. As when we go back to Revelation 13, it's going to mention the leopard if we didn't read it already. So when you go to Daniel, the 7th chapter, it speaks about the leopard. Go ahead.
It says, and touched not the ground. And the goat had a notable horn between his eyes.
That was Alexander.
And he came to the ram that had 2 horns,
the Medo-Persian Empire,
which I had seen standing before the river, and ran unto him in the fury of his power. And I saw him come close unto the ram, and he was moved with choler against him, and smote the ram and brake his 2 horns. And there was no power in the ram to stand before him, but he cast him down to the ground and stamped upon him, and there was none that could deliver the ram out of his hand.
So we're going to look up the word choler. Daniel 8 and 7. So like I said, I'm going to say this again. The scholars know that the Bible is a historical document with factual events that took place, that's recorded or scribed in the scriptures. So these top scholars, these top professors, mainly in the field of history and archaeology and anthropology, they know that this Bible is one of the books that have the truth, that possess the truth. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Hebrew word there for cola is marah, which means to be bitter, to show bitterness, to make bitter, embitter, to embitter oneself, to be enraged, to be strong, strengthened. Down here it says, to be bitter, being as being very bitter things. Basically the same thing.
Basically, he was passionate about bringing them down. A better word is hate. He had much hate for them. Because when one nation take down another nation, they do it with hate. When you take down another nation, you're killing the military, you're chopping heads off, you're gutting people, you're impaling people. If you see their babies, you might kill their babies. You see their women, you'll kill their women. The old men, you'll kill them. You'll take some of their women, you'll rape their women. So war is an act of hate. It's not an act of love. All right, go ahead. Now, hold up. Now, since these guys go around teaching about love, Lord love everybody, where was the love for the Medo-Persian Empire? Why didn't the Lord come down and show love for them? Because the Greeks, the Most High loved the Most High didn't love no damn Greeks. They're a bunch of damn fairies, a bunch of damn faggots, man. That was prophecy. That's the only reason why, or the main reason why I'll say it that way. The Greeks, Alexander took down the Medo-Persians because the Most High was with him, Alexander the Creep, to take them down to fulfill prophecy. Because it was already, these battles were already written before they even happened. These battles were already written in prophecy before Alexander was even born. Before Philip, his father, was even born. Before Cyrus was born. Before the in Libya. And at just last night, about maybe 2 in the damn morning, they passed, I don't know if it was a rebroadcast, but I was watching C-SPAN, and they had all these people, because the president had to go before Congress pursuant to the Wars Powers Act. He had 90 days to do it. So the only one that I know of that was against it was this congressperson called Kucinich, and the rest of them, they were all for it. They had this one guy, I think his name is, he's the only Jake Muslim congressperson, and he voted for it. So basically, the Congress is declaring war against Libya. Meeks, another congressperson, Jackson Lee, whatever her name is, she was with it, and the Republicans were damn sure with it. So basically, Congress declared war against the Libyan people. But you know what? I'm really not mad, or I shouldn't get mad, because that's part of prophecy. Because if you easily did that, how easy is it going to be to go into Iran? And basically, when you go into Iran, that's game over. When you pass that law in New York for gays to be married, that's game over. That's the beginning of your end. And then these devils, these Edomites, they see all the natural disasters coming against them, and they still continually to be wicked. Go ahead.
It says, and I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Yahushai.
So you're going to have to pay for that, man. You're going to have to pay for that. Give me, I believe it's Exodus 21:16. And then give me Revelation 13:9 and 10. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 21, verse 16. And he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death.
And that's plain and to the point. You brought us over here against our wills to serve slavery, and we're still in your hands to this very day. So what's the punishment for that according to the scriptures? Death. Go ahead.
Revelation 13:9 and 10. If any man have an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints.
So what is that basically saying? That we, the saints, were put, it's not a general statement. The saints were put into captivity by a certain nation. So now this nation that put us into captivity, they're going to go into captivity under us. That's why it said, the last part of that verse, verse 10 says, here is the patience and the faith of the saints. Why did it say that? Because we're going to enslave the saints, which are the Israelites, are going to enslave the Edomites and the other nations, but mainly the Edomites. Go ahead.
Jeremiah 49:12. For thus saith the Lord, behold, they whose judgment was not to drink of the cup have assuredly drunken. And art thou he that shall altogether go unpunished? Thou shalt not go unpunished, but thou shalt drink of it.
Yeah, you're going to drink of it. You're going to accept the punishment from the Most High, because the Most High is going to jam it down your throat. All right, go ahead.
All right. Revelation 17:6. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Yahushai. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. And the angel said unto me, wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell thee the mystery of the woman and of the beast that carrieth her, which has 7 heads and 10 horns. The beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition. And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world.
Read that again.
The beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition.
Right. The beast is referring to the Roman Empire 2,000 years ago. It's going to be destroyed, because it tells you that in Revelation the 13th chapter, deadly wound being healed, and it's going to come back to life. Then it's going to go into perdition. How is it going to go into perdition? By way of thermonuclear destruction. So the last leg of the beast is really America in the form of a woman that's upon the beast. Because when the woman goes down, the whole beast is going to go down. Matter of fact, get me Daniel, the 7th chapter, and start from the 10th verse.
Daniel chapter 7 verse 10. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. Thousands ministered unto him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The judgment was set, and the books were opened. I beheld then, because of the voice of the great words which the horn spake. I beheld even until the beast was slain, and his body
That's that same beast. That's that same beast. So when this beast goes down, what is it talking about? It's talking about America in the form of a woman, and it's talking about the beast that the woman sat upon. So that's referring to America, NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and the EU, which are all European nations. Go ahead.
And his body destroyed and given to the burning flame.
Because America's totally going to be destroyed, but Europe, different parts of Europe is going to be destroyed. But Europe's going to be built back up. Go ahead.
As concerning the rest of the beasts,
The other nations, the Babylonians, the Medo-Persians, and so forth, those are the rest of the beasts. Go ahead.
they had their dominion taken away, yet their lives were prolonged for a season and time. I saw in the night vision, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days. And they brought him near before him. And there was given him dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed.
Yeah, the Most High's kingdom. Who's going to dwell in the Most High's kingdom on earth? The Israelites, his chosen. Go ahead.
I, Daniel, was grieved in my spirit in the midst of my body, and the visions of my head troubled me. I came near unto one of them that stood by, and asked him the truth of all this. So he told me, and made me know the interpretation of the things. These great beasts which are four kings, which shall arise out of the earth. But the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom, and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. Then I would know the truth of the fourth beast, which was diverse from all the others, exceeding dreadful, whose teeth were of iron, and his nails of brass, which
That's the Romans. Go ahead, the ancient Romans.
which devoured, brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with his feet. And of the 10 horns that were in his head, and of the other which came up, and before whom 3 fell. Even of that
That's America. Go ahead.
even of that horn that had eyes and a mouth that spake very great things, whose look was more stout than his fellows.
The very part of the very great things was blasphemy, It tells you that in the beginning of Revelation, the 17th chapter. So now let's go back to Revelation 17.
Verse 8. Revelation 17 and 8. The beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition.
When did the beast ascend out of the bottomless pit? Really during the time of the so-called Renaissance. And we spoke about this before. So that started around when we started going down in the mid 1300s. That was during the time of the pneumonic plague and the bubonic plague, and the Renaissance started in the 1400s, mainly in the mid 1400s. 1453 was a key year, but prior to that, Esau started tearing stuff down and putting up images of himself. That's why they called the rebirth, the Renaissance. So they were tearing down and destroying images of our foreparents and putting up images of themselves. And then they said that they were Christ, they were the angels, they were the children of Israel. That's why you got these so-called Jews walking around today calling themselves Jews, because they brought down the real Jews. All right? You got anything on that?
No, I was just looking because I think if you look at Wikipedia, if you look on Wikipedia under the Renaissance, I believe they give you like a key date when the Renaissance started, like Elder Tar said, around the mid 1300s, going into the 1400s. You know, in the 1500s, by the 1600s, the Renaissance was in full force. You know, so like Elder Tar always says, you know, with the Roman Empire didn't go down overnight. It took time, you know. They certain key strongholds fell, and they started taking over certain other strongholds, and eventually they all fell at one point. So by 325 A.D., or a period of almost about 200 some odd years, that's when they finally fell. You know, the same thing with us. When the so-called white man came back into power, we fell starting from the 1300s on up, and by the time the 1500s were here, pretty much they were in full bloom. You know that?
Book of Luke 12 and 49. So Yahushua, essentially, Yahushua is coming back with the second death, which is the nuclear fire. The first death, and you see that shows you that the Lord is balanced. All right, you got fire and you got water, right? The first death was water. The second death is going to be fire, showing you that the Most High is a balanced power. He's a just power and he's a balanced power. All right. Go on.
St. Luke chapter 12 verse 49. I am come to send fire on the earth, and what will I if it be already kindled?
Yeah, and those are the words of Yahushua. The fire that he's coming with is those chariots. Let's go to Isaiah, the 66th chapter and 15th verse. The fire that he's coming with is those chariots, which you know as the so-called UFOs, which are the chariots of the Heavenly Father. All right, go on.
Isaiah 66 and 15. For behold, the Lord will come with fire, and with his chariots like a whirlwind.
Right, the whirlwind is talking about those chariots, which again, like I said, is known as the so-called UFOs. Go on.
It says, to render his anger with fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire.
So he's coming with fire. Go on.
For by fire and by his sword will the Lord plead with all flesh, and the slain of the Lord shall be many.
That's why America is going to be turned into a lake of fire. All right? You heard the term, those of you that go to the churches, which predominantly is our people, you always hear that term, the lake of fire. Well, the lake of fire is talking about America, 100% of America being on fire. First from the missiles, because all these other nations that hate America, in particular Libya, Iran, Afghanistan, Russia, China, Ethiopia, they're going to shoot missiles on America, which is going to turn America into a lake of fire. And then you have Yahushua coming with the multitude of angels in what you call so-called UFOs, which are the chariots. They're going to shoot fire on America. So the combination of both those elements is going to turn America into a lake of fire. All right? That's the pure understanding of that. All right, go on.
Back in Revelation 20 and 6. On such the second death hath no power, but they shall be priests of the Most High and of Yahushua, and shall reign with him 1,000 years.
Right, the second death is not going to have any power over us, because we're going to be delivered from the second death. Is that Revelation 15? Stood upon yeah. Let's get Revelation 15. We're going to show you the glorious deliverance of the elect from the second death.
Revelation 15:1. And I saw another sign in heaven, great and marvelous, 7 angels having the 7 last plagues, for in them is filled up the wrath of the Most High.
Right, the 7th plague is those nuclear missiles. Go on.
And I saw as it were a sea of glass mingled with fire.
That's the firmament. All right, the firmament when you go outside of the earth. And, you know, the Apostle John, he actually saw this in Technicolor vision. It was like he was watching a giant screen TV. Where do you think they got the idea of the TV from? All right? He actually saw that on the Isle of Patmos. Go on.
And them that had gotten the victory over the beast.
Right, the beast is talking about the so-called white man's power structure, which goes back to the Roman Empire. You've always heard Elder Tahar bring that out. So those of you that's been watching us, you should know that by now. Go on.
And I saw as it were a sea of glass mingled with fire. And
that's the firmament.
And them that had gotten the victory over the beast and over his image.
And over his image, slow down. And over his image being the chip, being Caesar Borgia, anything that's wicked, even that homosexuality crap that he just passed, guess what? That's part of his image, all right? Because what were the Romans? We're talking about the beast, right? Which goes back to the Roman Empire, right? What were the Romans? They were a bunch of faggots. All the 12 Caesars of Rome were a bunch of faggots. So that's part of the so-called white man's image. So those of you Negroes that partake in homosexuality, guess what? You're buying into the so-called white man's image. All of you tribes that partake of homosexuality, you buying into the devil's image. Go on.
And over his mark.
His mark, meaning the chip. All right? Which, when you look up the word, means incision, an incision in the skin. That's his mark. I believe it's what, the Hebrew kwai? Right, from the Hebrew kwai, meaning an incision in the skin, which is the chip. Go on.
And over the number of his name, stand on the sea of glass, having the harps of the Most High. And they sing the song of Moses, the servant of the Most High, and the song of the Lamb, saying, Great and marvelous are thy works, Lord Power Almighty. Just and true are thy ways, thou King of saints.
Now, you know what it means when it says, stand on the sea of glass, having the harps of the Most High? Those are the elect that were delivered through the fire in those chariots. All right? Matter of fact, to make it a little clearer, what is it, Isaiah 60 and 8? I think it's Isaiah, right? Isaiah, and then Isaiah 26 and 10. Hide ye from, yeah. Get Isaiah 60 and 8 first.
Isaiah chapter 60, verse 8. Who are these that fly as a cloud and as a doves to their windows?
Right, that's talking about the elect being delivered from the destruction in those chariots. Now we're going to go to Isaiah 26. Then from there, go to 1 Thessalonians, the 4th chapter, and you know where to go.
Isaiah chapter 26, verse 20. Come, my people, enter thou into thy chambers.
What's the chambers? That's talking about the chariots. Enter thou in the chariots. And the next scripture we're going to read is going to show you how they're going to enter into the chariots.
It says, and shut thy doors about thee.
Right. Now, do you remember about Noah? Do you remember Noah went into the ark? And it tells you in the scripture that the Lord himself shut the door. And the first death did not destroy Noah, which was the water. Well, this time we're going to enter into the spiritual ark, which are those chariots. And the Lord is going to close the door, and the second death is not going to harm the elect. Just like the example with Noah. And the second death being fire. Go on.
Hide thyself as it were for a little moment.
Hide thyself. That's how we're going to be hidden. All right? That's how we're going to be hidden from the destruction. Through the fire. Go on.
Until the indignation be overpassed.
What's the indignation? The fire. The nuclear destruction. And you notice the word indignation is there because when you look up the word indignation, it means righteous anger. So what the Lord is about to do is righteous. All right? When he's about to destroy America and certain parts of the world in fire, that's righteous. That's righteous judgment. Go on.
For behold, the Lord cometh out of his place to punish the inhabitants of the earth for their...
Why is he, slow down, why is he punishing the inhabitants of the earth? Because of their wickedness. And the fact that you just passed that homosexuality law, that made the Lord even more angry. All right? Go on.
For behold, the Lord cometh out of his place to punish the inhabitants of the earth for their iniquity. The earth also shall disclose her blood, and shall no more cover her slain.
Now let's go to 1 Thessalonians, unless you have a precept.
Isaiah chapter 31, verse 5. As birds flying, so will the Lord of hosts defend Jerusalem. Defending also he will deliver it, and passing over he will preserve it.
Yeah, the elect. Okay, 1 Thessalonians.
1 Thessalonians 4 and 16. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of the Most High. And the dead in Yahushua shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds.
And that's how we're going to be, peradventure, we're part of that number, we're going to be delivered. All right? We're going to be caught up together with the Lord in the clouds. The clouds is talking about the chariots. When you go to the book of Psalm 104, and I think it's the 3rd verse, it tells you that the clouds are the Lord's chariot, which you know as the so-called UFOs. Go on.
To meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore comfort one another with these words.
And that's how they're going to be delivered from the second death that you're reading about in Revelation. Yep, back in Revelation.
All right, Revelation chapter 20, verse 7. And when the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison.
And that's why Revelation 20 is so hard to understand, because it jumps back within time periods. Now we're going back to the Renaissance period. All right, that's talking about the Borgia family and other families the like that rose from obscurity. They were slaves underneath us, and they rose into power. All right, a term is called a Renaissance, which means rebirth. Rebirth of what? Rebirth of the so-called white man coming out of slavery. Because when you're in slavery, you're dead. All right, like us right now, we're dead. All right, we're the dry bones that Ezekiel saw that lived. How do we live? We live through this word. We're dead to this world because we're a slave, but through the word, we're alive to the Yahweh Bashem Yahushai. All right? Go on.
And shall go out to deceive the nations which are in the 4 quarters of the earth.
And he did just that. The main image he used to deceive the nations was that Caesar Borgia crap. All right? And who did that come from? The so-called white man, in particular the Borgia family. That's why we call him the devil. The word devil means deceiver. Go on.
Gog and Magog, to gather them together to battle.
Right, to gather them together to battle. And through his pushing that democracy crap, you know what democracy really is? The accepting of the so-called white man's image, Caesar Borgia. So you know what? You could take the word democracy and put...
That's how you know it's talking about Yahweh Shai. That's why he's also known as the Lamb. Go ahead.
It says, and he came and took the book out of the right hand of him that sat upon the throne. And when he had taken the book, the 4 beasts and 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, having every one of them harps and golden vials full of odors, which are the prayers of saints. And they sung a new song, saying, Thou art worthy to take the book, and to open the seals thereof, for thou wast slain, and hast redeemed us to the Most High by thy blood, out of every kindred and tongue and people and nation. And
right, that every kindred and tongue and people and nation is talking about Israelites that's scattered throughout the planet Earth. So now we're going to read a verse or 2 more. Then we're going to jump to Revelation, the 7th chapter, because you have a big controversy with these so-called born-againers, that when you read about the 12,000, the 144,000, and then the multitude, the great multitude, well, those are well, the answer is right here, what we're reading right now. Read that again, Ak.
it says, verse 9, and they sung a new song, saying, Thou art worthy to take the book and to open the seals thereof, for thou wast slain, and hast redeemed us to the Most High by thy blood, out of every kindred and tongue and people and nation.
These were Israelites that were redeemed out of every nation, out of every kindred, out of every people. Read the next verse down.
It says, and has made us unto our power kings and priests, and we shall reign on the earth. And I beheld...
And the Most High made us kings and priests. Now get me the book of, I believe it's Leviticus. I'm sorry, I think it's Exodus. Exodus, the 19th chapter, and the 4th verse, if I'm not mistaken. All right, go ahead.
Exodus 19 and 4. You have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bare you.
By the way, the Egyptians are another nation. The Lord didn't come to save Israel, then a handful of Egyptians. There was a separation between the Egyptians and the Israelites. Go ahead.
And how I bear you on eagle's wing,
The you is talking about the nation of Israel, his chosen people. Go ahead.
and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then you shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine. And you shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and an holy nation.
A kingdom of priests and a holy nation. When did that happen? It didn't happen yet. It's getting ready to happen. Now let's go back to where we left off in Revelation. Okay, go ahead.
It says, these are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel.
In case you can't get it, it tells you the children, it's talking about the children of Israel. Now let's go back to where we left off.
Revelation 5 and 10. And has made us unto our power kings and priests, and we shall reign on the earth. And I beheld, and I heard the voice of many angels round about the throne, and the beasts of the elders, and the number of them was 10,000 times 10,000, and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power and riches, wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing. And every creature which is in heaven and on the earth and under the sea, and such as are in the sea, and all that are in them, heard I saying, blessing and honor and glory and power be unto him that sitteth upon the throne, and unto the Lamb forever and ever. And the four beasts said, Amen. And the 24 elders fell down and worshipped him that liveth forever and ever.
Now let's go back to where it says a great multitude.
Verse 9. And they sung a new song, saying, Thou art worthy to take the book and to open the seal thereof, for thou wast slain and hast redeemed us to the Most High by thy blood out of every kindred and tongue and people and nation.
Now let's go to Revelation, the 7th chapter, and let's go right to, what was this verse? Let's go to verse, start at verse 8.
Revelation chapter 7, verse 8. Of the tribe of Zebulun was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Joseph was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Benjamin was sealed 12,000. After this I beheld, and lo,
Now we could have read the whole thing. Matter of fact, I'm sorry. Go to the first verse, and then we're going to jump back to about the 9th verse. Go ahead.
Revelation 7 and 1. And after these things I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. And I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living power, and he cried with a loud voice to the 4 angels to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea.
To destroy this earth, to destroy this system, Esau's system. Go ahead.
Saying, hurt not the earth, neither the sea, nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of the Most High in their foreheads.
So once the 144,000 are sealed, that's when the Most High going to bring this destruction on this society. And you can see it's happening already. Go ahead.
And I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the tribes of the children of Israel.
So you know there's no question that it's not talking about Esau or the other nation. You know it's talking about the children of Israel. But there's a certain number of the children of Israel. All right? Go ahead.
It says, verse 9, after this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds.
Now you read that verse, and then all of a sudden, here comes the nations. You're thinking about Edomites, Moabites, all kind of different nations. Well, it ain't talking about that. Because we're going to read this again. We're going to read down, and then we're going to go back to Revelation, the 5th chapter, because it's going to tell you the same story, but there's going to be a key word in there for you to know and understand that that's referring to the nation, the people of Israel. Go ahead.
After this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes and palms in their hands, and cried with a loud voice, saying, Salvation to our power, which sitteth upon the throne, and unto the Lamb. And all the angels stood round about the throne, and about the elders and the four beasts, and fell before the throne of their faces, on their faces, and worshipped the Most High, saying, Amen. Blessing and glory and wisdom and thanksgiving and honor and power and might be unto our power forever and ever. Amen. And one of the elders answered, saying unto me, What are these which are arrayed in white robes? And whence came they? And I said unto him, Sir, thou knowest. And he said to me, These are they which came out of great tribulation.
Those are Israelites that came out of great tribulation, because there's going to be a troublesome time, even the time of Jacob's trouble. I think that's in Jeremiah 30 verse 7, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go to that, and then we're going to go back to Revelation.
All right, this is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 30, and verse 7. And it says, Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even
That's that great tribulation that they're going to come out of. Go ahead.
It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. I got some real quick, Alatar. This is Revelation chapter 19 and verse 7. Let us be glad and rejoice and give honor to him, for the marriage of the Lamb is come, and his wife hath made herself ready.
Who's the wife? The wife are the children of Israel, starting with the elect. Go ahead.
And to her was granted that she should be arrayed in fine linen, clean and white, for the fine linen is the righteousness of saints.
Now, what verse chapter was that?
19.
And what chapter?
Verse 8 and 9.
That was chapter 19, verses 8 and 9. Now, you notice that it says the word saint there, right? Where you going?
Psalms.
Yeah, give me two. First Psalm I want you to get is Psalm 50, verse 5, and then get, what is that, Psalm 148. What is it, 13 and 14? Yep. All right, go ahead.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 50, and verse 5. And it says this. It says, Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice.
And the only people that fit are the nation of Israel. When you go back to the time of Moses and the children of Israel, when they went into the wilderness, that's who it's talking about. Go ahead.
Psalms chapter 148, verse 13. It says, Let them praise the name of the Lord, for his name alone is excellent. His glory is above the earth and heaven. He also exalted the horn of his people. That says, The praise of all his saints, even of the children of Israel, a people near unto him, praise ye the Lord.
Yeah, so I don't understand why you have Jakes out there, that you got Jakes out there that want Esau to be saved, but there's no scripture that even comes close to saying that Esau can be saved. But they want to bend. I want you to get me a precept. Get me Psalm 58, and start at the 4th verse.
Psalms chapter 58, verse 4. Their poison is like the poison of a serpent. They are like the deaf adder that stoppeth.
We're talking about this devil, Esau.
They are like the deaf adder that stoppeth her ear, which will not hearken to the voice of charmers, charming never so wisely. Break their teeth, O Most High, in their mouth.
What is their teeth? Their military might. The reason why they're able to go to this Arab country and that Arab country or that Islamic country and talking about, oh, we're concerned about democracy, because you got a military behind you, man. Because if you didn't have that mighty military, you wouldn't be in them countries, because they'll burn your ass up. And another thing you devils do, you don't mess with nobody as equal of power with you. In other words, you ain't all the atrocities that's going on in China. You ain't gonna go over there and stop to say that. Look, the Chinese got to get democracy, because they will burn your ass, man. And you won't mess with them Russians, man. And by the way, they're gonna burn you any damn way. This place is gonna get burnt, you know. Like I talked to these Edomites, right? when I do my job, there's one Edomite, he was asking me about the candidates and stuff, and he said, what do you think about Palin? I said, man, Palin, she ain't no damn body. What about Romney? I said, he ain't no damn body. What are we going to do? And I put my hands up in the press. I said, you got to pray. I said, because this society, this place is finished, man. But he don't know me, but he kind of knows that something spiritual about me, you know? So he asked me them questions, and I keep telling him the same thing. I tell everybody the same thing. I go around and say, this society's finished. This is done. America's fucking through, man. You know? You better enjoy yourself in the last couple of minutes you got on this earth. But then I only go so far. I don't tell them the whole thing. But I'll tell them if they keep asking, I said, basically, you're an Edomite, man, which pretty much makes you the damn devil, you know? And we're Israelites, and we're going to kick your fucking ass. All right?
This is Jeremiah 49:10. But I have made Esau bare. I have uncovered his secret places, and he shall not be able to hide himself. His seed is spoiled, and his brethren, and his neighbor, and he is not.
Right. In other words, he's a big zero, man. You know, the whole world sees that you've been struggling with this recession or depression, whatever the hell you want to call it. You've been struggling with this, and then this clown monkey boy came out trying to sound presidential. Now the unemployment rate went up another percent. So it's a 9.1%. So he hasn't kept his promises. All right, go ahead.
This is back in Psalms 58:6. Break their teeth, O Most High, in their mouth. Break out the great teeth of the young lions, O Lord. Let them melt away as waters which run continually.
So the great teeth in the lion's mouth, so to speak, is talking about their military might. It says that they're going to melt away. What's going to make them melt away? The radiation from those ICBM missiles. Go ahead.
It says, when he bendeth his bow to shoot his arrows.
When he sets that brings forth a missile, ICBM missile from the silo. The silo is the bow, which is your launching pod or whatever you want to call it, which is in the ground. And the arrow is the actual missile. So when you go to shoot them missiles, because you're heading into the Third World War. Go ahead.
It says, when he bendeth his bow to shoot his arrows, let them be as cut in pieces, as a snail which melteth, let every one of them pass away, like the untimely birth of a woman, that they may not see the sun. Before your pots can feel the thorns, he shall take them away as with a whirlwind. Excuse me. Both living and in his wrath. The righteous shall rejoice when he seeth the vengeance. He shall.
Oh, the vengeance of who? It's obviously talking about Esau, right? It's obviously talking about the devil. What does it say that the righteous is going to do? Is the righteous going to try to save him? Go ahead.
The righteous shall rejoice when he.
The righteous shall rejoice. Look up the word rejoice. When we see these devils go down, we're not going to feel, oh, look at that little Edomite baby, the little blonde hair, blue-eyed little devil baby. I feel so bad. We're going to rejoice when we see these. So I think about you idiots out there, you bootleg Israelites that can't get no fruit worth a damn. All right? You're fruitless. You got it
out? Yeah. This is the book of Psalms 58:10 in the Hebrew. The righteous, the Hebrew word there is tazadakia. Tazadakia. Tazadach, which means just, lawful, righteous, righteous in government, just.
That's the word for rejoice?
Yeah. That's, hold on, I want to make sure. Rejoice. Righteous and rejoice. Rejoice, the Hebrew word there is shamach, which means to rejoice, be glad, to rejoice arrogantly, exalt. To rejoice arrogantly, exalt. They got a typo here. To rejoice religiously, to cause to rejoice, gladden, make glad, to cause to rejoice, gladden, make glad. Down here, to rejoice, be glad, to be that of a joyful and cheerful countenance. That's pretty much it.
Basically, now we got to go back to Isaiah 14. Somebody read it earlier. The nations are going to rejoice too. Everybody's going to be happy. When you devils get destroyed, everybody's happy days are here again. You know? All right, go ahead.
Somewhere I left off.
Right, yeah, read that point with the nations, who was that?
Okay, I got it.
Read that again.
Okay. This is Isaiah 14:9. It says, hell from beneath is moved for thee to meet thee at thy coming. It stirred up the dead for thee, even all the chief ones of the earth. It hath raised up from their thrones all the kings of the nations. All they shall speak and say unto thee, art thou also become weak as we? Art thou become like unto us? Thy pomp is brought down to the grave, and the noise of thy vials. The worm is spread under thee, and the worms cover thee. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down from to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of the Most High. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. They shall see thee, they that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee, and consider thee, saying, is this the man that made the earth to tremble, that did shake kingdoms, that made the world as a wilderness, and destroyed the cities thereof, that opened not the house of his prisoners?
Yeah, so they're going to see all that, and they're going to say, they're going to arrogant, look at this guy that came into our nation and said we had to accept democracy and Christianity. Is this that them that dropped, you know, they're going to be looking, we're going to be kicking you in the ass every freaking day. And then them other nations are going to be looking for a rest period so they can get their foot up your ass. They're going to be on you, man. They're going to be on you. Go ahead.
This is Habakkuk 2:6. Shall not all these take up? Yep. Okay. Habakkuk 2:6. It says, shall not all these take up a parable against him, and a taunting proverb against him, and say, woe to him that increaseth that which is not his. How long? And to him that ladeth himself with thick clay. Shall they not rise up suddenly that shall bite thee, and awake that shall vex thee, and thou shalt be for booties unto them?
That whole script, we can read that whole chapter. We can read that whole, matter of fact, continue to read.
Verse 8, because thou hast spoiled many nations, all the remnant of the people shall spoil thee, because of men's blood, and for the violence of the land of the city.
That's talking about all the nations. It's talking about all the nations. It's talking about Israel, number one, but the rest of the nations. They're going to be looking, because we're going to treat these nations fairly, man. We're going to treat them fairly. We're going to be over them, but we're going to treat them fairly. They're not going to be on our level. They're not going to be sitting on thrones. We're the only ones that's going to be sitting on thrones. And all Israel is going to be sitting on thrones. The 1/3 and the other 2/3. We're all going to be sitting on thrones. And they're going to be underneath us. But they're going to be looking to put a foot in Esau's ass right along when we got our foot.
That them coming back up out of them chains being taken up off the beast, and them ascending out of the bottomless pit. And then where did America come from? The so-called founding forefathers came from where? From Europe. The bottomless pit is in Europe. So it said that when this country was set up, the scripture said when this country was set up, that was risen up from the bottomless pit, the reason why it was set up was to be destroyed, go into perdition.
That's right. All right, go ahead.
All right, and it says, and they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was, and is not, and yet is. And here is the mind which hath wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sitteth, and there are 7 kings. 5 are fallen, and one is, and the other is not yet come.
Right. 5 are fallen is talking about the Greeks, Germania Major, Germania Minor. That's 3. The Gauls, which are the French. All right. And there was one more. Española. All right. Or Spain, so you can understand. So 5 have fallen, and one is. The one is talking about the Roman Empire itself, because when John the Revelator on the Isle of Patmos was scribing this, it was during the stronghold of the Roman Empire. This is when the Roman Empire was still in their power. Go ahead.
It says, and there are 7 kings, 5 are fallen, and one is, and the other is not yet come. And when he comes,
and the other is not yet come, is talking about England, and then from England, America came out of England, or so-called Great Britain. Go ahead.
And when he cometh, he must continue a short space. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th.
That's America. Go ahead.
And is of the 7.
Which came out of America, came out of Europe, because you had the so-called Puritans and so-called Puritans, Pilgrims and so forth come to the New World. So they were a bunch of Europeans. And when they during the time of the turn of the century, when they allowed these so-called immigrants to come in, basically it was the so-called Jew, the Irish, the Italian, and other Edomite nations. Those were the ones that came in first. All right, go ahead.
Jeremiah chapter 50, verse 11. Because you were glad, because you rejoiced, O ye destroyers of mine heritage, because you are grown fat as the heifer at grass, and bellow as bulls. Your mother shall be sore confounded. She that bare you shall be ashamed. Behold, the hindermost of the nations shall be a wilderness, a dry land, and a desert.
Read that again.
It says, your mother shall be sore confounded.
Your mother is talking about England, because America came out of England, which is a colony of England or Great Britain. Go ahead.
She that bare you shall be ashamed. Behold.
Yeah, but she that bare you shall be ashamed. So if she's going to be ashamed, that means she's going to attack you. She's going to be one of the horns that's going to attack you. Matter of fact, it's in the same chapter. Matter of fact, let's go right to it and read it.
This is our verse 18. And the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate.
Great Britain or England is one of those horns. So all these European allies, whether it be NATO or the EU, they're going to all turn against you. You're going to do something. You're going to do something stupid, and it's going to cause all those European nations, your so-called allies, they're going to turn against you, and they're going to shoot fire. Because we keep saying the Russians is going to destroy you. It's not just the Russian. It's your allies that's going to destroy you as well. So the Lord, when the Lord comes back with the angels, they're going to be destroying you with those lasers from those ships. And Russia's going to be shooting missiles on you. Most likely China is going to be shooting missiles on you. And certain other dark nations are going to be shooting missiles on you. And the NATO nations, they're going to be shooting missiles on you. And England or Great Britain, that's going to be one nation that's going to be shooting missiles on you. And it's going to have something to do with America and Israel. Go ahead.
It says, and the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh, and burn her with fire.
And that fire is those ICBM missiles, the missiles that they possess. So that's how you're going to, we keep pushing that Russia's going to do it. It's not just Russia. There's going to be a assembly of nations. The Assembly of Nations is not just the former Russian republics coming back together. It's talking about England or Great Britain, Germany, France, Greece. Go ahead.
Back in Jeremiah 50 and 12, it says, she that bare you shall be ashamed. Behold, the hindermost of the nations shall be a wilderness, a dry land, and a...
The hindermost of the nations is America. It's going to be a wilderness, a dry land, a desert. Go ahead.
Back in Revelation 17 and 9. And here, I'm sorry, and 10. I'm sorry, 11. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the eighth and is of the seven and goeth into perdition.
Yeah, now look up the word perdition. That's Revelation 17 and 11. It said he is the eighth, which is America, which is that whore, and is of the seven, which is the original beast, those groups of European nations, and shall go into perdition. Let's look it up.
Yeah, the Greek word for perdition,
Strong's G 684. Apoleia. Apoleia.
which means destroying, utter destruction of vessels, perishing, ruin, destruction of money, the destruction which consists of eternal misery in hell. Yeah, which they went off. Perdition, destruction. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, because the place that's going to be totally destroyed is America. All right, go ahead.
All right. That says back in Revelation chapter 13, verse 11. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the eighth and is of the seven and goeth into perdition. And the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as yet, but receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast.
That represents the EU, which now is was it 27 nations. Now, when you check these nations and you go back to their origins, a lot of them link up to one of the 10, the originals, because you have republics that break up into other republics. So you have to go back to the origins of that nation or that republic or that system, because there's really only 10 of them. All right, go ahead.
These have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast. These shall make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them, for he is Lord of lords and King of kings. And they that are with him are called and chosen and faithful. And he saith unto me, the waters which thou sawest where the horse sitteth are peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues. And the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh and burn her with fire. For the Most High hath put in their hearts to fulfill his will, and to agree and give their kingdom unto the beast, until the words of the Most High shall be fulfilled. And the woman which thou sawest is that great city which reigneth over the kings of the earth.
That woman is, like I said, America. Now we're going to 18, right? Go ahead.
Revelation 18 and 1. And after these things I saw another angel come down from heaven, having power, and the earth was lightened with his glory.
So now, so you can understand, this is John the Revelator on the Isle of Patmos, the island of Patmos, seeing these visions and writing them down. So he saw how the United States was destroyed, or America was destroyed, all right, by these other horns, the 10 horns and so forth, which is, like I said, NATO and the EU. So now the movie continues. So America's already destroyed, so he's writing down the after effect of America being destroyed, of Babylon being destroyed. Go ahead.
And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen.
Because it finally fell. Because it said it was going to go into perdition, right? So it finally fell. So an angel proclaimed that Babylon is destroyed. All right, go ahead.
Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit.
And these devils are not talking about Edomites, because America was already destroyed. Babylon was already destroyed. So the devils are talking about spirits. You're going to have spirits, because you have spirits everywhere. You're going to have spirits.
Website called Patmos History. It says, in the year 96 A.D., St. John the Divine was banished in Patmos by Emperor Domitianos, which would be Domitian Caesar. in punishment for having been preaching the Gospels in Ephesus. This is the reason why Patmos became the center of orthodoxy and has been renowned ever since. It was on this island that the apostle St. John the Divine wrote the Apocalypse, stating in the preface, "I resided in an island called Patmos to preach the will of God and show my faith in the martyrdom of Jesus Christ." During his exile, St. John the Divine lived in a cave, which is now called the Apocalypse Cave. After the death of the emperor in year 97 AD, John returned to Ephesus, where he lived to a ripe old age. A text entitled Journeys and Miracles of St. John the Divine, written by his disciple Prochorus, was accepted by Byzantine tradition and the Christians of Patmos.
Yeah, so he was exiled. So now there's no record. There's not been one scholar that came up with a record as to whether he actually got off the Isle of Patmos, where he was exiled by Emperor Domitian, which, by the way, is the brother of Titus. Now, you remember the history on Titus, how he took down our foreparents, and he celebrated it, man. And he went into the temple and stole the holy items and so forth, the candelabra, menorah, as they call it, the rams, there was a silver ram's horn. It was all gold, all kind of things, all right? And it was said that he used that, he used that to build these arenas and so forth. So they didn't give a, and like I said, they celebrated the fact that they took us down, all right? And that was also, Domitian was also the son of, he was the brother of Titus, and he was the son of Vespasian. These were three bastards, man. Right, they were known, that family line was known as the Flavian dynasty, all right? So that's history right there. That's some history in a nutshell based upon that year period. But like I said, there's no record of him coming off the Isle of Patmos and going out and prophesying again before peoples, kings, tongues, and so forth. So the conclusion is this: he never did it. That means it never happened. That means it's getting ready to happen. That means he's going to have to come back in the reincarnation, because it's obvious at about the age of 100, he was near death or about to die. And since they couldn't find any record of him going out there prophesying, he had to die, because more than about 2,000 years went by. So we know he's not 2,000 years old. He had to die. But there's, like I said, there's no record on it of him going out there prophesying. So when is he going to prophesy? Now, in the reincarnation, when the Most High raised him back up. Now, back at the main school, 1 West, the man that was deemed to be John the Revelator was Ariel. That's why we always say that Ariel going to come back. Now, that's something that was taught. That's something that we accept. And it's a matter of time whether that's going to be manifested or not. Because we are in the last days. I mean, we're that close. The Lord said in Matthew 24, the apostles asked him, what is the sign of the end and the sign of thy coming? He said, when you shall see wars and rumors of wars, earthquakes. Everything that he said is happening right now and is intensifying. Now, just to back up the point on reincarnation, because you have Hebrew Israelite groups out there that don't accept reincarnation. That's because they're not deep in the scriptures, and the Spirit of the Most High, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, is not working with them. All right? I like the reader or the elder to get me Matthew's, the 11th chapter, and the 12th verse. 12 to about the 14th verse, and then immediately go from Matthew 11 to Matthew 17, verse 1 on down, and then go to Malachi 4.
This is the book of Matthew, chapter 11, and verse 12. And from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven suffered violence.
And by the way, the kingdom of heaven is the nation of Israel. We are the kingdom of heaven. So when the kingdom of heaven is established, you got these Edomites waiting for the kingdom of heaven. You're a damn fool, because the kingdom of heaven is the nation of Israel. And when the Most High establishes the nation of Israel, which is the kingdom of heaven, you're going to be in the kingdom, but you're going to play a slave in the kingdom. Go ahead.
It says, and from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven suffered violence, and the violent take it by force.
And the violent ones represent the Romans. The Romans took us down violently. Go ahead.
It says, for all the prophets and the law prophesied until John. And if you will receive it, this is Elias, which was for to come.
That's what the Lord said. That's what the Messiah said, Yahweh Shai. And if you receive it, if it can get through your thick head, your thick skull, if you can perceive it, if you can decipher it in your mind. And the reason why he made that statement before he said this is Elias, which is forth to come, because not everybody was going to get it, even to this day. Read that part again.
It says, and if you will receive it, this is Elias, which was for to come. He that hath ears to hear, let him hear.
Then he went on to say, he that have ears to hear, let him hear. So this is only for the ones that have understanding. That's why you got a lot of these idiots out here that are bugged out of their damn mind. All right? Go ahead.
Matthew chapter 17, verse 1. And after 6 days, Yahushua taketh Peter, James, and John his brother, and bringeth them up into an high mountain apart, and was transfigured before them. And his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment was white as the light. And behold, there appeared unto them Moses and Elias talking with him. Then answered Peter and said unto Yahushua, Lord, it is good for us to be here. If thou wilt, let us make here 3 tabernacles, one for thee, one for Moses, and one for Elias. While he yet spake, behold, a bright cloud overshadowed them, and behold, a voice out of the cloud which said, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Hear ye him. And when the disciples heard it, they fell on their face and were sore afraid. And Yahushua came and touched.
And by the way, that was also the fulfillment in Deuteronomy, 18 verses 15. Get that right quick. Because the ship that came down said, This is my beloved Son. Hear ye him. Did not Moses actually say that? Moses said, well, we're going to let the book speak. Go ahead.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 18 and verse 15. The Lord thy power will raise up unto thee a prophet from the midst of thee, of thy brethren, as like unto me. Unto him you shall hearken, according to all that thou desirest of the Lord thy power in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, Let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my power, neither let me see this great fire any more, that I die not. And the Lord said unto me, They have well spoken that which they have spoken. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. And it shall come to pass that whosoever will not hearken unto my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. But the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die. And if thou say in thine heart, How shall we know the word which the Lord hath not spoken? When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord hath not spoken, but the prophet have spoken it presumptuously, thou shalt not be afraid of him.
Yeah, because they got this thing going around about the year 2000 thing, but give me the book of Luke. Go ahead.
Luke chapter 17, verse 22. And he said unto the disciples, the days will come when you shall desire to see one of the days of the Son of Man, and you shall not see it.
So that's part of the Medo Persians even got together. The Medes and the Persians even got together. All right, go ahead.
Right. It says, therefore the he-goat waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and forward came up four notable ones toward the four winds of heaven. And out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceeding great, toward the south, and toward the east, and toward the pleasant land. And it waxed great even to the host of heaven, and it cast down some of the host and of the stars to the ground.
Yeah, this is not talking about the Roman Empire bringing down Israel with Herod. This is not talking about George W. Bush. You know, this is not talking about America. This is talking about Antiochus IV, also known as Antiochus Epiphanes. That's what that's talking about. But it said there were four. When Alexander died at the age of 32, there were four generals up under him. Then there was like a mention of a fifth. You had Antigonus was one of them, but the main four was Lysimaeus, Cassandra, Seleucid, and Ptolemy. And you had a line of the Ptolemies, and you had a line of the Seleucid line, which were known as the Epiphanes. All right. I'm sorry. You had Antiochus. You had the line of the Antiochus, the Antiochus. Some of the scholars refer to it as Antiochus, named the name given to Antioch. That name goes back to the line of Antioch, Antiochus or Antiochus. We say Antiochus. So you had Antiochus the first, second, third, fourth was Epiphanes, and that's who it's talking about in Daniel the 8th chapter. Okay. Now go to the breakdown. Go to the breakdown of the rams, the two horns, and the goat. Go ahead.
All right. Daniel 8 and 20. The ram which thou sawest, having two horns, are the kings of Media and Persia, and the rough goat.
So the scriptures. So you can't say, well, that's not talking about that. That horn represents Satan. It represents Lucifer. It don't represent Satan or it don't represent Lucifer, dumbass. It's telling you right there, just in case you can't get it, the angel broke it down to Daniel. Read it again.
It says, the ram which thou sawest having two horns are the kings of Media and Persia, and the rough goat is...
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run into them church pastors, and I'm going to ask him to break it down before I get to it. Then when he comes, that's talking about Lucifer. Then I say, okay, let's jump down. Okay, let's see if it says Lucifer. Go ahead.
It says, and the rough goat is the king of Grecia.
Which is, look up the word Grecia. Because you roll up on a nigga and say Grecia. Well, that ain't talking about the Greeks. That's Grecia. So you got the Greeks and you got Grecia. Grecia, Greeks, Grecia. Two different things. Then you're going to run into assholes like that. Let's see what the word Greca means.
Yeah, the word there is the Hebrew word is Yawan, which means Ionia or Greece. And they have son of Japheth and grandson of Noah. Greece, Ionia, Ionians, location of descendants of Yawan. Down here is Greece. Yeah, pretty much.
Now, the people of Yawan came out of the line of Japhet, Yapath, which are dark-skinned people, found in Genesis the 10th chapter. Now, Alexander did not come out of Yawan. He did not come out of the seed or the line of Yapath. He was actually an Edomite. Because what Edomites did was they conquered the different worlds around them. Like Rome, ancient Rome, that was possessed by the people of Japhet. That's why when you watch these movies, and another thing, you guys out there, you got to watch these period pieces, man. You can't be watching what's the new Negro, but you can't be watching that movie Jumping Over the Broom. That's that new Negro movie. You couldn't pay me to go watch a stupid movie like that. Any of them movies with Tyler Perry, them stupid movie for colored girls, you know, don't be watching. I mean, you might have to watch it with your daggone woman because she wants to watch it, you know. But you ain't gonna get into you shouldn't get into no movie. If you cry in a movie like that, brother, you might not be one of the elect, you know. Don't let me roll up on you in the movies, man, with some Kleenex crying because you done saw Jumping Over the Damn Broom. You supposed to watch these period pieces, man. And you're supposed to look at these period pieces like the movie Alexander the Greek. The newest one was crap, you know, because this guy Oliver Stone, he said, I'm gonna really put all the facts in there. I'm gonna show him that they were faggots. Well, that movie didn't do so good because you made the white man look like a damn faggot, man. Which he is anyway, but you wasn't supposed to bring it out. You wasn't supposed to let the world know that you were, in reality, you're a bunch of faggots and pedophiles. But you got to watch these period pieces, man. All right? Go ahead.
It says, now that being broken, it says, and the rough goat is the king of Grecia, and the great horn that is between his eyes is the first king. Now that being broken, whereas 4 stood up for it, 4 kingdoms shall stand up out of the nation, but not in his power. And in the latter,
yeah, because when you go into the Maccabees and you go into the Daniel, the 11th chapter, you go into the Josephus and other history books, historical documents, they were warring against each other to try to get the power seat. All right, now. They didn't have the power that Alexander had. He had that whole area of land that they had to split into 4. So they were basically fighting against each other. Go ahead.
It says, and in the latter time of their kingdom, when the transgressors are come to the full, a king of fierce countenance and understanding dark sentences shall stand up.
That was one of the 4 that come out of the line of the 4 out of the Seleucid Empire or the Seleucid dynasty, which means powerful family. That was Antiochus the 4th, also known as Epiphanes, or Antiochus the 4th, Antiochus Epiphanes. That's what that's talking about, which we're not even going to get into right now. All right? Now let's go back to Revelation.
Revelation 13:1. And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. And the beast which I saw was like unto a
And the word blasphemy basically means go to that in the blue letter. Revelation 13:1. Look up the word blasphemy. Because you got this guy, Bubble-Eyed Blackfish, talking about there's a group of Edomites that's going to deny their father and choose the Lord. Well, there's no scripture on that. You're adding to the scripture. It said they were going to come in the name of they're going to come blaspheming. They're going to blaspheme the name of the Lord. They're not going to come loving the Lord. They're going to defy the Lord. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. Go ahead.
Yeah, Revelation 13:1, the Greek word for blasphemy.
Strong's G 988, blasphemia. Blasphemia.
Which means slander, detraction, speech injurious to another's good name, impious and reproachful speech injurious to divine majesty.
That's all I need to know. Basically, they're going to have negative things to say about the Most High and be totally against the Most High. Go ahead.
And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear.
The leopard represent the Alexander the Greek. That's the beginning of it. Matter of fact, go to Daniel the 7th chapter and go right to the point.
Daniel chapter 7, verse 6. After this I beheld, and lo, another like a leopard, which had upon the back of it 4 wings of a fowl. The beast had also 4 heads, and dominion was given to it.
That's talking about that's talking about Alexander the Greek, which was a leopard, and the 4 heads represent the 4 generals that came after he died at a young age. And I mentioned them: Lacemaeus, Cassandra, Seleucid, and Ptolemy. All right? Go ahead. That's it? Okay, let's go back.
All right, it says,
over it. That's democracy. And that is what's leading all the other nations, because the so-called white man goes into the other nations and he removes their system and he brings his system. He wants you to bow down to his God. He wants you to worship his way. If your people ain't faggots, he wants to make faggots out of your people. That's what democracy is. And that's why all the other nations are going to get angry and turn against this devil. You got something you want to say?
yeah, so that you nations could be tributary to the so-called white man.
Yeah, he doesn't, unless he can be the top dog, that's the only way he can cohabitate with you. If he's the top dog and you're the little subservient little slave. Yeah, you're just, and you got 2/3 of our people that have no problem with that. All right, that's why you're going to be eliminated. All right, go on.
The number of whom is as the sand of the sea.
Right, so going back to the true, what it's really saying, that's talking about the matter of fact, let's go to the book of Joel, the 3rd chapter and the 9th verse. That's talking about all the nations that's going to come together in the Persian Gulf, which in the Bible is known as the Valley of Jehoshaphat, because that's where the World War III is going to kick off. All right?
Joel chapter 3, verse 9. Proclaim ye this among the Gentiles. Prepare war.
Right, and that's what's happening. All you got to do is check the news. All right? Even as we speak, America is at war with Libya. All right? They're dropping bombs on them, aren't they? So guess what? That's a war. Well, what is it? A Sunday school picnic? It's a war. All right? They're dropping bombs on Libya. They're dropping bombs. They've been dropping bombs on Pakistan, unmanned drones. You got something you want to say?
Yeah, and that because they're saying that it really isn't a war until Congress declares it, which is bullshit. When in the ancient world did anybody have to wait for a Congress to declare war? When a king was set against another king, they would get their troops together, and then they would send the troops over there, and before the troops would get there, they would send like an ambassador, and that ambassador would find out, look, is this going to be peace or is it going to be war? Right. You want to go to war or not? And depending on the king's answer, then they would just go to war. It wasn't no thing where you had a Congress, a group of men that sat together and legislated and found out, okay, should we go to war with them or not? It happened to fall on the king and on his counselors.
That's right. And right now, underneath the Rothschilds and the bankers, Obama is your king right now. All right? So he gave the order, and bombs are being dropped. So America is at war. All right, so go on.
All right, back in Revelation chapter 20, verse 8. And shall go out to deceive the nations which are on the 4 quarters of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together to battle, the number of whom is as the sand of the sea. And they went up on the breadth of the earth and compassed the camp of the saints about, and the beloved city, and fire came down from the Most High out of heaven and devoured them.
Right, that's talking about those nuclear missiles. All right, like I said, that's where World War III is going to jump off. All right, down there in what you call the Persian Gulf, which is the Valley of Jehoshaphat. Go on.
It says, and the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and he shall be tormented day and night forever and ever.
Right. Basically, you so-called white people, you're going into slavery, beginning with your elites. All right. The nuclear destruction ain't going to touch your elites. Your elites are going to be delivered through that. But the reason they're going to be delivered through it is for them to be our slaves, pursuant to Psalm 149, the 5th verse to the 9th verse. They're going to be our first crop of slaves. All right, go on.
And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away, and there was found no place for them.
Right, that great white throne is talking about Yahweh Shai. That's talking about, white throne represents judgment. And Yahweh Shai is going to be in those chariots Yahushua is going to be in those chariots, and those chariots are going to finally land, and Yahushua is going to have total rulership over the planet Earth. All right?
And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before the Most High.
Read 11 again.
And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away.
Right, that's talking about the first rulership, which was given to Esau, is going to be done away. That's what it means, the first heaven and earth fled away. All right, that's talking about the rulership of the so-called white man is going to be done away with. Go on.
And there was found no place for them.
And there was found, they're never going to rule again. Pursuant to the book of Job, I think it's the 20th chapter, it said, the eye that see him shall see him no more. So goodbye, so-called white man. Goodbye to your bogus rulership. Go on.
And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before the Most High, and the books were open, and another book was open, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books according to their works.
Right, because now is going to be the time of judgment. All right? This is figuratively speaking. Because the books are already open. We're opening the books on you devils. Are we not judging you from what's written in the books? So the books are already open. But that you're going to serve your judgment in our kingdom. What is your judgment? Revelation 13:9 and 10. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Has the patience and the faith of the saints. Go on.
And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them, and they were judged every man according to their works.
So you're going to be judged, all right? Beginning with your elites. All that wickedness that you're doing with that so-called New World Order crap, you're going to be judged for that. All right? The Georgia Guidestones where you want to eliminate 5.5, is it, billion people, you're going to be judged for that. The chemtrails that you're putting in the air, you're going to be judged for that. Go on.
And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death.
The nuclear missiles. Go on.
And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire.
Right, which is the 2/3 of our people, and basically you so-called white people and all the other nations that live right here in America. That lake of fire is the nuclear missiles. Now let's go to the 21st chapter.
Revelation 21:1. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea.
Right, the first heaven and the first earth is your rulership, so-called white man, is going to be done away with. Pursuant to 2 Peter, the 3rd chapter, and what is it, the 8th verse? Could you go there real quick? 2 Peter 3 and 8. We look for new heavens, because that says it beautifully. 2 Peter 3 and 13, I think it is.
Come on. 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 13. Nevertheless, we, according to his promise, look for new heavens and a new earth wherein dwelleth righteousness.
Yeah, and that's talking about us. See, when we take over rulership, we're going to be ruling in righteousness. That's why when you go back to the Revelation 21, read the first verse again.
Revelation 21:1. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea.
Right, the first heaven and the first earth is your rulership, so-called white man, because you're in heaven right now, and we're in hell. All right, go on.
And I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from the Most High out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband.
Right, that's talking about the elect. It says coming down, because like I said, eventually the chariots are going to land, and we're going to come out and basically take over the planet Earth. All right? I'm talking about the elect of the nation of Israel that are going to be delivered through the destruction. Go on.
And I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, Behold, the tabernacle of the Most High is with men.
Right, the tabernacle of the Most High is Israel. What kind of men? The Israelite men. All right? Go on.
And he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people.
Yeah, the Israelite men shall be the Lord's people. Go on.
And the Most High himself shall be with them and be their power.
Right, the Most High himself, meaning Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai himself. All right, not by proxy. All right, himself is going to be with us, man. We're going to be in the presence of Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. So whenever we need anything, even before we call, it's going to be given to us. All right, go on.
And the Most High shall wipe away all tears from their eyes,
Yeah, because you got many tears in your eyes now. You tribes, you know, thinking how to pay your rent, thinking of how to get a job and all of that. You won't have to worry about that in those days. Go on.
and there shall be no more death.
Right, no more death, meaning slavery. All right, we're going to be rulership. In rulership. Go on.
Neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away.
And those are the things we all went through as people of the Lord. Go on.
And he that sat upon the throne said, Behold, I make all things new.
Yep, pursuant to 2 Peter 3 and 13. It's going to be a new heaven and a new earth. Everything is going to be new, which really is not new. It's just going to go back to the way it was during the time of Adam and Eve, before Adam went off and then Eve.
Backwards to save this damn devil. Now, where do we leave off at in Revelation?
Back in Revelation 7 and 14.
Go ahead.
Revelation chapter 7, verse 13. And one of the elders answered, saying unto me, What are these which are arrayed in white robes, and whence came they? And I said unto him, Sir, thou knowest. And he said to me, These are they which came out of great tribulation, and have washed their robes, and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Therefore are they before the throne of the Most High, and serve him day and night in his temple, and he that sitteth on the throne shall dwell among them. They shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more, neither shall the sun light on them, nor any heat. For the Lamb which is in the midst.
In other words, we're not going to catch any more hell. Give me the book of Isaiah, the 14th chapter and the first verse. And I go through this a lot, but this is a key scripture right here. And then most of these scriptures that you go through talk about one nation enslaving another nation, namely the children of Israel. That nation is going to pay by going into slavery. So these idiots out here that say that Esau could make it, you notice they'll never go in Isaiah the 14th chapter. They'll never go to Revelation 13, 9, and 10. They'll never go into Exodus 21, 16. They'll never go into Psalms, the 2nd chapter. There's a lot of scriptures I can bring out showing you that they're going into captivity. Any nation that lead another nation into captivity shall go into captivity. All right? Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 14, verse 1. For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Israel, and set them in their own land. And the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob.
Right, the strangers are talking about those other Israelites. You have some Israelites that woke up like we woke up before a lot of you did, and then a lot of you saw us, and you clung unto us, meaning that you clung unto what we were teaching, which we were teaching the words of the Most High. Go ahead.
It says, For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Israel, and set them in their own land, and the strangers shall be joined with them. And
we know that that's not talking about right now, because over there in the land of Israel, you got a bunch of scum rats over there. That's why the media in this country, whether they be the media, the Congress, the Senate, or the two houses of the Senate, or the two houses of Congress, rather, whatever administration is in office, they always talk about Republicans are different than Democrats. That's bullshit, man. Because none of these presidents ever, from the time of 1948, during the time of the Rothschilds, when they surveyed the land of Israel, and they had set up the land of Israel as the state of Israel, you never had any president say, well, look, we're not going to support Israel. Whether they be Republican or Democrat, they all support the nation of Israel. Why? Because they get their orders from the illuminated ones. Go ahead.
it says, And they shall cleave to the house of Jacob, and the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids, and they shall take them captives, whose captives they were.
So what nation brought us into captivity? There were a bunch of nations that brought us into captivity. But what nation are we in the hands of right now? Esau. Give me what is that? What is that? Exodus 21:16. Oh, give me that. Because we're in captivity unto this very day. We can't do what the hell we want to do, man. To prove that, go and get you a car. Don't put no driver's license. Don't put no plates on this shit. Don't drive with no driver's license, and then drive like a damn maniac. But don't hit nobody, and I guarantee you're gonna get stopped and you're gonna get locked up, and they're gonna put your ass through the system. Get a daggone house and add a porch on that house. See whether you get a stick on that porch where you got to go to the judge and answer why you putting a porch on your house. Niggas talking about you free. You ain't free. You're under the hands of this damn devil. Now you might be saying to yourself, well, if you guys say that you're not free, you're able to say what you want to say. Well, we're able to say what we want to say because the Most High put the spirit on us to say what we want to say. Plus the Most High made it where this devil put in this Constitution the right to free speech. That was in there for us, not for anybody else. Go ahead.
It says, Exodus 21:16. And he that stealeth the man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death.
So not only are you going to go into slavery, a lot of you are going to be put to death in the process. Now, where do we leave off at? All right, go ahead.
Isaiah 14:2. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids, and they shall take them captives whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors.
And we're going to rule over our oppressors. Give me the blue letter on that, Ak. Rule over our oppressors. Right, Isaiah 14 verse. We're going to read some more out of that. Then we're going to go right back into the book of Revelation. Verse 2. Rule.
Isaiah 14:2. We're going to go into Greek and look up the word rule. The word there is radah, which means to rule, have dominion, dominate, tread down, to have dominion, rule, subjugate, to cause to dominate, to scrape out, to scrape out, to subdue, to rule over. Let me click on here, see it. Figuratively, to possess oneself of, to take possession of.
Let's read on.
It says, and it shall come to pass in the day that the Lord shall give thee rest from thy sorrow, and from thy fear, and from the hard bondage wherein thou was made to serve, that thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon, and say, how hath the oppressor ceased? The golden city ceased.
That's why you got men around this whole country, Babylon, and around the world, going out in the corners cursing you out. Because that's part of the plans of the Most High. We only doing the work of the Most High. Go ahead.
The Lord hath broken the staff of the wicked, and the scepter.
The wicked is talking about you Edomites. Go ahead.
And the scepter of the rulers. He who smote the people in wrath with a continual stroke, he that ruled the nations in anger, is persecuted, and none hindereth. The whole earth is at rest, and is quiet, and they break forth into singing. Yea, the fir trees rejoice at thee, and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, since thou art laid down, no feller has come up against us.
That's talking about people. Those trees are actually talking about people. And those people, not only Israel, the other nations, the other dark nations, they're going to be happy that this devil's brought down too. Now, is there more to that? Well, we can go back to where we left off.
Back in Revelation?
Yep.
All right, this is back in Revelation chapter 7 and verse 17. For the Lamb which is in the midst of the throne shall feed them, and shall lead them unto living fountains of waters, and the Most High shall wipe away all tears from their eyes.
Now let's go back to, yep.
All right, Revelation 5 and 9. And they sung a new song, saying, Thou art worthy to take the book and to open the seals thereof, for thou wast slain and hast redeemed us to the Most High by thy blood out of every kindred and tongue and people and nation, and hast made us unto our power kings and priests, and we shall reign on the earth. And I beheld, and I heard the voice of many angels round about the throne, and the beast and the elders, and the number of them was 10,000 times 10,000, and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, saying with a loud voice, Worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing. And every creature which is in heaven and on the earth and under the earth, and such as are in the sea, and all that are in them, heard I saying, Blessing and honor and glory and power be unto him that sitteth upon the throne, and unto the Lamb forever and ever. And the four beasts said, Amen. And the 24 elders fell down and worshipped him that liveth forever and ever.
Now let's go from there. There was something that my mind, something escaped me from my mind. Let's go from there to Dad. I just had it in my mind. Oh, I'm sorry. Just came back. 1 Peter, the 2nd chapter. The key point is in the 9th verse, but let's start from the very top. Esau's ass sideways. Go ahead.
Because thou hast spoiled many nations, all the remnant of the people shall spoil thee, because of men's blood, and for the violence of the land of the city, and of all that dwell therein. Woe to him that coveteth an evil covetousness to his house.
And who does that fit on the planet Earth? Esau. That's why you've been down there in Iraq for the last more than 10 years, really about 20 years. All right, you're in Pakistan, and them people hate you over there. The people of Iraq hate you. You've been in Afghanistan. Afghanistan, that's the longest war or conflict that you've been in. That broke the record that you set back when you was in the Vietnam conflict. And the monkey boy made a statement that he promised that he was going to bring the troops back from Afghanistan in July of 2011. But we're in the month of June. Let's see what's going to happen in July. And the Congress is mad at him now because he went against the War Powers Act, where if you go into a nation and are sovereign and you strike that sovereign, you bring war against that sovereign, and within 60 days you got to go before Congress, and they have to prove whether you can stay in there or not. And he said he was only going to be there for days, a couple of days, maybe a week. And now they're getting ready to bring in ground troops. So, like I said, all the nations see this, man. All the nations see this. So now, instead of them waiting for you to come to their land, they're going to start coming at you. All right? Go ahead, I'll continue reading.
This is Habakkuk 2 and 9. It says, Woe to him that coveteth an evil covetousness to his house, that he may set his nest on high, that he may be delivered from the power of evil. Thou hast consulted shame to thy house by cutting off many people, and hast sinned against thy soul. For the stone shall cry out of the wall, and the beam out of the timber shall answer it. Woe to him that buildeth a town with blood, and establish a city by iniquity. Behold, is it not of the Lord of hosts that the people shall labor in the very fire, and the people shall weary themselves for very vanity? For the earth shall be filled with the knowledge of the glory of the Lord, as the waters cover the sea. Woe unto him that giveth his neighbor drink, that puttest thy bottle to him, and makest him drunken also, that thou mayest look on their nakedness.
Give me Revelation 17 and start from the top. So you being found out, Esau. Go ahead.
Revelation chapter 17, verse 1. And there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come hither, I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of a fornication.
That's the drink that the brother was just reading about in Habakkuk. All right? That's that drink. In other words, we're going to bring you democracy. We're going to bring you this. We're going to bring you Christianity. We're going to show you the right way to live. Then when you show them the right way to live, what pops up? Strip joints, faggots, lesbianism, pedophiles. You're going to have Arabs wanting to cut their penis off and put a vagina where their penis is supposed to be. So you're the great corrupter, you know? Go ahead.
Jeremiah 51:7. Babylon has been a golden cup in the Lord's hand that made all the earth drunken. The nations have drunken of her wine. Therefore, the nations are mad.
So they're mad. They're upset right now. You don't have that much to rule. You're talking about who the next president going to be. You got to be out your damn mind. That's your pride. The pride of thine heart have deceived thee, thou that dwelleth in the cliffs of the rocks. All right, now let's go back to, it's going to take maybe a year to cover all the Revelation, boy, all these precepts. All right, let's go back to where we left off in Revelation. All right, go ahead.
Revelation chapter 6, verse 10. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth?
So the ones that died in the Lord, they're saying, as soon as they go up to the spirit world, they're cursing out the Most High. They're like, look, Lord, we catching all kind of hell. You got faggots, you got all this madness. They're eating that garbage down there. They're just killing our people. What you going to do? When you going to take this man out? But the Most High is subject to his word, and he's subject to his prophecies. Everything happens in time. All right? Go ahead.
Then it says, and white robes were given unto every one of them. And it was said unto them that they should rest yet for a little season, until their fellow servants also and their brethren should be killed as they were, should be fulfilled. It said, and I beheld when he had opened the sixth seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became as blood. And the stars of heaven fell unto the earth, even as a fig tree casteth their untimely figs.
John, when he said he saw the stars falling from heaven, that represents those missiles coming down. Because they look like talents, they look like hell, they look like stars, they look like figs falling from the tree when the wind comes along, because the figs would fall in the ark because it would go with the wind. So, you know, there were a lot of, but you have to be out there in the Middle East to see that, you know? Go ahead.
Then you have the so-called shooting stars, and then you see how the stars come. That's how when the missiles come from the outer atmosphere, that's how they come into the earth. That's heavy. It says, and I beheld when he had opened the sixth seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became as blood. And the stars of heaven fell unto the earth, even as a fig tree casteth her untimely figs, when she is shaken of a mighty wind. And the heaven departed as a scroll when it is rolled together.
That's that mushroom cloud. So when those stars fall from heaven and the figs fall from the tree, it's really talking about those missiles. He actually saw the missiles hitting America, and then what did he see directly after that? He saw that mushroom cloud. So that's that ICBM. Go ahead.
And every mountain and island were moved out of their places, and the kings of the earth, and the great men, and the rich men, and the chief captains, and the mighty men, and every bondman, and every free man, hid themselves in the dens and in the rocks of the mountains, and said to the mountains and rocks, Fall on us, and hide us from the face of him that sitteth on the throne, and from the wrath of the Lamb. For the great day of his wrath is come, and who shall be able to stand?
Them Edomites, they're going to be humbled down. They're going to be humbled down on that day. Read that again.
It said, and said to the mountains and rocks, Fall on us, and hide us from the face of him that sitteth on the throne, and from the wrath of the Lamb. For the great day of his wrath is come, and who shall be able to stand?
That's right. You're not going to be able to stand. So you're going to eat this destruction. All right? Go ahead.
Yeah, because Elder Tahar said the so-called white man is going to be humbled down. Here's a proof. This is Isaiah 2:12. Well, I'll start at 11. It says, The lofty looks of man shall be humbled, and the haughtiness of men shall be bowed down, and the Lord alone shall be exalted in that day. That's plain. For the day of the Lord of hosts shall be upon every one that is proud and lofty, and every one that is lifted up, and he shall be brought low.
Give me Revelation, the 19th chapter, and start from the 10th verse.
Revelation chapter 19, verse 10. And I fell at his feet to worship him, and he said unto me, See thou do it not. The beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear.
Right, the feet of the bear represents the Russians, because what's going to take this system down? The Russians. Go ahead.
It says, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion.
That represent first and foremost so-called Great Britain. Go ahead.
And the dragon gave him his power and his seat and great authority.
Right, the dragon represent the Roman Empire. So the system that they're going by today is based upon the ancient Roman system. Go ahead.
And I saw one of his heads as they were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed.
That's referring to how the Roman Empire came to the point of death, but it rose back up. And it came to the point of death when Jake came up into power. And that started with Septimius Severus. You know, one day we got to do a special on the Jakes that took down the Roman Empire. Because they didn't say, okay, we're going to set up a new empire. They kept the Roman Empire going, but they were sitting in the rulership seat. Like another key person right before Constantine the Great was a man by the name of Diocletian. If I have that icon book, I can show you a picture of him. The four, yeah, do you got it? It's that green book. It's right there. Speak for a minute.
Right, so this is just to show you that you know, like Elder Tar always says when we go out to speak or when we do these different lessons, that it's not all about just calling the white man the devil. There's a lot more to the scriptures than that. You know, you have a whole, I mean, you can never run out of topics to go off. Yeah, the information is vast. I mean, I mean, you can go on one particular topic for hours and hours and hours. That's why we have, you know, because we like to get deep into the scriptures, but we have to kind of cut it a little short because for the time's sake, you know, because brothers ain't going to sit there 3, 4, 5 hours, 6 hours going into a lesson. You'll get bored, you know. So that's why, you know, we have to pick and choose the best information to bring out and bring it out to you.
Yeah, because you don't got to go into we're not history professors, man. Where we're going to go into every aspect of history because history is so vast, man. But we're going to touch on history, and then if you want to, I do that myself. I choose a key name, and I might want to go deeper into that name of that particular person at that time period and get a whole lot of information. So you ought to do the same thing, all right? This is it right here. Read the caption.
All right, this is Diocletian and his co-regents, group of tetrarchs, height 51 and an eighth inches, from Constantinople, south side of Fashide of St. Mark's, Venice. And it's basically up on the top. It says Constantine and Theodosius, Christian art in Italy. And it says in the year 292.
Hold up. Christian art in Italy. But there were only Edomites up there. There was only white people up there, right? There were Jakes. Jake's been up there, man. Jake's been up in Rome, Italy. How you think they took the throne? Because they got up in high offices in the Roman Empire. All right? So here's a picture. You can see a better picture of it, but this is from this book called The Art of the Byzantine World. All right? And that's a picture right there. You see a good shot of it. All right? And this guy, when you read about this guy, Diocletian, man, he basically, instead of using the term draconianism, you should refer to that term as Diocletianism, because he was hard on the Roman people, man. He taxed the hell out of them, man. That's where Esau is taxing the hell out of you now, because they got that from the Caesars back there, but mainly from this guy, man. They were taxing them he was taxing them Romans so bad, when they moved out of their region, he ordered them to come back. He said, look, you got to come back so I can continue to tax you, all right? Okay, now let's go back to where we left off.
This is Revelation 13 and the end of
Yeah, because we read about the one of the heads being wounded unto death. That's when Jake came up in there. And Jake ruled really for more than 1,000 years, but the 1,000-year rulership really began with Constantine the Great when he sat up on the throne and saw that vision of that sword. And what was the in hocs signo vinces, and this sign conquer. All right.
It said, and his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast. And they worshipped the dragon, which gave power unto the beast, and they worshipped the beast, saying, who is like unto
the beast? Like I said, is NATO, the EU, and United States, America. Babylon the Great is a part of NATO. And the dragon is talking about the Roman Empire 2,000 years ago. Go ahead.
Saying, who is like unto the beast, and who is able to make war with him? And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies.
The mouth speaking great, we're going to have to go back to Daniel 7. The mouth speaking great things and blasphemies is really Babylon the Great. It's really America, the U.S. Go ahead.
Daniel chapter 7, verse 7. After this I saw in the night vision, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible and strong exceedingly. And it had great iron teeth. It devoured and brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with the feet of it. And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it.
That's the Roman Empire.
And it had 10 horns. I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots. And behold, in his horn were eyes like the eyes of man, and a mouth speaking great things.
That's America. Go ahead.
It says then, verse 19, then I would know the truth of the fourth beast, which was diverse from all the others, exceeding dreadful, whose teeth were of iron, and his nails of brass, which devoured, brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with his feet. And of the 10 horns that were in his head, and of the other which came up, and before whom 3 fell, even of that horn that had eyes and a mouth that spake very great things, whose look was more stout than his fellows.
Yeah, because the American Edomite thinks they're better than the rest of those Europeans over there. Go ahead.
I beheld, and the same horn made war with the saints.
That's why ultimately, with this situation over there in Greece, Greece is getting ready to file for bankruptcy. They're getting ready to go belly up. They've been rioting for about a year so far, and they haven't stopped, and it's destroying the economy. You know, so Angela Merkel and what's the premier of the president of France, Sarkozy, they're talking about bailing them out. You know why? Because once they go down, it's going to follow suit. Because what you have to understand, these 10 horns that we're reading about is now broken up into 27 different smaller nations. So they got to do something to quell it. But eventually, you know what they're going to do? You know who really started all that nonsense? America, the American banks, the international bankers. Based in England, the Rothschilds, number 1, the Oppenheimers. And the Oppenheimers, they're older than the Rothschilds. Their money goes further back than the Rothschilds. But the Rothschilds is number 1 right now that you don't even hear about. But I was watching the financial news, and they even had an Oppenheimer commercial. So that's old money. So they're going to find out these international bankers set up all this stuff with these loans and so forth. Because it tells you in the scriptures there's what's called a statute of limitation on debt. It's 7 years. It's called a year of release. And then you have a jubilee in America, in the desert. You have people that take journeys in the desert, and they might be by themselves, and they'll hear voices in the air. Well, guess what? Those are spirits that they're listening to. Go ahead.
It says, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird.
Those are those desert creatures, which are vultures and different type of scavenger type flying creatures. Go ahead.
It says, "For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her, and the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, Come out of her, my people, that you be not partakers of her sins, and that you receive not of her plagues. For her sins have reached unto heaven."
Right now, he's going back, reflecting back to right before America is destroyed. When it said, "Come out of her, my people," that's talking about when the ships come, there's going to be a cry heard. And the people are talking about the elect. It's not talking about all Israel, because 2/3 of Israel, they're going to die right along with Esau and the other nations. So that's a call for them to be beamed up into these ships, the chariots of Israel. Go ahead.
It says, "For her sins have reached unto heaven, and the Most High has remembered her iniquities. Reward her even as she rewarded you."
And her sins have reached unto heaven. It's talking about what? Going out to outer space, partially, and all the wickedness they committed. Go ahead.
They have debris and different stuff out flying out there in space. It says, "Reward her even as she rewarded you, and double unto her double according to her works. In the cup which she has filled, fill to her double. How much she hath glorified herself and lived deliciously, so much torment and sorrow give her. For she saith in her heart, I sit a queen, and am no widow, and shall see no sorrow."
Yeah, that's that pride. I sit a queen. Give me Isaiah 47. And start from the top. The whole chapter is good. Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 47 verse 1. "Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon."
Right, that's talking about the daughter of Babylon, which is America. Go ahead.
"Sit on the ground. There is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldeans. For thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate. Take the millstone and grind meal. Uncover thy locks, make bare the leg. Uncover the thigh, pass over the rivers. Thy nakedness shall be uncovered, yea, thy shame shall be seen."
Yeah, so this was a big thing that happened last night with this passing that gay rights law. Thy shame is being seen. Go ahead.
"I will take vengeance, and I will not meet thee as a man. As for our Redeemer, the Lord of hosts is his name, the Holy One of Israel. Sit thou silent and get thee into darkness, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called the Lady of Kingdoms. I was wroth with my people. I have polluted mine inheritance and given them into thine hand. Thou didst show them no mercy."
Giving them into thy hand is talking about what? In the form of slavery. Didn't we read earlier Exodus 21:16? If they be found in your hand. So how do we know that we're in your hand? Number one, we know it because we experience it. And the Most High said he's going to put us into your hand. So what did the Most High do? He set you up. He set you up for the kill. Go ahead.
It says, "Thou didst show them no mercy."
And I can attest to that. You didn't show us no mercy in hardcore slavery. You had us shackled up. You beat us. Put yokes of iron around our neck. You hung us. There was a time after slavery where you lynched us. We caught more hell after slavery than in slavery, man. So you think you devils are not going to pay for it? And then you get mad because we call you a bunch of devils. Go ahead.
"Upon the ancient hast thou very heavily laid thy yoke. And thou saidest, I shall be a lady forever, so that thou didst not lay these things to thy heart. Neither."
Right, just like now, when you pass, when Andrew Homo passed that, signed that into the law, you didn't think about that. You wasn't thinking on the scriptures. And it's in the scriptures. It tells you that in Peter's. If you know what it is, get me that real quick. I believe it's 2 Peter's, the 2nd chapter and sample. All right, go ahead.
2 Peter chapter 2 verse 6, and turning the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah into ashes, condemned them with an overthrow, making them an ensample unto those that after should live ungodly.
Now look that up in the blue letter. 2 Peter, the 2nd chapter, in the 6th verse. Look up the word ensample. In other words, that situation in Sodom and Gomorrah being destroyed, why was it destroyed? Because they were into bestiality, they were into homosexuality, they were into lesbianism, they were into being freaks, sodomy. That's why, well, the word sodomy come from that very city, Sodom. All right, go ahead.
Okay, the Greek word for ensample.
Strong's G 5262. Hupadigma. Hupadigma.
Which means a sign suggestive of anything, delineation of a thing, representation, figure, copy, and an example for imitation of the thing to be imitated, for a warning of a thing to be shunned. I'll read that last one again. It says, for a warning or a thing to be shunned. At the top it says, a sign suggestive of anything, delineation of a thing, representation, figure, copy, and an example for imitation of the thing to be imitated, for a warning of a thing to be shunned. And then down here it says example, pattern, and sample.
Now let's go back to Peter's again.
2 Peter 2 and 6, and turning the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah into ashes, condemned them with an overthrow, making them an ensample unto those that after should live ungodly.
Yeah, so there's no excuse for you now. You passed that law. You said it was all right to be a homosexual, a lesbian, and get married. And then you're going to pass laws where if certain churches don't want to marry them, you're going to sue. You're going to fine those churches. So two men can come into a church and they can open up the Bible, and the Bible condemns homosexuality. So this man is truly a devil, man. That's why this place is called Babylon the Great. All right, you read that up? Okay, now we're in Luke 16.
Luke 16 and 27. Then he said, I pray thee, therefore, Father, that thou wouldest send him to my father's house.
This is the rich man in hell. This is a parable. So he's burning in hell, and he sees Lazarus in the bosom of Abraham, and he asks that, could you take your finger and dip it in water and put it in my mouth so I can taste water, so it can give me some relief from this fire. All right? So he's saying that, and then also he's saying on top of that, he's saying he's thinking about his brothers in the land of the living, let's say, and he's asking the Abraham or the Most High, could you send a spirit? Now, let the scripture speak.
It says, then he said, I pray thee therefore.
They had a desire to see. They said the day gonna come on this day, the day gonna come on that day. It's not gonna come. It's not gonna go past this date. So it went past that date. So that's a fulfillment of Yahweh Shai. That's a prophecy right there. So that prophecy was fulfilled. So for you idiots out there that's bringing out all this nonsense, you don't understand the scriptures. That was a stumbling block unto you. All right. Now let's go back to where we left off in right.
Matthew chapter 17, verse 7. And Yahushua came and touched them and said, arise and be not afraid. And when they had lifted up their eyes, they saw no man save Yahushua only. And as they came down from the mountain, Yahushua charged them, saying, tell the vision to no man until the Son of Man be risen again from the dead. And his disciples asked him, saying, why then say the scribes that Elias must first come?
So that what is that showing you right there? That the apostles or the disciples at that time, they didn't understand that whole thing about Elijah coming back. Now the Lord had already told them in Matthew's 11th chapter, And if ye receive this, if ye can receive this, this is Elias which is forth to come. Who is this? John. John was who? Elias or Elijah, which was forth to come. So they brought it back up again. So the Lord had to explain it again. Then they eventually understood it. Read on.
And Yahushua answered and said unto them, Elias truly shall first come and restore all things. But I say unto you that Elias is come already, and they knew him not.
Read that again. Jump up and read that again.
And Yahushua answered and said unto them, Elias truly shall first come and restore all things.
How is he going to restore all things? That's not talking about John. That's talking about in this coming to the future. That's talking about Abba, which we accept and believe that Abba Bibbins, as you see pictures of him and so forth, you're looking at a picture of him right now, that he would have to be Elijah, which came back as John, which came back one more time. Because things didn't have to be restored back there. They knew that they were Israelites. On this side, we didn't know who the hell we were. So the fact that Abba Bibbins brought back pushed that thing that we are the children of Israel, that was the beginning of the restoration of all things. Look up the word restore. Give them the chapter and verse.
Matthew chapter 17 and 11.
We're going to look up the word restore.
Yep, the word restore in the Greek.
Strong's G 600. Apakathistemi. Apakathistemi.
Which means to restore to its former state, to be in its former state. Let's see what it says down here. To restore to its former state, to be in its former state. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Now, hold on, go back. I want you to scroll up and see if there's a Hebrew equivalent to that word.
Okay.
Sometimes, you know what I'm talking about, brother? Sometimes there's a Hebrew equivalent to the word.
Under root, root word.
The word will give you the Hebrew. What does it say?
Yeah, I'll click on that, see what it says.
What scripture? Is there a scripture there?
No, it's just.
Scroll all the way down and give you a number of scriptures. Scroll all the way down. You see scriptures.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's all New Testament scriptures.
What about there? All New Testament? Even
Well-
those list of scriptures go on the very bottom?
Let me go back and because I was in the. Let's see. All right, scroll down here. There's all New Testament scriptures. Okay. No.
And there's one that you went to where it showed you a bunch of scriptures.
Yeah, that was Apo. From the word that he recited.
What about those with the red? You see the red one and all them scriptures? That's all New Testament?
All New Testament. Yep.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. All right. So I'll go back and read it again.
Strong's G 600. Apakathistemi. Apakathistemi.
Now that's for the word restore in Matthew, the book of Matthew. It says to restore to its former state, to be in its former state. And that's for the book of Matthew 17 and 11, the word restore.
Is there a precept there? What does it say? Let's go to Malachi 4 and 6, which I already asked you to go to anyway, but let's start from 1. Go ahead.
This is Malachi chapter 4, verse 1. And it says, behold, the day cometh that shall burn as an oven, and all the proud, yea, and all that do wickedly.
The day that cometh that shall burn as an oven is talking about over here in the States, Babylon the Great, America, so you can understand. And what's going to make this place burn as an oven? And we're not talking about the oven that you use today where you can only put it up to 550. We're talking about them ovens from the ancient world where they took that unleavened bread or that bread, them cakes, and they would take it, they would throw it on there. Then as soon as they threw it on there, they turn it over and take it off and put it on a plate, and it'll be, that bread will be done, cooked in about 3 seconds. So you can't do that with a 50-degree oven. It's going to be hot in this society. What's going to make it hot? These missiles, the radiation. Read again.
Yep. It says, "For behold, the days come, saith the Lord, the day cometh, saith the Lord, that shall burn." I'm sorry, let me read that again. "For behold, that the day cometh that shall burn as an oven, and all the proud."
And who's the proud? Esau is the proud. All you got to do is go to the book of Obadiah. Go ahead.
"Yea, and all that do wickedly
And you mastered wickedness. Go ahead.
shall be stubble.
You're going to be burnt up. Go ahead.
And the day that cometh shall burn them up, saith the Lord of hosts, that it shall leave neither root nor branch."
Because what's going to be left in this God-forsaken place? I had to say it in a dramatic manner. This is going to be a desert. And like I said earlier, the scholars and the elite, they know this. They know what's going to happen, man. Do you know how they know? Because they checked out all the prophecies in the past, and they all came to pass. They know the story of Noah and the ark, it tells you in the scriptures. The ark landed on a mountain called Mount Ararat, and they sent their scholars out there to see if there was something that looked like an ark, and lo and behold, the ark was there. And it had the exact dimensions as the ark, because it went into the dimensions of how wide, how long, the width of the ship. It went into what type of wood. So if Esau researched and found out, yep, that story happened. Yep, we have evidence of the flood. Yep, in the Red, what was that? The Gulf, in the Red Sea, it was the Gulf of Suez. You had the Gulf of Suez and you had the Gulf of Akbar. The Gulf of Suez is on the Egyptian side, right? On the western side, and they call it the Red Sea, but it really was the Gulf of Suez. And what happened was, many years ago, they had a program called Jacques Cousteau, and I used to watch him as a child. And this guy went all over the world, you know, finding new species of fish. And
Really, before Eve went off, then Adam. All right, go on.
"And he said unto me, Write, for these words are true and faithful. And he said unto me, It is done. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end."
Yeah, that's Yahweh Shai speaking. Alpha and Omega is a Greek word. Alpha meaning beginning, Omega the end. All right, go on.
"I will give unto him that is athirst of the fountain of water of life freely."
Right, that's the truth. All right. When you go back to John 17:17, it says, "Sanctify them through thy truth, thy word is truth." Then Yahweh Shai spoke about the living water. That's the truth. Go on.
"He that overcometh shall inherit all things, and I will be his power, and he shall be my son. But the fearful and unbelieving, and the abominable, and murderers, and whoremongers, and sorcerers, and idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death."
Right, that's alluding back to what we read in the 20th chapter. Nuclear missiles. Go on.
"And there came unto me one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials full of the 7 last plagues, and talked with me, saying, Come hither, I will show thee the bride, the Lamb's wife. And he carried me away in the spirit to a..."
I'm sorry, the bride is talking about the elect, which are going to be married to Yahweh Shai. We're assuming hopefully we're part of that number. We're going to be married to Yahweh Shai, which Yahweh Shai is the Lamb. All right, which the word married means joined together. All right, go on.
It says, "And he carried me away in the spirit to a great and high mountain, and showed me that great city, the holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from the Most High."
Yeah, the holy Jerusalem is beginning with the elect. Like the brother read in Micah, the 4th chapter, the 6th verse, the tower of the flock, starting with the elect. All right, which the word Jerusalem means city of peace, the people of peace. Go on.
It says, "Having the glory of the Most High, and her light was like unto a stone most precious, even like a jasper stone, clear as crystal. And had a wall great and high, and had 12 gates, and at the gates 12 angels, and names written thereon, which are the names of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel.
Right, and that's going to be actual in the kingdom of heaven. All right, in Jerusalem. You're going to have the gates. You're going to have the names of the 12 tribes of Israel written on the gates, or written in the foundation of the city. All right, go on.
On the east 3 gates, on the north 3 gates, on the south 3 gates, and on the west 3 gates. And the wall of the city had 12 foundations, and in them the names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb.
Right, because going back to 12, it says, and had a wall great and high, and had 12 gates, and at the gates 12 angels, and the names written thereon, which are the names of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. So pursuant to that, you're going to have those names on the gates, the 12 tribes, all right? And it's not, you don't see none of the other nations in there, so you can't get around that. Those of you that's talking about God loves everybody, where are their names? Go on.
And the wall of the city had 12 foundations, and in them the names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb. And he that talked with me had a golden reed to measure the city, and the gates thereof, and the wall thereof.
Right, and you notice it says the 12 apostles of the Lamb, so their names are going to be written in that city. All right, go on.
And the city lieth 4 square, and the length is as large as the breadth. And he measured the city with the reed 12,000 furlongs. The length and the breadth and the height of it are equal. And he measured the wall thereof 144 cubits, according to the measure of a man, that is of the angel. And the building of the wall of it was of jasper, and the city was pure gold like unto clear glass. And the foundations of the wall of the city were garnished with all manner of precious stones. The first foundation was jasper, the second sapphire, the third a chalcedony, the fourth an emerald, the fifth sardonyx, the sixth sardius, the seventh chrysolite, the 8th beryl, the 9th a topaz, the 10th a chrysoprasus, the 11th a jacinth, the 12th an amethyst. And the 12 gates were 12 pearls, and the 12 gates were 12 pearls. Every several gate was of 1 pearl. And the street of the city was pure gold, as it were transparent glass.
Imagine that, man. Pure gold. We're going to be walking on streets of pure gold. So, you know, our city ain't going to have no, what is that, crumbling infrastructure like you got in your city, so-called white man. Yeah, you're cursed. On every level, you're cursed. Go on.
It says, and I saw no temple therein, for the Lord power almighty and the Lamb are the temple of it. And the city had no need of the sun, neither of the moon to shine in it, for the glory of the Most High did lighten it. And
you know what that's talking about? The Lord's wisdom is going to be in the city, in the Lord's people, all right, which is this truth. Go on. We ain't going to have no Israelite in the kingdom talking about Allah or some other demonic god. That's not going to happen. Go on.
For the glory of the Most High did...
Yeah, we are going to have nights. We're going to have days. We're going to see stars. We're going to see the sun. We're going to see the moon. Because how are we going to keep the Passover? Because the Passover come in the new moon of the first moon, first moon of the year, which is so-called April on this side. And then you got to count 14 days at evening. So you're going to have a moon and stars and sun and so forth. So it's not talking about that. That's why we have to go through these breakdowns, because guys just go on their own and do their own thing. It ain't going to be nothing but day. You know, if you go out to Alaska, I think is it Switzerland? There's couple of places where it's daytime for 6 months. And the highest rate of suicide is in those places, man. So it's not talking about that. The sun that the Most High is going to give, he's going to be the light. It's talking about you're going to get your wisdom from the Most High.
Yeah, that's right. Matter of fact, if you go to Jeremiah 31:35, it tells you if the sun, moon done away with, then the nation of Israel, which backs up Elder Torah perfectly. Okay, bring it up.
Jeremiah 31:35. Thus saith the Lord, which giveth the sun for a light by day, and the ordinances of the moon and of the stars for a light by night, which divided the seas when the waves thereof roar. The Lord of hosts is his name. If those ordinances depart from before me, saith the Lord, then the seed of Israel also shall cease from being a nation before me forever. Thus saith the Lord, if heaven above can be measured, and the foundation of the earth searched out beneath, I will also cast off all the seed of Israel for all that they have done, saith the Lord.
So that's plain, all right? All right, now let's go back to Revelation.
Revelation 21:23. And the city had no need of the sun, neither of the moon to shine in it. For the glory of the Most High did lighten it, and the Lamb is the light thereof. And the nations of them which are saved shall walk in the light of it.
Yeah, excuse me, the nations of them that are saved is talking about the Israelite foreigners, because we were scattered in all the nations. So don't get that twisted, all right? Matter of fact, you thinking, all right, I'll give you an example, the Moabites, all right? The law tells you that a Moabite and an Ammonite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord until the what? 10th generation, all right, forever. So that's talking about the Israelites that were scattered among the nations. All right, go on.
And the kings of the earth do bring their glory and honor into it. And the gates of it shall not be shut at all by day, for there shall be no night there.
Right, no night, meaning, again, going back to what Elder Tahar said, there is going to be night. There is going to be day. All right? If you don't have that, then you don't have balance. No night meaning, like, yeah. Yep. That's right. No night meaning no lack of wisdom. No, and what comes with lack of wisdom. Look at this. Look at America, right? That's the night. That's why in the book of Lamentations, it says, arise, cry out in the night, in the beginning of the watches. We're in the night right now.
Right, and the scriptures say that wisdom maketh a man's face to shine.
Right.
You know, so Yahushua said he's the light. So that.
Go ahead.
This is 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 1. Wherefore, laying aside all malice and all guile and hypocrisies and envies and all evil speakings, as newborn babes desire the sincere milk of the word, that you may grow thereby. If so be you have tasted that the Lord is gracious, to whom coming as unto a living stone, disallowed indeed of men, but chosen of the Most High and precious. Ye also as lively stones are built up a spiritual house and holy priesthood, to offer up spiritual sacrifices acceptable to the Most High by Yahushua. Wherefore also it is contained in the scripture, behold, I lay in Zion a chief cornerstone, elect, precious, and he that believeth on him shall not be confounded.
Yeah, that chief cornerstone is the Lord. And the ones that follow him and believe him, they're not going to be confounded. You see all these other Israelite groups that are outside of GMS, they're confounded, man. A prime example of that was when the brothers down there in Houston, Texas, rolled up on those clowns up there, and they couldn't even answer back, man. They all had sunglasses on. They didn't understand the scriptures. They didn't want to even talk to the guy, converse with the guy, with the brother, the leader of that camp. And he came out against them bold, man. Go ahead.
That's right. It says, and unto you therefore which believe he is precious, but unto them which be disobedient, the stone which the builders disallowed, the same is made the head of the corner, and a stone of stumbling and a rock of offense, even to them which stumble at the word, being disobedient.
Now we got to go to the blue letter, the stone of stumbling. We got to look them words up, and a rock of offense. A lot of these guys hate us because they're offended. We offend them at the way we talk, at the manner in which we talk. Now I'm going to show you something. I'm going to let the brother get it. I'm going to let the brother get it in the blue letter. As soon as you get it, let me know.
Okay, we're going to look up the word stumbling in the Greek.
Strong's G 4348. Proskama. Proskama.
Which means a stumbling block, an obstacle in the way, which if one strikes his foot against, he stumbles or falls. That over which a soul stumbles, i.e., by which is caused to sin. That's pretty much it, stumbling. Okay. Rock of offense. Okay, rock. The Greek, I can handle this one. Petra. A rock, cliff, or ledge. Projecting rock, rocky ground, rock, large stone. A metaphor, man like a rock. So basically it means rock. Let's see. The next one is offense, is it? Yep, offense. Yep.
Strong's G 4625, skandalon. Skandalon.
Which means the movable stick or trigger of a trap stick, a trap, snare, any impediment placed in the way and causing one to stumble or fall. Stumbling block, occasion of stumbling. That's pretty much it. Just repeats itself. What's the next one? Disobedient. Disobedient? Okay.
Strong's G 544, apitheo. Apitheo.
Which means not to allow oneself to be persuaded, not read that again, not to allow oneself to be persuaded, to refuse or withhold belief, to refuse belief and obedience, not to comply with. Down here, to refuse belief and obedience.
That's why they can't get it, man. They refuse to get this truth. Now, I'd like the brother to get me, the elder to get me Isaiah, the 28th chapter, and start from the 7th verse, and we're going to read down past into the 9th, 10th, maybe the 11th verse. All right, go ahead.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 28, verse 7. But they also have erred through wine, and through strong drink are out of the way. The priest and the prophet have erred through strong drink. They are swallowed up of wine. They are out of the way through strong drink. They err in vision. They stumble in judgment.
Hey, that's those clowns, like Sa'adja and Arum. They erred, and they stumbled in vision. Because this was given to him how many years ago? Boy, that was about 16 years ago, man. This was given to him, and they're just getting it now. And then Nate Satan, he got it not too long ago. Because back when it was given to him, it was laid out to him, all right? They didn't want it. They refused to. It wasn't that they couldn't understand it. They refused to receive it, and the Most High blocked them from getting it, man.
To be a Gentile.
Go ahead.
Real quick. This is Proverbs chapter 1, verse 24. Because I have called and you refused. I have stretched out my hand and no man regarded. But you have set at naught all my counsel and with none of my reproof.
Yeah, that was the Lord's counsel in that night 16 years ago, which you refuse. Go ahead.
I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock.
Right, when you niggas get jacked up, the Most High is going to laugh at you, the angels are going to laugh at you, and we're going to laugh at you. Go ahead.
It says, I will mock when your fear cometh. When your fear cometh as desolation, and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish cometh upon you, then shall they call upon me, but I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me. For that they hated knowledge, and did not choose the fear of the Lord. They would none of my counsel, they despised all my reproof. Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way, and be filled with their own devices. For the turning away of the simple shall slay them, and the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. But whoso hearkeneth unto me shall dwell safely, and shall be quiet from fear of evil.
That's it. No, let's go back.
Isaiah 28 and 8. For all tables are full of vomit and filthiness. So
Yeah, when those guys go and try to break down the scripture, they get all messed up. And when they make their videos, we laugh at those idiots, man. And then we go on their comment board and we try to give them the truth, and they buck up against the truth. Go ahead.
it says, so that there is no place clean. Whom shall he teach knowledge, and whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little. For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people.
Now, let's look up the word stammering. Because a lot of you people are offended, especially you women. You know, you got to have the nice school. Everything's got to be nice. Everything got to be in order. You got to say, okay, sister, okay, we're going to do, you got to do. No. When we bring this word out, the Most High is going to set up men to bring this word out to you straightforward, raw. We're not gonna bring it to you like we went to some school to learn how to speak properly. You're like Danger Mouse. Yeah, he's proud of the fact that he can speak the Queen's English. You know, that's why them idiots, them blockheads, follow his ass, and they're gonna get a surprise. They're gonna get a surprise when the Most High exposes that Danger Mouse.
Fellow servant and of thy brethren that have the testimony of Yahushai. Worship the Most High, for the testimony of Yahushai is the spirit of prophecy. And I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse. And he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True. And in right.
This is the same white horse in Revelation, the 6th chapter. Go ahead.
And in righteousness he doth judge and make war. His eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns. And he had a name written that no man knew but he himself. And he was clothed with the vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of the Most High. And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and clean. And out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword, that with it he should smite the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron, and he treadeth the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of the almighty power. And he hath on his vesture and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And I saw an angel standing in the sun, and he cried with a loud voice, saying to all the fowls that fly in the midst of heaven, Come and gather yourselves together unto the supper of the great power, that you may eat the flesh of kings, and the flesh of captains, and the flesh of mighty men, and the flesh of horses, and of them that sit on them, and the flesh of all men, both free and bond, both small and great. And I saw the beast and the kings of the earth and their armies gathered together to make war against him that sat on the horse and against his army.
Read that again. These idiots. Well, they're not stupid. They're doing it. Somebody get the Apocrypha, 2nd Ezra, the 13th chapter, and start from the very top. Read that again.
It says, And I saw the beast and the kings of the earth and their armies gathered together to make war against.
Now the beast, as you know, or you should know, that's referring to NATO and the EU, and America's a part of that. So that great military force that they brag so much about, you're gonna fight in the main event. And you know what? You're going to fight against the Lord. And the Lord's going to hit you with a spiritual uppercut and kill your ass. All right? I want the brother to get me that in the Apocrypha.
This is 2nd Ezra 13:1. It says, And it came to pass after 7 days, I dreamed a dream by night, and lo, there arose a wind from the sea, that it moved all the ways thereof. And I beheld, and lo, that man waxed strong with the thousands of heaven, and when he turned his countenance to look, all the things trembled that were seen under him. And whensoever the voice went out of his mouth, all they burned that heard his voice, like as the earth faileth when it feeleth the fire. And after this I beheld, and lo, there was gathered together a multitude of men out of number from the.
That's that beast that was just read in Revelation, the 19th chapter. And what verse? Read that again.
It says, Revelation 19:19, and I saw the beast and the kings of the earth and their armies gathered together to make war against him that sat on a horse and against his army.
Now, in the Apocrypha, it says men. Let's read that again.
This is 2nd Ezra 13:5. And after this I beheld, and lo, there was gathered together a multitude of men out of number from the four winds of the heaven to subdue the man that came out of the sea. But I beheld, and lo, he had graved himself a great mountain and flew upon it. But I would have seen the region or place whereout the hill was graven, and I could not. And after this I beheld, and lo, all they which were gathered together to subdue him were sore afraid, and yet durst fight. And lo, as he saw the violence of the multitude that came, he neither lifted up his hand, nor held sword, nor any instrument of war, but only I saw that he sent out of his mouth as it had been a blast of fire, and out of his lips a flaming breath, and out of his tongue he cast out sparks and tempest. And they were all mixed together, the blast of fire, the flaming breath, and the great tempest, and fell with violence upon the multitude which was prepared to fight, and burned them up every one, so that upon a sudden of an innumerable multitude nothing was to be perceived but only dust and smell of smoke. When I saw this, I was afraid. Afterward I saw the same man come down from the mountain, and call unto him another piece of a multitude. And there came much people unto him, whereof some were glad, some were sorry, some of them were bound, and others some brought of them that were offered. Then was I sick through great fear, and I awaked and said, Thou hast showed thy servant.
Now, the verse that he just read, he said some were glad. Read that again.
This is 2 Ezra 13 and 13. And there came much people unto him, whereof some were glad, some were sorry, some of them were bound, and others some brought of them that were offered.
Some were glad, and some of them were bound. Another word for bound is enslaved. So they're going into slavery, all right? Go from there. You got something? All right, get that, and then immediately after you read that, go to, matter of fact, you can get that. Isaiah, what is that, Isaiah, I believe it was the 24th chapter in the 18th verse? Yeah, the 24th chapter in the 18th, I'm sorry, the 24th chapter in the 10th verse. All right, go ahead.
This is Daniel 12 and 2. And many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt.
Yeah, because they're going to go into slavery. Go ahead.
Isaiah 24 and 10. The city of confusion is broken down.
That's Babylon. That's Babylon the Great. Now, we said that the word Babylon, if you look it up, it means confusion. So right here in the book of Isaiah, it's not saying Babylon, it's saying the city of confusion. Go ahead.
Come on. The city of confusion is broken down. Every house is shut up, that no man may come in. There is a cry for wine in the streets. All the joy is darkened. The mirth of the land is gone. And the city is left desolate. And the gate is smitten with destruction. When thus it shall be in the midst of the land among the people, there shall be as the shaking of the olive tree, and as of the gleaming of grapes when the vintage is done. They shall lift up their voice, they shall sing for the majesty of the Lord. They shall cry aloud from the sea. 15. Wherefore glory ye the Lord, and in the fires, even the name of the Lord Yahweh of Israel, in the isles of the sea. From the uttermost parts of the earth have we heard songs, even glory to the righteous. But I said, my leanness, woe unto me. The treacherous dealers have dealt treacherously. Yea, the treacherous dealers have dealt treacherously, very treacherously.
Now, hold that point. You know what I want, brother. And Isaiah 33, and start from the first verse. So they were known as, matter of fact, look up the word treacherous in the blue letter. What verse is that? That's Isaiah, 16. Isaiah 24, verse 16. Yep. Look that up. As soon as you get it, I'll pass it right to you. Because, hey, we in that time, folks. we at the time. These are the scriptures that you're supposed to be reading, man. You know? We at that time. We at the door. It's right there.
Yeah, Isaiah 24 and 16 in the Hebrew, the word there is bagad, which means to act treacherously, deceitfully, deal treacherously, to act or deal treacherously, faithlessly, deceitfully, offend. Down here, to act covertly, fraudulently. Yeah, right. Perfidiously. To apply to covering, hiding, applied to fraud and perfidy. perfidy.
Everything you do is a damn fraud. Talking about you going to the Middle East so you can, because you're concerned about the women in the Middle East, that they can't, the little girls can't go to school. So we're gonna send in our military and we're gonna spend a couple of $1 billion a week because we're concerned about the little Arab girls that they can't go to fucking school. Man, you over there to get their resources, man. And then most of you dumb monkey Americans, you believe anything these politicians say. All you gotta do is put a suit on, go on damn TV, you know. Oh, you know what I found out? Barack Obama, the reason why that idiot became president, because there's a term, and I want you to Google this term. It's called the cult of personality. Google that word. And when you read the definition of the cult of personality, you can look it up in Wikipedia or Merriam's dictionary or whatever. Basically, when you read it, you're going to think about Barack Obama. Okay? Because how did he come up into prominence? First of all, back in 2003, nobody knew about who the hell is Barack Obama. All of a sudden, within a few short years, this
Thou wouldest send him to my father's house, for I have 5 brethren, that he may testify unto them.
Because he knew that his 5 brethren, they're going to go to the same damn place, which is hell. Like I said, this is a parable. Now the hell is really talking about slavery. Because we're going to make it where they're going to be wishing for a drip of water to be in. Because they're going to be drinking a lot of water, man. Okay? You ain't going to be drinking a lot of damn water. You're going to be working in that hot-ass sun, too. So he sees how his brothers are. His 5 brothers, are just like him. And he knows that they're going to all wind up in the same place. So he's asking that a spirit in the form of Abraham or any spirit come and say, look, get yourself. Like they made a novel which became a movie. What's this guy? Hans Christian Andersen. Did he write that? Which is the Christmas Carol? Is that Hans Christian Andersen that wrote it? Or Dickens? Charles Dickens. It was Charles Dickens. And basically, there's this one guy, I forget his name. You read it as a child, and you watch it in movies and stuff. And I think Scrooge was his name. And anyway, every so many years they remake it. All right? And basically, he was wicked as hell, and the 3 spirits came to him and basically showed him, look, the last spirit that came to him said, look, if you don't get yourself right, you're going to wind up in fire. So basically, Charles Dickens most likely got that from this story right here. And it always had an Edomite play the part of Ebenezer Scrooge, which is a so-called Jew, right? A so-called Jew. So they're telling you, you better get yourself together. But they're not going to get themselves together. Because let's read on.
It says, for I have 5 brethren, that he may testify unto them, lest they also come into this place of torment. Abraham saith unto...
He said that because he knew how they were wickeder than him. Go ahead.
Abraham said unto him, they have Moses and the prophets, let them hear them.
So I say the same thing with New York passing this law, and America, the spirit of America, are passing this law, which is Massachusetts, and all these other states that the federal government, in agreement with this law, you have Moses and the prophets. You have the scriptures. So there's no excuse. So when this destruction come on you, you can't say, well, I didn't know. You already knew. And then if you didn't understand the scriptures, we out there on the highways and the byways condemning your ass. And then you stop us from pushing this word out, pushing this truth out. So when this society goes down, you're going to go down hard. And the whole world's going to know it. And we're going to read about it, continue to read about it in Revelation 18. The whole world is going to know about it. Go ahead.
And he said, nay, Father Abraham, but if one went unto them from the dead, they will repent. And he said unto him, if they hear not Moses and the prophets, neither will they be persuaded, though one rose from the dead.
Yeah, so if a spirit came back from the dead, they ain't gonna listen to that spirit. So that if they don't listen to that spirit that's gonna come back from the dead, they're not gonna follow the scriptures. It tells you a wicked and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign. Go ahead.
Back in Revelation 18:7, how much she hath glorified herself and lived deliciously, so much torment and sorrow give her. For she saith in her heart, I sit a queen and am no widow, and shall see no sorrow. Therefore shall the plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall be utterly burned with fire. For strong,
And that fire is that nuclear destruction, that mushroom cloud. Go ahead.
for strong is the Lord power who judged her. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament for her when they shall see the smoke of her burning, standing afar off for fear of her torment, saying, Alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that mighty city, for in 1 hour is thy judgment come. And the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for no man buyeth their merchandise any more. The merchandise of gold and silver and precious stones and of pearls and fine linen and purple and silk and scarlet and all ironwood and all manner of vessels of ivory and all manner of vessels of most precious wood and of brass and iron and marble and cinnamon and odors and ointments and frankincense and wine and oil and fine flour and wheat and beasts and sheep and horses and chariots and slaves and souls of men.
Right, so you had slavery in a society. You traded vehicles. You exported vehicles all around the world, and perfumes, many things. Go ahead.
It says, and the fruits that thy soul lusted after are departed from thee, and all things which were dainty and goodly are departed from thee, and thou shalt find them no more at all. The merchants also of these things which were made rich by her shall stand afar off for the fear of her torment, weeping and wailing, and saying, Alas, alas, that great city that was clothed in fine linen, and purple and scarlet, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls. For in 1 hour so great riches, so great riches is come to naught. And every shipmaster and all the company.
Yeah, the 1 hour is only going to take 1 hour when those missiles. ICBM missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, come from one continent to the other continent, which is America, Babylon, and release those multiple warheads, that's it for you. Give me the book of Revelation, the 9th chapter, and start at the 13th verse.
Revelation chapter 9, verse 13. And the sixth angel sounded, and I heard a voice from the four horns of the golden altar which is before the Most High, saying to the sixth angel which had the trumpet, Loose the 4 angels which are bound in the great river Euphrates.
Yeah, because all this whole third world's war that's going to take place is going to be focused in the Middle East, the valley of Jehoshaphat. Go ahead.
And the 4 angels were loosed, which were prepared for an hour and a day and a month and a year, for to slay the third part of men.
Now you notice it said an hour, right? Now let's go back to where we left off.
It says,
and the third part of men represent you Edomites. Go ahead.
Revelation 18:17. For in 1 hour so great riches is come to naught. And every shipmaster and all the company and ships and sailors and as many as trade by sea stood afar off, and cried when they saw the smoke of her burning, saying, What city is like unto this great city? And they cast dust on their heads and cried, weeping and wailing, saying, Alas, alas, that great city, wherein were made rich all that had ships.
Because a lot of people became rich because of America. Go ahead.
Alas, that great city, wherein were made rich all that had ships in the sea, by reason of her costliness. For in 1 hour is she made desolate. Rejoice over her, thou heaven.
So you got these pastors and these ministers. They'll read the script. Well, they rarely go into the book of Revelation because they don't understand it. But the ones that think they understand it, they go into it and they still don't understand it. Go ahead.
Rejoice over her, thou heaven.
See, they don't understand that when you read these scriptures, you find out who's who or what's what according to a process of elimination. You read about Babylon in the book of Revelation, and the first thing should pop into your head, ancient Babylon. But you say, well, ancient Babylon is destroyed. So it can't be talking about ancient Babylon. Then you might say, well, wait a minute, it's got to be talking about our current day Iraq, because that's where Babylon was geographically. But you say, well, wait a minute, the United States is in there. They got rid of the leader, which was Saddam Hussein, but there was no fire. They didn't totally destroy this place. Now, when you go and read the scriptures about Babylon, it tells you that Babylon was utterly wasted, utterly destroyed, utterly burnt, and that didn't happen to Iraq. All right? So you keep searching in your mind, and then you have to come to the conclusion that it has to be America. And there's a few people out there that know that. One, for example, is Stan Johnson, which he read off about maybe eight scriptures, mainly from the book of Jeremiah, the book of Revelation, Isaiah, and he said all these scriptures that I mentioned refer to America. Now, where did he get that from? We believe he got it from us. Whether he got it from us or not, he was correct in what he was saying when he brought out those scriptures. And you notice they're not bringing Stan Johnson on the news, because these people don't take this seriously, man. You got a lot of these people in this society, these Edomites and Jake, that don't believe in the Most High, and they think the Bible is a fairy tale. And we're going to find like sunken ships from the 1800s, from the 1700s, and I believe years ago, if my memory serves me correct, that he went on a quest to find evidence of the Pharaoh's chariots, and he found Pharaoh's chariots in the sea in that region of land. So he was juiced in with the illuminated ones, man. Because who you think financed them? The illuminated ones, the lesser illuminaries. So they check out everything. Just like the brother read, what was that in Ezekiel 28? Ezekiel 28:3. It said they check out everything, man. There's no secret that could be hid. So if they checked out everything and they found out everything to be true in the past, so now they're saying, well, you know what? If that's the case, then everything that's going to happen from one point to the other is going to come to pass. So they're looking for the prophecies to come to pass, and they're shitting in their pants right now. But what's stupid about them is this. They're trying to find a way to get around them. You can't get around the Most High. You can't upset the prophecies of the Most High. The Most High created your stupid ass. Yeah.
Yeah, I looked up the word restore in the Old Testament. And in the book of 2 Samuel 12:5, it mentions the story that about Nathan when he came to David. And David had sinned and taken Bathsheba to wife from Uriah. So Nathan compared Bathsheba to a little lamb. And the word restore is in the 2 Samuel, the 12th chapter and the 6th verse. All right. Let me click on that. 2 Samuel, the 12th chapter and the 6th verse, which says, for the word restore says shalom, which means peace. Now down there it says to be in a covenant of peace, to be at peace, peaceful one, to make peace with. So going back to what Elder Tar said about Albert Bivens, that's what he did in restoring. He made peace between the nation of Israel and the Most High through Yahweh Shai.
Yep, that's it. But
this is Jeremiah chapter 16, verse 5. For thus saith the Lord, enter not into the house of mourning, neither go to lament nor bemoan them. For I have taken away my peace from this people, saith the Lord, even loving kindness and mercies.
Yeah, so now the peace, the restoration is when peace is brought back together. Okay? The gospel of peace. Yep. The gospel of peace is for Israel getting back with the Father through the mediator of Yahweh Shai. All right? Now, since you kind of whispered it, we kind of both kind of thought of it at the same time. Go, and we always bring this scripture out. Go to Amos 9 and 11, 9 and 12.
It's the book of Amos 9. Let me start at 11. Amos chapter 9, verse 11. In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof, and I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it, as in the days of old.
And this is happening right before your very eyes. On YouTube, on GMS Tube, on Daily Motion. This is happening. That's why the gathering is taking place right before your eyes. That's why there's so many camps out there, because we're coming to the last days. And these men that are in these different camps around the world, they're part of, they would have to be part of the elect, or the 144,000, the house of David. And they received that seal in their forehead. Go ahead.
It says, that they may possess the remnant of Edom, and of all the heathen which are called by my name, saith the Lord that doeth this.
So that's the restoration. Go ahead.
Malachi chapter 4, verse 2. But unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings. And you shall go forth and grow up as...
Oh, read that part again.
But unto you that fear my name...
What does it mean to fear the Lord's name? That means to acknowledge his name. That means to tell others of his name, not conceal. Didn't say nothing about concealing his name, Nate. All right?
Yeah, building on the word restoration, this is the prophecy that Yahushua himself spoke. This is Luke 13 and 35. It says, Behold, your house is left unto you desolate. And verily I say unto you, you shall not see me until the time come when ye shall say, Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. Now you know who fulfilled that? Abba Bivens. When he came, and you notice it says, Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. So when Abba Bivens came on the scene, that's when this prophecy here was fulfilled.
And it works down to us, because we came in the name of the Lord. These different camps around the world, GMS camps, and then others too, if you notice, they all speaking the same. We all speaking the same name. Like you got some Israelites out there that they'll stick with Yahweh and Yeshua, and that's not. And then you check them guys to see who the Lord's dealing with. Check out the scriptures that they go through. They don't understand most of the scriptures. They break down, they mangle the scriptures, and if you corner them and ask them questions, they can't come with a straight. They'll go around you. They'll curse you out. They'll try to segue into another subject, like the subject of reincarnation. They can't receive it. That's why the Lord said what he said in Matthew, the 17th chapter. Did we finish the Matthew, the 17th chapter? No. Okay, let's go back to it.
All right, back in Matthew chapter 17, verse 8. And when they had lifted up their eyes, they saw no man save Yahushua only. And as they came down from the mountain, Yahushua charged them, saying, Tell the vision to no man until the Son of Man be risen again from the dead. And his disciples asked him, saying, Why then say the scribes that Elias must first come?
Now he already told them, recorded in Matthew's 11th chapter, who Elijah was going to come as. That John was Elijah. He already told them that. Go ahead.
And Yahushua answered and said unto them, Elias truly shall first come and restore all things. But I say unto you that Elias is come already, and they knew him not, but have done unto him whatsoever they listed. Likewise shall also the Son of Man suffer of them. Then the disciples understood that he spake unto them of John the Baptist.
Yeah, because they didn't understand it a while back. They didn't understand it when he said it in Matthew's the 11th chapter. All right? Now back to Malachi.
Malachi 4:2. But unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings. And you shall go forth and grow up as calves of the stall. And you shall tread down the wicked. For they shall...
And you shall tread down the wicked. Look up the word tread. Look up the word tread. Verse 3. And I like the reader to get me. That's Baruch, the 4th chapter. I like that word tread. That's a good word.
Yeah, the word tread is isas, which means to press, crush, press by treading, tread down or out. Press, grapes, to press, tread down, to tread down. So that's from the Hebrew word isas.
All right. Read that again, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah, from the Hebrew word isas, that's the word tread, which means to press, crush, press by treading, tread down or out, press. And to give you an example of grapes, and by the way, that's how they make wine. The grapes are treaded down, they're pressed. To press, to tread down, to tread down.
So if you Edomites are the grapes, what's the wine? Your blood and your guts. Like good wine, you have that little pulp in it, you know, that's the guts. That's represent the guts. So you're gonna be, huh? Guys, speak on it.
Yeah, and in wine, there's something called the lees. That's the part of the, like Elder Tar said, the guts that gives the wine its flavor.
That's right. All right, go ahead.
Baruch chapter 4, verse 24. Like as now the neighbors of Zion have seen your captivity.
So we're not going to be nice to you, you Edomites. Go ahead. We're not going to treat you like family. Go ahead.
Like as now the neighbors of Zion have seen your captivity, so shall they see shortly your salvation from our power, which shall come upon you.
Comes up once every 50 years. So when things go out of whack, when that jubilee, when that year of release come up, or that jubilee come up, all those debts are freed. You're freed from your debt. So you start back with a clean slate. So that's why you have all this turmoil, because they're not following the Bible. Why? But what does it say? That they're going to blaspheme the Most High's name. They're not following the examples of the scriptures. And eventually, these European nations, Germany, France, all of them, they're going to shoot missiles on this bitch right here. Go ahead.
It says, I beheld, and the same horn made war with the saints and prevailed against them, until the Ancient of Days came and judgment was given to the saints.
Right, because the Ancient of Days is going to come in this time. So we know that's not talking about the ancient Romans. It said that they made war with the saints. When did that start? That started during the period of the Renaissance, the rebirth. Why they called the rebirth? Because at one time they were in power. They knew their history that they were in power. They died and they were reborn again. That's why they called it the Renaissance. To take down all the dark images and put up images of themselves. To take down the jakes that's sitting on thrones and put themselves on thrones. So right there, if you're reborn, that means you had to be dead. Go ahead.
It says, until the Ancient of Days came and judgment was given to the...
So this is getting ready to happen. Go ahead.
And judgment was given to the saints of the Most High.
Who are the saints of the Most High? The Israelites. It didn't say the saints and some of the Edomites and a couple of Elamites and a handful of Hamites and a smidgen of Ishmaelites. It didn't say that. So these, in a side order of Japhites. So these clowns out here that's teaching this madness, you want to listen to them? Go ahead and listen to them, man. go ahead and listen to False Prophet 666, which Jeremiah, y'all know him as a killer priest. He went out there and they were all on his jock. They were hanging off his jock strap, man. You know, they thought that was the God Almighty that came down. So they go. This is I'm with my man, a killer priest. How's it, brother? What you doing? And the first thing that came out of their mouth, what about GMS? You got anything to say about GMS? And what did Jeremiah say? What did killer priest say? You remember what he said, brother?
He said, nah, I ain't got nothing to say about them brothers. Them brothers are deep in the knowledge. I ain't gonna say nothing about them.
Okay, now since he said that, you wanted to hear what he had to say. You wanted words of wisdom to go by, right? So you asked about GMS. He gave you his take on GMS. He said these guys were deep men. So now, are you going to follow us now? Because Killer Priest said so? Because that was a great Killer Priest. All right? Y'all just knew he was going to say something negative, man. You saw that video with Adiala, the retarded monk, all right? Mr. Goodburger himself, and you figured you saw a Jeremiah, a killer priest, with them, and you figured that, well, we know he gonna have something negative to say about GMS. Well, you got it on your own video. You put it up on YouTube. So you better start following. You better start watching our videos, man, and you better start sending your tights in. All right, and you better come up under the order, and you better put GMS on your videos. You better GMS West California, whatever the hell you dwell. All right? Go ahead.
It says, and the time came that the saints possessed the kingdom. Thus
the saints are the Israelites. If you go to Revelation the 7th chapter, read about the 144,000 and the multitude behind them. That's the kingdom. And all of the multitude behind them, those are the Israelites. Those are our people. Ain't nobody gonna mingle himself. It tells you in Amos, was that Amos the 9th chapter, that the Most High gonna sift the nation of Israel. So you're gonna get out all things that offend. Who offends? Esau number one and the rest of them nations. Go ahead.
it says this.
Like I'm gonna hit you with something. Even my dog knows that them other nations are not right. When I walk my dog and sees Jake, it'll walk by Jake. As soon as it see a Hamite or Edomite, it tries to bite the shit out of the Hamite. Even my woman said that. For some reason, they always going after Africans. Because there's not too many white people around there. For some reason, they always going after. And I said, yeah, because they don't have the spirit of Israel on them. Go ahead.
That funky fly spirit. It says, thus he said, the fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom upon earth, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms and shall devour the whole earth.
The Romans never devoured the whole earth. It was NATO, the EU, led by America. Why do you think they're over there in the Middle East and now they're going into Northern Africa? They want to totally have control of the entire planet Earth. Go ahead.
It says, and shall tread it down and break it in pieces. And the 10 horns out of this kingdom are 10 kings that shall arise, and another shall rise after them, and he shall be diverse from the first, and he shall subdue 3 kings. And he shall speak.
The 3 kings represent the Spanish, the French, and the British. Americans had the Revolutionary War against Great Britain or England, the Spanish-American War, and the French-American War. And then you had all those treaties, those broken treaties. You had you had what was called a Louisiana Purchase, where you had purchased certain land. Like a Louisiana was owned by the French, and what happened was y'all purchased the land from the French. That's why it's called the Louisiana Purchase. Go ahead, because back then they bought lands. They're buying lands right now. Greece is going to sell. The only thing they're not going to sell is the what is that called? Metropolis? Not the Metropolis. It's Acropolis. I think it's the Acropolis, and there was something else. It's the main place in Greece. Forgive me for not knowing off the top of my head, but I think it's the Acropolis. but they're going to sell damn near everything else in Greece to try to pay off that debt. Another thing y'all got to watch is the financial news, whether it be CNBC or Bloomberg, any of those financial news stations. Go ahead.
It says, and he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall.
That's what the meaning of that is. If you want to put a word on that, what he just read is blasphemy. Go ahead.
And shall wear out the saints of the Most High.
And that's what they did, spiritually and physically. Go ahead.
And think to change times and laws.
That's why they're getting ready to pass a law. It's getting ready to pass in New York, gay marriage. That's one law among many others that you change. Go ahead.
And there shall be given into his hand until the time and times and the dividing of times. But the judgment shall sit, and they shall take away his dominion, to consume and to destroy it unto the end. And the kingdom and dominion and the greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the saints of the Most High, whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominion shall serve and obey him. Hitherto is the end of the matter. As
it said, all dominion shall serve and obey him, meaning obey the sons of the Most High. All right? Starting with Yahushua, and then us, we're joint heirs pursuant to Romans the 8th chapter. So all those other nations that we read about, the Persians, the Medes, the Babylonians, the Greeks, and all those other nations under them, an empire means you a nation, a great nation that's over other nations. So it says all of them, they're going to serve us. We're going to have dominion over all of them. Now let's jump back to Revelation.
Right, back to Revelation chapter 13, verse 6. Verse 4. It says, and they worshiped the dragon, which gave power unto the beast. And they worshiped the beast, saying, who is able to make war with him? And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given unto him to continue 42 months. And he openeth his mouth, and
so the 42 months adds up to 3.5 years, which adds up to 350 years. So it's really focusing on the America. That's where the real focus is. That situation over there in Libya, that's really led by America. Even though they're doing it jointly, that's really led by America. Okay? Go ahead, read that again.
Yep. It says, and there was given unto him a mouth, speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given unto him to continue 42 months. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against the Most High, to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle and them that dwell in heaven.
Yeah, that's why you got, anytime you go to these churches, you got Edomite portrait of
the darkness is when it says no night, there's no hard times, no lack of wisdom. Israel's not going to go off anymore, because the laws are going to be in our inward parts, and we're going to be whatever we do, we're going to do right now. I remember Elder Tar made this analogy years ago. He said, in this kingdom it's easy to go off and do wickedness, but in the kingdom it's going to be easy to do the law, statutes, and commandments because they're going to be in our inward parts.
Just like when you sneeze, you put your hand on your mouth, you don't think about it. Well, that's how we're going to keep the laws, statutes, and commandments. It's going to be automatic. All right, go on.
And they shall bring the glory and honor of the nations into it. And
now if you go into Isaiah, the 60th chapter, it tells you how we're going to take the riches of the Gentiles, meaning all the other nations. So all the other nations, they're going to bring their riches to us. All right, there was a scene in that movie, 10 Commandments, where you had all these other different nations coming to Ramses. Then there was a scene where Charlton Heston, one of the guys, that said, what kingdom do you come from? And he said, the kingdom, Charlton Heston, the kingdom of the Most High. Well, in the scene, they had all the other nations bringing their riches and their glory to Ramses. Well, it's going to be like that for us. All the other nations are going to bring their riches and their glory to us. All right? Like I said, we're going to be the new landlords of the planet Earth. All right? Go on.
And there shall in no wise enter into it anything that defileth, neither whatsoever worketh abomination.
So that excludes you. So that excludes you, so-called white people. You ain't, yeah, right. You ain't going to be in our kingdom. You're going to be out there in the fields working where you belong, man, you vermin. That's where you belong. And you're going to be getting your back whips too. All right? Go on.
And there shall in no wise enter into it anything that defileth, neither whatsoever worketh abomination.
That's you. You so-called white people, just a few days ago, you passed a law of homosexuality. So you work in your abomination. You are the people of abomination, beginning with your elites. And you're known as Esau in the Bible. Get used to that name, Esau, Edom. Go on.
Or maketh a lie. It says,
Did you not make a lie? You taught that Jesus Christ was a so-called white man. That's a damn lie. Go on.
but they which are written in the Lamb's book of life. Revelation 22:1. And he showed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of the Most High and of the Lamb.
Right, that's when, now that's talking about the firmament, which you so-called white people damaged. That's going to be fixed. The Heavenly Father is going to fix that firmament. And that's what that fire is all about. The fire is a purification agent.
I got a quick precept to back up what Gabar just said a couple of seconds ago about Esau not making it in the kingdom, pursuant to the scripture that he's reading right now. You're made not to follow the scriptures. Your DNA is set up not to follow the scriptures. That's why it says this in Psalm 15:16. But unto the wicked the Most High saith, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes? Now didn't you pass a law defying the Most High, blaspheming the Most High by saying it's all right to be a first of all, you can be a homo in this system, but then you put the cherry on the top of the damn ice cream by saying now you can actually get married in a religious ceremony, and then the churches or the established religious institutions that don't want to do it, they can be sued. So that's definitely defying the Most High. You're not meant to follow the Most High's statutes and commandments. It says, but unto the wicked, which is Esau, the Most High saith, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou should have taken my covenant in thy mouth, seeing thou hateth instruction and castest my words behind thee. You've been doing that from day one up until this point. So you think in the kingdom of heaven, all of a sudden you're going to keep the commandments? You ain't going to keep the commandments. You're set up to get your ass whipped. I don't give a damn what Batfink says. All right?
That's right. You got that? That's right, man. All right? Fuck you, you so-called white man.
Look, we don't want to curse. We don't try to curse. We don't be saying, look, I got to say a few curses. That's not part of it. That's, you know, if I don't put any curses out there, that's going against the idiom of GMS. Nah, we don't want to curse, but sometimes you get so mad, your curse comes out, man. So please bear with us.
That's right. All right. Go on, brother. And we happy too, man. Look, you don't see we're not, white man. We can't wait to have you. Yeah, we see you going down, man. The scriptures say rejoice. Of course.
You know what? You Jakes out there, stop watching CNN, man. And please start watching RT, Russia Today, Al Jazeera. What are the other ones? Euro News, BBC. Watch them. That you want to get real news? Watch the news out there in Europe, man. Don't in Russia. Don't be watching this American crap.
Press TV. Yeah, Press TV. Yeah, because all you're gonna get is fluff. You always held it to all go into that. All you're gonna get is fluff, man. The Fluff Network. All right, brother.
Revelation 22:1. And he showed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of the Most High and of the Lamb.
Yeah, and that's talking about the firmament, which is going to be healed. Your lover, the so-called white man, I'm talking to you 2/3. Guess what? He destroyed the firmament. So now the Most High got to go back and fix it. And that's what we would have. If the white man would be in our kingdom, guess what? Everything now will have crumbling infrastructure. We'll have faggots. We'll have what do we got now? Chemtrails. We might as well put out chains on us and go back into slavery, man, if the fucking white man's going to be in the kingdom. You know? Yeah. Monsanto. You'll have Monsanto.
Yeah. They got a video with this gook, this damn, and Ammon, you going to get a foot in your ass and it's going to remain in your ass, man. You know, you're just gonna be walking funny because you're gonna have a constant foot in your ass. This Japanese professor, Gook professor, they're all the fucking same. They're all slanty eyes. They all fucking put them in one lot. You know, this guy figured out how to make a steak out of man shit. He can take the proteins, do something with it, and you actually thinking that you eating the actual steak, man.
Yeah, so imagine if they were in the kingdom. That's what you would have. That's why it specifically says nothing that maketh an lie or an abomination or blah, blah, blah. What it says is going to be in the kingdom. All right? Go on, brother.
It says, in the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, and yielded her fruit every month, and the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations.
Right, that's alluding now to the zodiac, what you call the zodiac, which we don't deal with that now because that's on the left-hand side. But it's corrupted. Again, the so-called white man corrupted that. But you're going to have that in the kingdom, all right? Back in the early days, in the early American days, you had people that knew how to read the stars and knew what kind of crop season they would have, if it would be a good crop season or a bad crop season. Well, that science is going to come back in the kingdom. Everything is going to go back natural and normal like it's supposed to be. All right? Go on.
And there shall be no more curse, but the throne of the Most High and of the Lamb shall be in it, and his servants shall serve him.
Yeah, that no more curse. Go back to Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 15th to the 68th verse. The curses that fell upon us. Well, we ain't going to go through that no more in the kingdom.
That's when the curses are going to be finished. That's when the curses are going to be done with for Israel, and then they're going to go on the other nations. Right. And they shall see his face, and his name shall be in their foreheads.
Oh, are you listening, Nate? His name, what's that?
And they clipped Nate Satan's sight finally.
Yeah, his name.
I clicked it because I typed in Nathaniel 7, and then videos came up, and I saw one that said United, Israel United in Christ. I clicked on it. It said this account has been terminated, because he'd been trying to come raw. So now they finally clipped him.
That's what you get for trying to be raw. All right. Now you know how we feel, and it feels just fine. We don't mind being clipped, boy. I got another video clip the other day. I don't give a damn. We got clips. We got sites on the back burner, man. We don't care. But that was culture shock to you, man. You coming with that because you had hamburger with you. See, once you got rid of hamburger, you're trying to come raw, and then when you came raw, they got rid of you.
See, Nate, doesn't matter how eloquent you try to sound. You black man. That don't matter. They still clipped you. Go on.
And they shall see his face, and his name shall be in their foreheads. And there shall be no night there.
Right. His name is Yahweh Bahasham Yahweh Shai. All right. That's going to be in our foreheads. Go on.
And there shall be no night there, and they need no candle.
Again, lack of wisdom. That's what the night is talking about. When you go in the book of Isaiah 60, it says, gross darkness shall cover the people. When you don't have this truth, guess what? You're in the night. You don't know what the hell is going on. Go on.
And they need no candle, neither light of the sun, for the Lord power giveth them light.
Giveth them wisdom.
Amongst themselves. You had World War I, which was a major war. They referred to it as a war to end all wars. Now, we did a special that you can see if you go to YouTube and you go to Melis Archives, and I think it's the first series on that site on YouTube, and it's entitled an in-depth focus on Revelation, the 9th chapter. And it showed you there was this one battle that they had that lasted for almost a year. It was called what was the name of it? The Battle of Verdun. And they were just dying left and right, man, for a small patch of land for about 9 months. So these Edomites were killing each other. Go ahead.
It says, and there was given unto him a great sword.
What's that great sword? Matter of fact, look up the word sword. Let's see what that means. Because in the ancient world, during the time of the Romans, the Greeks and the Romans, their power was the sword Their power were bow and arrows. Their power was the spear. Then they learned how to use catapults. Now they have then they had cannons. Now they have missiles. So that's their sword. A sword is a killing instrument. In this case, the modern day sword is what? The missile. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Greek word there is
Strong's G 3162, machera. Machera.
which means a large knife used for killing animals and cutting up flesh, a small sword as distinguished from a large sword, a curved sword for cutting stroke, a straight sword for thrusting. That's it.
Is there a Hebrew word? You can click on the Hebrew form of sword. If not, you know what? Go to the sidebar and put sword, and then click, and then go scroll down. No. On the blue letter itself. Put in the word sword on the sidebar right there, and then click on it, and then get an Old Testament scripture of sword, and then read and get the definition for the word sword in the Hebrew. And there's got to be plenty of them. Got it? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, this is from Genesis 34 and 25, where it mentions the word sword. And we're going to look it up in the Hebrew. The Hebrew word there for sword is charab, which means sword, knife, sword, tools for cutting stone, sword.
Well, as we know, a sword, the modern day sword, would be a missile, a gun. It cuts. A gun cuts you. All right, go ahead.
This is Genesis 27 and 38. And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother.
Now let's go back to where we left off in Revelation.
Revelation chapter 6, verse 5. And when he had opened the third seal, I heard the third beast say, Come and see. And I beheld, and lo, a black horse. And he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hand.
Now the word balances, I want the brother to look it up, the elder to look it up. The word balances actually mean a yoke. And it's synonymous with the word slavery. So the black horse represent the time when we came over here to this country to serve slavery. Actually go to Joel, the 3rd chapter, in the 3rd verse. And when we went into slavery under this man, we had to work for this man by the power of the whip. If we didn't want to work, we got whipped, or we got killed, or we got a limb cut off, or we got the hell beat out of us. Now, if you have a bunch of slaves, you got to keep the slaves alive. So you got to give them water, and you got to give them food, and you got to give them shelter. So the only reason why we got shelter and food and water from this devil is why? To keep us going so we can keep working for this devil. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, the Greek word there is
Strong's G 2218, Zugas. Zugas.
which means a yoke that is put on draught cattle. Metaphor used of any burden or bondage as that of slavery. That's it. Of troublesome laws imposed on one of the Mosaic law. Hence the name is so transferred to the commands of Christ as to contrast them with the commands of the Pharisees, which were a veritable yoke. Yet even Christ's commands must be submitted to though easier to be kept. Number 2, balanced pair of scales. Yoke, pair of balances. That's it.
Yeah, so the word balance in Revelation, the 6th chapter, really means yoke. And it's synonymous with the word slavery. Because did not they put a yoke of iron? You got that in Deuteronomy? Yeah, hold that in Joel. Give me Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter and the 47th verse.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 47. Because thou servest not the Lord thy power with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things, therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee.
Yeah, so the yoke of iron, if you go to any slave reference, go to the illustrated section of Google, look up the word slavery, Negro slavery, American slavery, you're going to run into a handful of pictures of Israelites in hardcore slavery under Esau with a yoke of iron around his neck. So that black horse represents the fact that we came over to this country because this was the dark time of Israel. This is the lowest form of Israel, man. When we went, the lowest form of the punishment that the Most High put on us was when we first came over here to the Americas. And then later it spoke about the Latin tribes, but Jake caught it the most up here in America in hardcore slavery. Right, that's why David referred to this place as the Valley of the Shadow of Death, which is America. Valley means a low land. All right, go ahead.
Verse 23. And thy heaven that is over thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is under thee shall be iron. Joel 3:3. And they have cast lots for my people, and have given a boy for an harlot, and sold a girl for wine, that they might drink. Yea, and what have you to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon, and all the coasts of Palestine? Will ye render me a recompense? And if you recompense me, swiftly and speedily will I return your recompense upon your own head. Because you have taken my silver and my gold, and have carried into your temples my goodly pleasant things. The children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have you sold unto the
president. This black demon became president of the United States, but nobody knew him. Nobody knew his ass. Who the hell is this guy? Barry Soetoro. Who the hell is he? Go ahead. Is that the Wikipedia?
Yeah, this is Wikipedia definition of the cult of personality. It says, a cult of personality arises when an individual uses mass media, propaganda, and other methods to create an idealized and heroic public image, often through unquestioning flattery and praise. Cults of personality are... Yep. Yeah, I'll read that again. It says, a cult of personality arises when an individual, Barack Obama, uses mass media, propaganda, and other methods to create an idealized and heroic public image, often through unquestioning flattery and praise. Cults of personality are usually associated with dictatorships. The sociologist Max Weber developed a tripartite classification of authority. The cult of personality holds parallels with what Weber defined as charismatic authority.
And that's Barack Obama. Nobody knew him back in 03, even 04 that he became senator. And you never, prior to that, you didn't have there was not one black senator among all the senators, man. He came out of nowhere. He became the senator. He ran for to be president. Then all of a sudden he became president, and he's gonna probably become president again. And he hasn't did anything. He hasn't fulfilled one promise. All he does is give you them stupid ass speeches, man, and run out of a fucking plane. You know, he comes off the plane. He looked like Han and then to the dragon. Remember, you know, they had the tournament, Han would come down and that's exactly this. He probably watched Han over and over again, man. He running down, I'm doing the presidential run. And then you people go fucking mad over this asshole, man. That's why you deserve, that's why you Americans, you Babylonians, you deserve to be destroyed, man. You spiritual Babylonians. Go ahead.
Psalms chapter 10, verse 7. His mouth is full of cursing and deceit and fraud. Under his tongue is mischief and vanity.
Okay, now where do we leave off? We in so much.
Revelation 19 and 19.
All right, go ahead.
Revelation 19:19. And I saw the beast and the kings of the earth and their armies gathered together to make war against him, and that sat on the horse and against his army. And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast, and them that worship his image.
And that whole thing about deceiving the people, now they got a new deception, you know. And part of Esau deceiving you is making certain Israelites sell out, namely General Yohana, a.k.a. the Groovy Guru. All right? Hey, man, y'all got, go, when y'all get a chance, put in YouTube and put in Groovy Guru, man, and it'll come up, get the old Get Smart episodes. And you can see that whole episode, the Groovy Guru. I think it's part 1 to part 3. 1 of 3, 2 of 3, and 3 of 3. It's a half-an-hour show. And basically, when you see the Groovy Guru, that's General Yohana. And then you got this other demon, Comfy, you know, but he's outside the picture, man. He didn't do the job, so they pushed him out. They pushed him out the way. Oh, and by the way, Yohana Bar runs into Fat Joe all the damn time. He saw him last week, and Yohana Bar was cursing his ass out. He said, "Where's your bed out?" He said, "Where's Ariel?" Oh, I don't talk about that right now, because Yohana Bar's stepson is a brother to Fat Joe. So he has to bring his younger brother from wherever, take him to his mother's house and all that. So Yohana Bar always runs into this guy, maybe every like 6 months. So Yohana Bar is civil with him, but he's cutting him at the same time. He's asking, how's Ariel, how's this, where's your bed at, you know, this, that, and the other, you know? And then the guy's always uneasy when he goes around Yohana Bar, you know? Go ahead.
It says,
he had a look on his face like, you know, he didn't want to say too much because that thing had fallen apart. Go ahead.
with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into a lake of fire burning with brimstone. And the remnant was slain with the sword of him that sat upon the horse, which sword proceeded out of his mouth, and all the fowls were filled with their flesh.
Now let's go back to where we left off. We finished the whole book of Revelation, or the whole chapter of Revelation 6. Now we're going to go to Revelation 11. All right, go ahead.
Revelation chapter 11, verse 1. And there was given me a reed like unto a rod.
No, I'm sorry, Revelation 7.
Revelation 7 and 1. And after these things I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. And I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living power, and he cried with a loud voice to the 4 angels to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea, saying, hurt not the earth, neither the sea, nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our power in their foreheads.
So that's happening as we speak. They're being sealed. Go ahead.
It says, and I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the tribes of the children of Israel. Of the tribe of Judah were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Reuben were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Gad were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Asher were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe, So of the tribe of Nephthalim were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Manasseh was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Simeon was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Levi was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Issachar was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Zebulun was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Joseph was sealed 12,000.
Which represent the tribe of Ephraim. Go ahead.
Of the tribe of Benjamin was sealed 12,000. After this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes and palms in their hands, and cried with a loud voice, saying, Salvation to our power which sitteth upon the throne and unto the Lamb.
Now this is talking about Israelites. Now the way to prove it, go to Revelation the 5th chapter and start at the 3rd verse.
Revelation chapter 5 verse 3. And no man in heaven nor on earth, neither.
4th verse.
And I wept much, because no man was found worthy to open and to read the book, neither to look thereon. And one of the elders saith unto me, Weep not, behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, hath prevailed to open the book and to loose the 7 seals thereof. And I beheld, and lo, in the midst of the throne and of the 4 beasts, and in the midst of the elders, stood a lamb as it had been slain, having 7.
Which is another name for another term for likeness for Yahushua, because he became the sacrificial lamb. That's how we know that Isaac is Yahushua. Go ahead.
Having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of the Most High, sent forth into all the earth. And he came and took the book out of the right hand of him that sat upon the throne. And when he had taken the book, the 4 beasts and 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, having every one of them harps and golden vials full of odors, which are the prayers of saints. And they sung a new song, saying, Thou art worthy to take the book and to open the seals thereof, for thou wast slain, and hast redeemed us to the Most High by thy blood out of every kindred and tongue and people and nation, and hast made us unto our power kings and priests, and we shall reign on the earth. And I beheld, and I heard the voice of many angels round about the throne and the beasts and the elders, and the number of them was 10,000 times 10,000 and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, Worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing. And every creature which is in heaven and on the earth and under the earth, and such as are in the sea, and all that are in them, heard I saying, Blessing and honor and glory and power be unto him that sitteth upon the throne, and unto the Lamb forever and ever. And the 4 beasts said, Amen. And the 24 elders fell down and worshipped him that liveth forever and ever.
Yeah, now it referred to, go back to the point where it referred to the nations and tongues and kings. That goes hand in hand, and it referred to them as being saints. So Revelation the 5th chapter answers Revelation the 7th chapter about that great multitude. The blueprint of the Most High, how the Most High is going to take you out, and it's right there for you. The blueprint is right there for you to read. You can get this book for free, but you got to understand it. The Spirit's got to work with you. That's why it says in 2 Peter, the 3rd chapter, the 10th verse, it speaks of the Lord coming as a thief in the night. Because you're not going to have any clue as to when the Most High is coming. You don't even think the Most High is coming. And the ones you that think the Most High is coming, you Edomites, you think that the Lord's coming for you. Go ahead.
It says, Rejoice over her, thou heaven, and ye holy apostles and prophets. For the most,
who are the holy apostles and prophets? The Israelites. Esau ain't in that. Go ahead.
It says, For the Most High hath avenged you on her, and a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone.
Oh, look up the word avenge. What verse is that? Verse 20.
Yeah, the Greek word there is krima, which means a decree, judgment, condemnation of wrong, the decision whether severe or mild, which one passes on the faults of others. in a forensic sense, the sentence of a judge, the punishment with which one is sentenced, condemnatory sentence, penal judgment, sentence, a matter to be judicially decided, a law, a case in court.
Yeah, so we're basically the prosecutors, you can say, and we're condemning you. So now you've been condemned. Now the sentence. Now you're going to have the sentence brought on you. You're guilty of this. You're guilty of taking the Israelites from one country to another country. You're guilty of putting the Israelites into captivity. You're guilty of causing certain Israelites to be homosexuals. You're guilty of teaching them these lies. You're guilty of teaching them that they're Negroes, colored, African American, black. You know, you're guilty of a lot of things. So these charges are brought against you, and it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. The charges are overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming. You're committing these crimes as we condemning you. You're still committing crime. So now we're at the sentencing stage. And the sentence is what? Thermonuclear destruction, the total destruction and annihilation of Babylon the Great, which you refer to as America, and you going into captivity. And then that's not it. After the captivity, you're going to be exterminated. You're going to be gathered together, and you're going to be exterminated. I don't give a damn what Uncle Ruckus says. I don't give a damn what False Prophet 666 says. I don't give a damn what Abu says with his madness. You don't see him no more because he's been defeated. You notice you don't see this guy Comfy no more because he's been defeated. General Gehenna, you about to be defeated. All you scholars out there, you getting ready to be defeated. Go ahead.
This is Nahum chapter 1 verse 3. The Lord is slow to anger and great in power, and will not at all acquit the wicked. The Lord hath his way in the whirlwind and in the storm, and the clouds of the dust of his feet.
Yeah, so from this point on, when they pass this law that you can be a homosexual and get married, the Most High he gonna turn up the fire now. He gonna put the fire up on your ass. From this point on, all hell is gonna come upon you, man. Let's go back.
All right, Revelation 18:21. And a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone, and cast it into the sea, saying, Thus with violence shall that great city Babylon be thrown down.
So America's going to be thrown down in a violent manner. Go ahead.
And shall be found no more at all.
So it's not going to come back up. Go ahead.
And the voice of harpers and musicians and pipers and of trumpeters shall be heard no more at all in thee. And no craftsman of whatsoever craft he be shall be found.
Yeah, you ain't going to have American Idol and America's Got Talent and all these stupid shows, the stupid silly ass entertainment. Jersey Shore. Go ahead.
Shall be found no more at all in thee, no more in thee, no any more in thee. And the sound of a millstone shall be heard no more at all in thee. And the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee. And the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard.
Yeah, that's another big thing. You got all these stupid ass bride shows. You got this one bride show where you got these rotund hoes, big motherfucking 500-pound women, talking about they want to get the right damn dress. I don't like the wedding dress that this one store gave me because it looked like a sheet. That's the only thing that can fit your ass. Is a motherfucking sheet. You know? So you go to this specialist where they make you look as pretty as hell, but you look like a big elephant with a fucking a wedding dress on. There's one I was flipping the channel. They had this one big rotund black bitch talking about, I don't like that other dress. When I went to the store, it looked like pillowcases. Bitch, you needed a damn. You know how you put a tent over a car? You know how you put that play? That's what you need, bitch. You need like 3 of them over your ass. This is a damn shame, man. All these stupid Bridezilla, all these stupid wedding shows, man. And you're all, and none of you are virgins. And none of all you are a bunch of damn nasty ass hoes, man. And you waste all that money on one fucking day, man. You self-centered pieces of shit. Go ahead.
It says,
Like that bitch Casey Anthony. It's overwhelming that the bitch killed the daughter, man. But they're trying to keep that white girl from being exterminated, not executed, executed. But what they should do, they should find her as guilty. They should sentence her to death, and they should do it quick. But they should get one of them electric chairs or build one, and fucking electrocute her ass on a chair and put that shit on pay-per-view. I'll pay $50 to see that shit. I'll pay $50 to see that. You know how many people watch that? See that bitch, that pasty white bitch, be put in the fucking electric chair, you know, and have some crazy looking motherfucker pull that switch down and see her ass shake, rattle, and roll, man. I'll pay $100 if you put it on pay-per-view. I'll pay $100, man, to see that. I have all my brothers together. We'll have them wines and beers and stuff, you know, and we'll be all at the edge of our seats waiting for your ass to fry. But that's the same thing with the rest. You all gonna fry. The Most High is preparing that electric chair for this society right here. You're gonna fry on that day. You're gonna get char-broiled. Go ahead.
it says, and the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee. For thy merchants were the great men of the earth. For by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. And in her was found the blood of prophets and of saints and of all that were slain upon the earth.
Yeah, because that's what we are in the Americas. The people of the Lord, the chosen, the elect of the Most High, the chosen of the Most High. Is that it? All right, now let's go to the next chapter 19.
Revelation 19:1. And after these things I heard a great voice of much people in heaven, saying, Hallelujah, salvation and glory and honor and power unto the Lord our power.
So America was destroyed. The movie keeps going for John, the Revelator, John the Divine on the Isle of Patmos. So now he sees who's going to rejoice. We're going to rejoice. Go ahead.
It says, for true and righteous are the judgment, are his judgments. For he hath judged the great whore, which did corrupt the earth with her fornication.
And you're guilty of that. Anytime there's something that takes place on the planet Earth, like in the Middle East, it all point your fingers back to America. That situation in Greece, the reason why that happened, because that goes back to the bankers of America. Go ahead.
It says, which did corrupt the earth with her fornication, and how the
part of your corruption is saying it's all right to be a homosexual. That's why in Tel Aviv, Pink City, and in the land of Israel, that's going to be destroyed too. That's going to be wiped off the globe too. Because what do you have over there? You have one of the biggest gay parades on the planet Earth, which is in Tel Aviv, also known as Pink City. And then you have the Republicans and the Democrats, whether they be congressmen, senators, presidents, they have no problem sending aid to Israel. So they're all Republicans and Democrats. It's all the same, and they were there for a great number of years. And then another fulfillment of prophecy, which is in Joel, the 3rd chapter, where it says how they cast lots for us, sold a boy for wine that they may drink, and so forth and so on. That's also part of the fulfillment. How they actually came to the western side of the Africa, where the Israelites were established on the western coast of Africa, and gathered us together and made us slaves. Go ahead.
Yep. It says, and there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels.
Now that jumps another couple hundred years in the future, which this didn't happen yet. This is getting ready to happen. The Lord going to come back to deliver the children of Israel, and these devils are going to try to fight with their fighter jets and so forth. They're going to try to fight the Lord, Yahweh Shai, and the angels, and they're going to be wiped off the. They're going to be wiped out. Go ahead.
It says, and prevailed not, neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent
Because the dragon, the beast never died. The beast received a wound as unto death, but the beast rose back up, or the dragon rose back up. So the dragon is here right now in the form of NATO, the EU, and the U.S. as a member of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Go ahead.
And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world.
How did he deceive the whole world? Part of it was his Christianity, the picture of Cesare Borgia, his democracy, his school system. Part of that is the mark of the beast, which is the chip, which he's getting ready to push out in a big way. Go ahead.
It says, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now is come salvation and strength and the kingdom of our power and the power of his anointed. For the accuser of our brethren is cast down.
Which is Esau. So how in the hell can Esau make it? Ask a guy that. What does it mean? Who are they accusing of our brother? Is it talking about the Canaanites? Go ahead.
Which accused them before our power day and night. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. And they loved not their lives unto the death. Therefore rejoice ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath.
Now, it says the devil. So it's not talking about the spiritual demon Satan. It's talking about the physical counterpart of the spiritual demon Satan, which is Esau, the Edomites. Go ahead.
For the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he had but a short time. And when the dragon saw that he was cast out, and
the dragon is not talking about Hellboy down there in hell playing with some damn cats, smoking stogies, and eating Babe Ruths. Go ahead.
And when the dragon saw that he was cast unto the earth, he persecuted the woman, which brought forth the man-child. And to the woman were given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness, into her place, where she is nourished for a time, and times, and half a time, from the face of the serpent.
The serpent is another word for the dragon, Esau, this devil. We were nourished by these devils. They had to take care of us. They enslaved us, but they had to keep us alive. So you have to feed your slaves. You have to have doctors and physicians to take care of your slaves if they get hurt or if they get sick. Not because you love the slaves. You just want the slaves to get well so they can work in that field. Go ahead. That's right. Go ahead.
And the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood.
That's that deception. That's that confusion. That's all these damn religions. And that's their force as well. Go ahead.
And the earth helped the woman. And the earth opened her mouth and swallowed up the flood which the dragon cast out of his mouth.
And part of that is these archaeological digs where they're finding out that David looked like a black man, had an afro. The Lord had to be a black man. Go ahead.
And the dragon was wroth with the woman, and went to make war with the remnant of her seed, which keep the commandment of the Most High and have the testimony of Yahweh Shai.
That's talking about the ones of us that woke up, the elect, that keep the Lord's statutes and commandments. Is there more to that? Okay, so with that, this worked out perfect. It was almost an hour and a half, so we completed chapter 10, 11, and 12. So Lord willing, next time we'll go directly into the 13th chapter. So with that, I'm going to say shalom. got Caesar up there. You got the angels as lily white, pink, pasty white people with blonde hair and blue eyes. And having blue eyes is a defect. All right? Oh, look at them pretty blue eyes. Nah, that's a defect, man. There's something wrong with you. All right? Right, they call it, and if they do get close to the Most High, they'll call his name Yahweh. All right? Now, like I said, the 42 months represent 3.5 years, which represent 350 years when America was established. It really wasn't established in was it 1776 and all that, the independence. It really came into its power beginning in 1620. That's when America started, the so-called pilgrims and the Puritans and so forth. They came in the name of the Lord, which they had a white image of the Lord. That's when it really started. And it ended in 1970. Because when you go to Obadiah, it says, thence will your kingdom come down. So this society has been coming down since 1969, 1970. So you've been going down. Go ahead.
It says, and it was given unto him to make war with the saints, and to overcome them. And power was given him over all kindreds and tongues and nations. And all that dwell upon earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world.
Read that again.
It says, and all that dwell upon earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world.
Read that one more time.
It says, and all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him.
All that dwell upon the earth, people that dwell upon the earth, different nations, including Israelites, shall worship him. Go ahead. This system, go ahead.
Whose names are not written in the book of life.
Whose names are not written in the book of life. So who's written in the book of life? The elect. Go ahead.
It says in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. If any man have an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints.
Why would John say that? Because he's talking about the people that put us into slavery. So really it's referring to these Edomites, because he's talking about these Edomites. Go ahead.
It says, and I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb.
This is further focusing on America. It had 2 horns like a lamb. The 2 horns represent Republicans and the Democrats. The Roman Empire, you had 2 systems, 2 parties, so to speak. The plebeians and the patricians. All right? The plebeians represented the poorer class, which today you have the Democrats. The patricians represent the Republicans, so you can have a better understanding. Go ahead.
And he spake as a dragon.
Read that again from the top.
It says, and I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb. And
another thing, a lamb is docile, meek, humble. So when they came over here for so-called religious reasons, right? The Puritans, they came to bring the truth of God and the Bible to America. That's why your universities and your colleges and your school system was set up for what? Religious studies. Go ahead.
And he spake as a dragon.
And the true colors came out that he was a dragon. He spake as a dragon. What does it mean he spake as a dragon? The dragon's referring to the Roman Empire. The dragon was mean and rough. So America started as we're gonna do it the right way. We're gonna be this is gonna be a Christian nation. But in reality, you're showing your true colors, which is the Roman system. Go ahead.
It says, and he exerciseth all the power of the first beast before him.
Who's the first beast before him? The Roman Empire, which is known as a dragon. Go ahead.
And causeth the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast.
The first beast is who? The Roman Empire. How do you worship the first beast? In the 3rd grade, they teach you Roman numerals and so forth. If you want to learn about botanical system, how the names of different plants and flowers and trees, they have what's called botanical names, which are all either Greek or Romanized names. If you want to study space and the stars, the different stars and the planets are named after Greek and Roman gods. Animals named after certain your musculature, all named after Latin terms, Latin terminology. You want to be a doctor, the terms and learning about the different body parts and the different medications have Latin or either Greek names to it, mainly Latin. Law, you want to get into law? You got to learn Latin. Corpus delicti, which one? Corpus delicti, caveat emptor, Latin. What's the other one? Prima facie. That's what I was thinking. Prima facie. First, that's Latin. What's that? Habeas corpus. That's Latin. So this system that you get into is basically goes back to the ways of the ancient Romans, which they spoke what? Latin. Go ahead.
It says, and he exercised all the power of the first beast before him, and caused the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men.
Right, and they first did that when they dropped, what was that, Fat Boy and Little Man on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Then during the time of the Vietnam conflict, they dropped napalm on the people. There's a famous picture of a little Vietnamese girl butt naked with her skin peeled off from the napalm. And they had a song, and they focused on that song in the movie with this guy, Richard Gere, officer and a gentleman. When they were running on the beach, the drill sergeant, which was played by Lou Gossett, he was saying that napalm sticks to kids. So that's one of their songs. So they glorify in killing. Go ahead.
And deceiveth them that dwell on the earth, by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast.
In other words, if you don't go by our system, we're going to drop bombs on you. Go ahead.
Saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image to the beast which had the wound by a sword and did live.
And the image is not talking about the image of Caesar Borgia. Even though that's part of it, the image is a whole system, the whole Romanized system. The school system is based upon the Romanized system. Like I said, you want to become a doctor, a lawyer, a botanist, an undertaker, whatever you want to get into, those terms, when you get your textbooks, those terms go back to Latin terms. Go ahead.
It says, and he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed.
Yeah, that's why they're bombing the hell out of them in Libya and those Arab nations, because they don't want to convert to Christianity. They don't want democracy in their system. That's why they're killing them. That's why they're dropping bombs on them and killing them. Go ahead.
And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond.
And he caused, read that again.
And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond.
Small and great, rich and poor, the poor person as well as the rich person, free and bond. We're bond. We represent small, the small. We represent the poor, and we represent the bond. That's why you got a social security number. So it's talking about people. Go ahead.
It says to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads.
And ultimately it's that chip, which they're already instituting that chip. Go ahead.
and that no man might buy or sell save he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name.
Yeah, because these newer cars, me and this other brother went into a Ford dealership to get a key made, and we were looking at the newer cars like the 2011 Ford Taurus. I mean, it looks like a spaceship on the inside, and there's not a entry for a key. Basically, you use your finger.
And they shall reign forever and ever.
Ever and ever mean age upon age. You look up the word ever, it means age. Then ever, you notice it says ever and ever, age and age. Go on.
And he said unto me, these sayings are faithful and true. And the Lord power of the holy prophets sent his angel to show unto his servants the things which must shortly be done. Behold, I come quickly. Blessed is he that keepeth the sayings of the prophecy of this book.
Right, meaning the Bible. Go on.
And I, John, saw these things and heard them.
And the only ones that can keep it right now is the elect of the nation of Israel. That's it. All right, go on.
And I, John, saw these things and heard them. And when I had heard and seen, I fell down to worship before the feet of the angel which showed me these things. Then saith he unto me, see thou do it not, for I am thy fellow servant and of thy brethren the prophets.
And that shows you that you're not supposed to worship angels. So just like Elder Tar said, years ago, Elder Ariar would shalak, to Mayaka Allah, wa Allah Hayim and all of that. We're not supposed to do that. All right? There it is right there. There's the proof. Go on.
And of them which keep the sayings of this book worship the Most High. And he saith unto me, seal not the sayings. And he saith unto me, seal not the sayings of the prophecy of this book, for the time is at hand.
Right, and it's not sealed to us. All right, we understand what those prophecies are. And we understand it through the power of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai, who revealed it to us through his Holy Spirit. Go on.
He that is unjust, let him be unjust still. And he which is filthy, let him be filthy still. And he that is righteous, let him be righteous still. And he that is holy, let him be holy still. And behold, I come quickly, and my reward is with me, to give every man according as his work shall be.
So you brothers that are out there laboring in this truth, you're going to get your reward. Yahushua is not a man that he should lie. So when he comes back, he's going to give us our reward, whatever our reward may be. Go on.
I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life.
Right, the tree of life is talking about this truth. All right, go on.
And may enter in through the gates into the city. For without are dogs, and sorcerers, and whoremongers, and murderers, and idolaters, and whosoever loveth and maketh a lie.
So basically, anybody that's outside of this truth, that's pretty much what they are. Dogs, sorcerers, whoremongers, idolaters. Go on.
I, Yahushua, have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David, and the bright and morning star. And the Spirit and the bride say, come. And let him that heareth say, come. And let him that is athirst come. And whosoever will, let him take the water of life freely. For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, the Most High shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book.
And that's exactly what you so-called white people have done, beginning with your learned elders of Zion and the Bible Destruction Group, and there are many other groups. You've added unto this Bible. You've added unto the words. So you're going to receive the plagues that are written in this book. The main plague being the nuclear destruction and the plague of slavery. All right? After the nuclear destruction.
And if any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, the Most High shall take away his part out of the book of life, and out of the holy city, and from the things which are written in this book. He which testifieth these things saith, surely I come quickly, amen. Even so come, Lord Yahushai. The grace of our Lord Yahushai be with you all, amen.
Yeah, that's our sentiment. The Lord can't come quick enough. So basically, that's the book of Revelation. All right, the understanding of the chapters. Yeah, that was 22. Now, I don't know if you want to say a closing comment. Okay. All right, so basically, like I said, this is for you brothers. We did the whole book of Revelation from chapter 1 to chapter 22, basically. And, we do it for you brothers out of love, man. All right? So with that, this is Elders of GMS, the end of the world. And we'll see you in the next lesson. Shalom.
The way we come out, when you watch us on the street, when you see us on the street, either might roll up. We'll go into the scriptures. We'll cut them with the scriptures. Then we might laugh at him and mock at him, man. We might throw a joke on his ass, man. We might come out raw on his ass 1 minute. We might be ready to pull off the garments and go to fisticuff with a nigga, man. We come all different ways, And a lot of people get offended by that. Well, the men of the Lord wouldn't come that way. Well, guess what? That's exactly how the men of the Lord were going to come. Go ahead, read that.
Okay, the Hebrew word there for stammering is la'aig, which means marker. Down here it says, speaking in a barbarous or foreign tongue, the people of a strange language. Jester, buffoon, mocker, Psalm 35:16. Mockers for a cake, i.e. parasites who act the part of buffoons at the feasts of the wealthy for the sake of dainty fare. Talking for cake is used for jocose, scurrilous discourse.
Look at the word barbarous, because he said barbarous, a barbarous speech, right? In other words, you're going to have to go to the regular Cracker dictionary or put in the word barbarous. Put it in Google. Yeah, every computer is different. All right, go ahead.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 58, verse 1. It says, cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
That's right. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, we're in Merriam-Webster dictionary. The word there for the definition for barbarous is uncivilized, lacking culture or refinement, characterized by the occurrence of barbarisms, mercilessly harsh or cruel. That's pretty much it.
Look to see if there's some more definitions on it, some more on the other sites, all right? Because I was going through it this morning. I found a whole lot of stuff. All right, go ahead.
It says, for with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people, to whom he said, this is the rest wherewith you may cause the weary to rest, and this is the refreshing, yet they would not hear. But the word of the Lord was unto them precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little, that they might go and fall backward and be broken and snared and taken. Wherefore hear the word of the Lord, ye scornful men, that rule this people which is in Jerusalem. Because you have said, we have made a covenant with death, and with hell are we at agreement. When the overflowing scourge shall pass through, it shall not come unto us, for we have made lies our refuge, and under falsehood have we hid ourselves.
So any of you guys teaching that Cornelius is an Israelite in 2011, Cornelius is an Edomite in 2011, that means you ain't getting deep in the scriptures. Go ahead.
It says, therefore thus saith the Lord power, behold, I lay in Zion for a foundation, a stone, a tried stone, a precious cornerstone, a sure foundation. He that believeth shall not make haste. Judgment also will I lay to the line, and righteousness to the plummet, and the hail shall sweep away the refuge of lies, and the water shall overflow the hiding place, and your covenant with death shall be disannulled, and your agreement with hell shall not stand. When the overflowing scourge shall pass through, then you shall be trodden down by it. From the time that it goeth forth, it shall take you. For morning by morning shall it pass over, by day and by night. And it shall be a vexation only to understand the report. For the bed is shorter than that a man can stretch himself on it, and the covering that narrower than that he can wrap himself in it. For the Lord shall rise up as in Mount Perazim, he shall be wroth as in the valley of Gibeon, that he may do his work, his strange work, and bring to pass his act, his strange act. Now therefore be ye not mockers, lest your bands be made strong. I have heard from the Lord power of hosts, a consumption, even determined upon the whole earth. Give ye ear and hear my voice, hearken and hear my speech. Doth the plowman plow all day to sow? Doth he open and break the clods of his ground? When he hath made plain the face thereof, doth he not cast abroad the fitches, and scatter the cumin, and cast in the principal wheat, and appointed barley, and the rye in their place? For his power doth instruct him to discretion, and doth teach him. For the fitches are not threshed with a threshing instrument, neither is a cartwheel turned about upon the cumin. For the fitches are beaten out with a staff, and the cumin with a rod. Bread corn is bruised, because he will not ever be threshing it, nor break it with the wheel of his cart, nor bruise it with the horsemen. This also cometh forth from the Lord of hosts, which is wonderful in counsel and excellent in working.
In other words, just like you're planting something, there's certain plants, seeds that you put down where you use certain tools in order for not to damage these plants. So it's the same thing with this word. This ain't no 1, 2, 3 thing where you just read the scriptures and that's it. You got to study. You got to get into these scriptures, man. Now let's go back to the book of Revelation. We covered Revelation the 5th chapter. Now let's go to Revelation the 6th chapter.
Revelation chapter 6 verse 1. And I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard as it were the noise of thunder, one of the 4 beasts saying, Come and see. And I saw, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat on him had a bow, and a crown was given unto him, and he went forth conquering and to conquer.
Now that's talking about Yahweh Shai. When you go to Revelation the 19th chapter rather, and we can start from the 10th verse.
Revelation chapter 19 verse 10. And I fell at his feet to worship him, and he said unto me, See thou do it not. I am thy fellow servant and of thy brethren.
No, start at the 8th verse.
All right. Revelation 19 and 8. It says, And to her was granted that she should be arrayed in fine linen, clean and white. For the fine linen is the righteousness of saints.
It's talking about Israel getting prepared for the bridegroom, which is Yahweh Shai. Go ahead.
And he saith unto me, Right, blessed are they which are called unto the marriage supper of the Lamb. And he saith unto me, These are the true sayings of the Most High. And I fell at his feet to worship him. And he said unto me, See thou do it not. I am thy fellow servant and of thy brethren that have the testimony.
This was an angel where John was ready to bow down to this angel. And the angel said, Don't bow down to me, because I'm a fellow servant, a fellow brother. Go ahead.
That have the testimony.
So you got guys out there that's praying to angels, Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael. That's not in the scriptures. It tells you that in Colossians, what is that, the 2nd chapter?
Yahweh, Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Kushal, Shema, Nawa, Aitha, Shalat, Magala, Walahayim, La, Shema'ayim, Barak, Rapal, Isaac, Magun, Kazak, Ataziyah, Fawa.
Go ahead.
It says that have the testimony of Yahweh Shai, worship the Most High. For the testimony of Yahweh Shai is the spirit of prophecy. And I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse. And he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True. And in righteousness he doth judge and make war.
So that's how we know that the white horse in Revelation, the 6th chapter, is talking about Yahweh Shai and what he's getting ready to do. Go ahead.
It says, His eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns. And he had a name written that no man knew but he himself. And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of the Most High. And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and clean.
Now we know he's not going to come back in white horses. The way he's coming back in these chariots, which Esau refers to as the UFOs. But horses represent power. He's coming back in power. Like I said, you got people that read the scriptures. They'll come across this scripture and they'll actually think that the Lord is coming back in a white horse. Go ahead.
And out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword, that with it he should smite the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron. And he treadeth the winepress.
It says he's going to rule them with a rod of iron. Let's look that up in the blue letter. He said he's going to rule them with a rod of iron. And if he's going to rule them with a rod of iron, who else is going to rule them with a rod of iron? We're going to rule them with a rod of iron. It tells you that, it says we're going to be joint heirs. Whatever the Lord gets, we're going to get.
Okay, we're going to look up in the Greek rod of iron. First, I'll look up rod.
Strong's G 4464.
We're reading about the great multitude. Go ahead.
It says, and they sung a new song, saying, Thou art worthy to take the book and to open the seals thereof. For thou wast slain and has redeemed us to the Most High by thy blood, out of every kindred and tongue and people and nations.
So did the Lord, wait a minute, did the Lord come and save everybody? No, the Lord didn't come to save everybody. The Lord only came to save a certain select, which is of the nation of Israel. When the Lord came on the scene, and what's that, Matthew's the 10th chapter, the 5th and the 6th verse, he told the disciples to go and teach the nation of Israel. Now you might pop up with your stupid self and say, well, what about Cornelius? Well, Cornelius is an Israelite, all right? That's been well established, okay? You got something?
Yes, I just asked Elder Gabal to blue letter that word kindred. If you could read that for me, brother.
Yeah, the word there in the Greek.
Strong's G 5443. Foulé. Foulé.
That's for the word kindred. It says a tribe. In the NT or New Testament, all the persons descendant from one of the 12 sons of the patriarch Jacob. Then number 2, a nation, people. But in number 1, it says, in the New Testament, all the persons descendant from one of the 12 sons of the patriarch Jacob. And down here it says pretty much the same thing. All the persons descendant from one of the 12 sons of the patriarch Jacob.
That's it, brother. That's it.
And with that blue letter, man, we use that as a weapon, man. That's so much. Hey, you know what? This elder right here, he always send me stuff out the blue letter. Oh wow. Then I'll find something. Like if you reading through the scriptures, you go to the blue letter and you get all kind of, but like I said, the blue letter goes off sometimes. So you got to know when it goes off and when it's on point. All right?
Now, the brother just read the word kindred, right? It said foulé. Now, when you read about Cornelius, when Peter told him it's not lawful for you to go to one of another nation, the word nation in the Hebrew is gawayim, but that word nation doesn't appear in the Greek text. The word that's there is alufule. Now, alos means other. Foulé is a tribe, one of the 12 tribes. So he belonged to another tribe. Because by that time it was well established that Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, they didn't accept any of the other tribes into this thing because they said they were already casted out. You know?
That's it. That's it. That's it. Go ahead.
Yeah. This is John 10:16. It says, "And other sheep I have which are not of this fold, them also I must bring, and they shall hear my voice, and there shall be one fold and one shepherd." Right, because like the brother said, he was from another tribe, and the Lord said here that there were other tribes that he had to wake up and rise up.
Yeah, because the nation was split into two. That's why when you read in the book of Ezekiel, the Lord said that He's going to take the one stick and write all the tribes on there and bring them all together and make them one nation again, because they were two nations. So the Lord had to break the enmity and bring them all together as one.
You're getting it hot off the presses, man. At the studio. that spirit. But like I was telling the brother one of the leaders from Adama from Boston, I was kind of whispering to him. I said, it's always like that. I said, sometimes we don't even have a topic. Sometimes we can't think. Oh, like when we go on the road, the GMS in transit. A lot of times we come on, y'all got to give me a topic. We ain't got a topic. And all of a sudden, one scripture come up, and all of a sudden the flood of scriptures come up. And today we're going to have 2 sessions of the GMS in transit. You know, and we ain't going to stop. You know, we ain't going to stop. We're going to push this. This is what we're here for, to push this word, man. You know. Go ahead.
Revelations 7 and 9. After this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues, stood before the throne. And
so we know that that's talking about Israelites. The answer to that is in Revelation, the 5th chapter. Go ahead.
And before the Lamb, clothed with white robes and palms in their hands, and cried with a loud voice, saying, Salvation to our power, which sitteth upon the throne, and unto the Lamb. And all the angels stood round about the throne, and about the elders and the 4 beasts, and fell before the throne on their faces, and worshipped the Most High, saying, Amen. Blessing and glory and wisdom and thanksgiving and honor and power and might be unto our power forever and ever. Amen. And one of the elders answered, saying unto me, What are these which are arrayed in white robes? And whence came they? And I said unto him, Sir, thou knowest. And he said to me, These are they which came out of great tribulation, and have washed their robes, and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Therefore are they before...
Esau can't make their robes white in the blood of the Lamb, because the Lamb didn't shed his blood for you Edomites, or you Ishmaelites, or you Ammonites, or you Hamites, or any of you damn ites. Go ahead.
Hey, well, the Lord said when he comes back, he's going to wash his feet in the blood of Esau. You know, he's going to slay Esau.
Yeah, you ain't going to wash your garments. He going to wash you going to be that blood. You're going to be that blood that he just like you stomp grapes. You're going to be the grapes, and the Lord's going to be the what do you call it? The stomper, the grape smasher. Go ahead.
It says, Therefore are they before the throne of the Most High, and serve him day and night in the temple, and he that sitteth on the throne shall dwell among them. They shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more, neither shall the sun light on them, nor any heat. For the Lamb which is in the midst of the...
In other words, like Mo said, King Marshall said years ago, look, when we get in the wilderness, when this man go down, then we really going to have to do work. We're going to have to do some work. We're going to have to roll up. Man, I was like, Mo, we ain't going to be doing no work, man. We're going to be kicking. We're going to be telling people what to do. We're going to be barking out orders, man. And the only work we're going to do is using our legs in an upward fashion, man, and using that rod of iron and bashing their damn head in, man. You know, just like that Bugs Bunny. When I was a kid, I saw that where he had this guy bow down to the king, and Bugs Bunny was a king, and Bugs Bunny kept smacking this Edomite in the head, man. He said, "Arise, sir, loin of beef. Arise, sir, milk of magnesia. Arise!" And then the last bang that he got hit in the head with, he said, "Thank you, Your Highness. You are too kind." And that's what you devils gonna do. When we kick your ass, you're gonna say, "Thank you, sir, may I have another?" All right? Because you know when you go to the fucking court and the judge brings a sentence against your ass, what do most of you niggas say? "Thank you, Your Honor." And he done gave you 3 months. Or he done fine you $1,000, you're going to say thank you. So in our kingdom, when we fucking put our foot in your ass sideways and twist that shit and bash your head in, you know what your response is going to be? Thank you. Thank you, my Lord. Thawada Adawanya. Go ahead.
For the Lamb which is in the midst of...
I'll be doing all kind of stuff. I'll be sticking that rod up your... You know what, man? You know? I'm gonna be twirling you with that bad boy, man. I'm gonna take your babies. I'm gonna take your damn babies. I'm gonna play soccer with them, with your damn babies, with your infants, man. Play baseball, man. You know, I'm gonna do all kind of stuff, man. I'm gonna get I'm gonna get medieval on you, damn devils, man. Go ahead.
For the Lamb which is in the midst of the throne shall feed them and shall lead them unto living fountains of water, and the Most High shall wipe away all
Circus. Go ahead.
and hath avenged the blood of his servants at her hand. Excuse me. And again they said, Hallelujah, and her smoke rose up forever and ever. And the 24 elders and the 4 beasts fell down and worshipped the Most High that sat on the throne, saying, Amen, Hallelujah. And a voice came out of the throne, saying, Praise our power, all ye his servants, and ye that fear him, both small and great. And I heard, as it were, the voice of a great multitude, and as the voice of many waters, and as the voice of mighty thunderings, saying, Hallelujah, for the Lord power omnipotent reigneth. Let us be glad and rejoice and give honor to him, for the marriage of the Lamb is come, and his wife hath made herself ready.
And the wife are the children of Israel, not no group of Edomites. It's only referring to the children of Israel. Another thing, Bubble-eyed Blackfish, you notice you don't see him too much because he got totally exposed. All these phony niggas that took that Judas purse, they all got exposed. And then all the GMS camps out there, all those brothers are sharp as a damn razor, man. So if we don't see it, another camp is going to see it. And we're going to get, and that's what we do, man. We're like the sentinels, man. We see something that's wicked, and we jump right on it, man. Go ahead.
It says, And to her was granted that she should be arrayed in fine linen, clean and white, for the fine linen is the righteousness of saints. And he saith unto me, Right, blessed are they which are called unto the marriage supper of the Lamb. And he said unto me, These are the true sayings of the Most High. And I fell at his feet to worship him. And he said unto me, See thou do it not. I am thy fellow servant and of thy brethren that have the testimony of Yahushua.
Right, this was an angel that said that. John went down to bow down to the angel, and the angel said, No, get back. I'm a fellow servant of yours. Go from there. Get me the book of Colossians, the 2nd chapter, Colossians, and I believe it's the 16th verse. Go ahead.
Colossians chapter 2, verse 16. Let no man therefore judge you in meat or in drink or in respect of an holy day or of the new moon or of the Sabbath days, which are a shadow of things to come, but the body is of Yahushua. Let no man beguile you of your reward, in a voluntary humility and worshiping of angels, intruding into those things which he hath not seen, vainly puffed up by his fleshly mind.
Yeah, so in other words, that's talking about you're not supposed to worship angels. That's why the angel told John to get back up. You're not supposed to be worshiping angels. Now this guy, what's his name? Zabak, all right? He put a video out saying, oh, we don't know the Hebrew. Well, you stupid ass, when you put that video up, you were praising angels, man. That shows you that the Lord ain't working with you.
Shalom, Shalom, Yahweh, Yahweh, Hashem, Yahushai, Baruch Shema, Nawa, Aitah, Shalat, Ma'agala, Walahayim, La, Shema'ayim, Barak.
And you another one that the Most High is going to destroy. You're not a man of the Lord. You're not a part of the elect. You're part of the 2/3, all right, that's going to get it too. Right along with General Gehenna and the rest of those demons. Go ahead.
It says, I am thy fellow servant and of thy brethren that have the testimony of Yahushai. Worship the Most High. For the testimony of Yahushai is the spirit of prophecy. And I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse. And he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True. And in righteousness he doth judge and make war.
That's the same white horse in Revelation, the 6th chapter, which Yahushua is going to be riding on. And it's not an actual horse. It's talking about the ships, because when the Lord comes back, he's coming back in a chariot that's so big. Ezra saw it and recorded it in 2nd Ezra, the 13th chapter. He said the chariot was so big that it looked like a mountain. Go ahead.
It says, his eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns. And he had a name written.
And the many crowns is talking about all these kingdoms that he's going to take down. Go ahead.
And he had a name written that no man knew but he himself. And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood. And his name is called the Word of the Most High.
Now, what does it mean he was clothed in a vesture dipped in blood? That's talking about When you go to Isaiah the 63rd chapter, it tells you about that. How he's going to, let's go to that, man, because I like that scripture. Matter of fact, I love that scripture. That's one of my favorite scriptures. He's going to compare them to grapes. Go ahead.
Stomp 'em. Isaiah 63:1. Who is this that cometh from Edom with dyed garments from Basra? This that is glorious in his apparel, traveling in the greatness of his strength. I that speak in righteousness, mighty to save.
Now this verse right here, Isaiah the 63rd chapter, go hand in hand with what we're reading in Revelation the 19th chapter. Go ahead.
Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel, and thy garments like him that treadeth in the wine fat?
Now let's go back to the point in Revelation 19 about the garment.
It says, verse 13, Revelation 19:13. And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood.
Now let's find out why he was clothed in a vesture dipped in blood. Go back to Isaiah.
It says, who is this, Isaiah 63:1, who is this that cometh from Edom with dyed garments from Basra? This that is glorious in his apparel, traveling in the greatness of his strength. I that speak in righteousness, mighty to save. Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel, and thy garments like him that treadeth in the wine fat? I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me. For I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury. And their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. For the day of vengeance.
So when the Lord come back and get you Edomites, he's going to get down. He's going to get passionate. The angels are going to get passionate. We're going to get passionate. Because it tells you in Malachi, was that 5 and 7 on down, it says we're going to actually pull the limbs off your damn body. We're going to screw off the tops of your motherfucking head. We're gonna get nasty on that day. We're going to get down and dirty on that day. Go ahead. Like they got this series with this cracker called Dirty Jobs. Well, if he comes out with a camera to film the job that we're going to be doing, he's going to be part of the job. We're gonna screw his goddamn head off, man. Go ahead.
It says, for the day of vengeance is in mine heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. And I looked, and there was...
Oh, and the year of my redeemed has come. So is it going to be this year? Is it going to be next year? Is it going to be the year after that? But we know it's close. Could it be 2012 maybe? It'd be nice if it was the end of 2011. But if it's 2012, I'll deal with that too. But we know it's close. 2011, 2012, possibly 2013, we don't know. But we know it's close. It's right there at the door. Go ahead.
And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold. Therefore mine own arm brought salvation unto me, and my fury it upheld me. And I will tread down the people in mine anger. And
what people? What people? Esau. Go ahead.
And I will bring down their strength to the earth.
What is their strength? Their military. Because the first thing that he's gonna do is fight against that military. Because this devil gonna try to stop the so-called aliens from attacking. And he's going to find out that them aliens is the Lord himself and the angels.
Like the 2 jets that were chasing that chariot.
That's right. There's a video out there. It was, I think, 2 or 3 jets that was trying to chase this chariot. And the chariot was playing with the 3 jets or the 2 jets. They're going to have a it's going to be like they're going to have a field day with you, man. Go ahead.
It says, and I will tread down the people in mine anger and make them drunk in my fury, and I will bring down their strength to the earth. All right, back in Revelation 19 and 13. And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word.
Yeah, they saw us. They took part in the captivity. They saw us in captivity. They see us in captivity to this very day. Go ahead.
So shall they see shortly your salvation from our power, which shall come upon you with great glory and brightness of the everlasting. My children, suffer patiently the wrath that has come upon you from the Most High. For thine enemy hath persecuted thee, but shortly thou shalt see his destruction, and shalt tread.
Oh, that enemy, is that talking about the Taliban? talking about Bin Laden and them? Is it talking about the Canaanites, the people of Mizraim? No, right now it's talking about Esau. Because who has us in captivity? Who has us in their hands? These Edomites. Go ahead.
It says, my children, suffer patiently the wrath that has come upon you from the Most High. For thine enemy hath persecuted thee. But shortly thou shalt see his destruction, and shalt tread upon his neck.
And there goes the word tread again. Go ahead.
Yeah, I looked up the word lees, because you know we don't play around over here. The word lees, it says the sediment of a liquor as wine during fermentation and aging. And another word they have there is dregs. That's from Merriam-Webster Dictionary.
All right. Go ahead.
Malachi chapter 4, verse 3. And you shall tread down the wicked, for they shall be ash.
Well, who are the wicked? go to Malachi 1. In case you don't know who the wicked are, we're going to break it down to you. Go ahead.
Malachi chapter 1, verse 1. The burden of the word of the Lord to Israel by Malachi. I have loved you, saith the Lord, yet you say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith the Lord? Yet I loved Jacob, and I hated Esau, and laid his mountains and his heritage waste.
Hold up, wait a minute. This is all the way. Now, I know the Lord hated Esau and loved Jacob back in Genesis, but this is all the way up here in the book of Malachi. And Malachi is the last book in the Old Testament right before you go to the New Testament. Go ahead. So did the Lord change? Go ahead.
And I hated Esau and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness.
And I'm pretty sure it's going to say, but I had to change the heart, and now I love the hell out of it. I love me some Esau now. Nope, you're not going to see that. Go ahead.
Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down. And they shall call them the border of wickedness, and the people against whom the Lord hath indignation forever.
Oh, the people, read that again. Read that again.
It said, they shall build, but I will throw down, and they shall call them the border of wickedness.
Anywhere this devil set up his border, that's the border of wickedness. Go ahead.
And the people against whom the Lord...
The people, a nation. Go ahead.
Against whom the Lord hath indignation forever.
Look up the word indignation. Look up the word forever. And forever is a long time. Malachi 1 verse 4.
Okay, first we're going to look up the word indignation in the Hebrew. The word there is za'aim, which means to denounce, express indignation, be indignant, to have indignation, be indignant, be angrily indignant, be defiant, to be abhorrent, to express indignation in speech, denounce, curse, to show indignation, show anger. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Forever. All right, first we're going to look up for because it's split in two. The word for is aid, which means as far as, even to, up until, up to, while, as far as. Pretty much keeps repeating. I'm going to go for to ever. The word there is iwalum, which means long duration, antiquity, futurity, forever, ever, everlasting, evermore, perpetual, old, ancient world, forever, always, continuous existence, perpetual, everlasting, indefinite, or unending future, eternity.
Definite means it has of end. Indefinite means it has no end. So it's an everlasting hatred. The Lord's not going to change, and the Lord is not a man that he should lie, and he's not a man that he should change, and he's not a man that he should repent. He's subject to his prophecies. Read that part again in Malachi.
Malachi 4 and 3. I'm sorry. Malachi chapter 1, verse 4. And it says, whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down, and they shall call them the border of wickedness, and the people against whom the Lord hath indignation forever.
Now, where you going back to?
Malachi chapter 4, verse 3. And you shall tread down the wicked, for they shall be ashes under the soles of your feet in the day that I shall do this, saith the Lord of hosts. Remember you the law of Moses, my servant, which I commanded unto him in Horeb for all Israel with the statutes and judgments. Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. And he shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers.
Restore. Go ahead.
Lest I come and smite the earth with a curse.
That's right. Now let's go back to where we at. Revelation 11. And Revelation 11 should be easy because we have gone, that's a key scripture that we have gone through many times. Go ahead.
Revelation chapter 11, verse 1. And there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood, saying, rise and measure the temple of the Most High, and the altar, and them that worship therein.
The measuring stick is these scriptures. Go ahead.
It says, but the court which is without the temple leave out, and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles. And the holy city shall they tread.
Right. This is not given. We're not supposed to go and teach the Gentiles that they're going to be in the kingdom of heaven and they're going to receive blessings. We are supposed to teach them. We're supposed to teach them that they're going to be our slaves. And then they're going to be exterminated. Go ahead.
It says, and the holy city shall they tread underfoot 42 months.
And the holy city is a people before it's a place. The holy city is the nation of Israel. And we went through the word tread, right? So they tread on us. So now we getting ready to tread on them. Be over us. Put us on the bottom. Go ahead.
This is the book of 2 Maccabees chapter 5, verse 19. Nevertheless, the Most High did not choose the people for the place's sake, but the place for the people's sake.
That's right. Go ahead.
All right, now, this is back in Revelation 11 and end of 2. And the holy city shall they tread underfoot 42 months. And I will give power unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days clothed in sackcloth. These are the 2 olive trees and the 2 candlesticks standing before the...
It represent the prophets in whole coming before these, cursing out Israel and cursing out these other nations too. Because when the Babylonian Empire was set up and established, who told the king of Babylon that his kingdom was going to be destroyed? Daniel. The same thing with Moses during the time of the so-called Egyptian Empire. It was Moses that prophesied the downfall through the spirit and the power of the Most High that the Egyptians were going to go down. So here we are, the prophets are here again prophesying the downfall of Babylon and telling you that this is Babylon the Great or the daughter of Babylon. And we're dressed up in what? Sackcloth. In other words, sackcloth means garments, inferior materials that you use to make sacks, make a sack out of. Like a sack of potato. It's not something that you ain't going to take a sack of potatoes, eat the potatoes, and then take the sack and cut it up and make a garment out of it. That's like it's not a right. It's not dope. It's not sexy, so to speak. All right. In other words, we're going to use inferior garments that you just wear, cheap garments. So these right here that we wear, these garments, this is not kingly garments. You know, we try to make it look as good as we can, you know, make it look ancient and all that, put the fringes on it. But this is garbage, man. And the technology is it goes by your fingerprint. Biometric. Now, if you want your wife to drive the car, you override your fingerprint, so it recognizes your fingerprint and her fingerprint. So if anybody else goes in there to put their finger there, the car won't start. So they're showing you how to, so that the next thing is the chip. That's the next thing. Go ahead.
It says, here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is a number of a man, and his number is 666.
And what is it? You have the paper. The last number is stigma, which is Greek for 6. I'm going to let the brother read it. And we went through this before. Go ahead.
This is stigma, because the number of the beast is Chi Psi Stigma. That's 666. And then the last number, which is 6, is stigma. It says stigma, a mark pricked in or branded upon the body. To ancient Oriental usage, slaves and soldiers bore the name of the stamp or the stamp of their master or commander, branded or pricked, cut into their bodies to indicate what master or general they belonged to. And there were even some devotees who stamped themselves in this way with the token of their gods.
Yeah, so that hasn't changed. So they're actually going to put an imprint in you. Like the word mark, the word mark in the from the Greek is charagma, which means an imprinted mark, or imprinted mark in your hand, or imprinted stick in your hand. So the same thing with stigma. The number 6 is a Greek, from the Greek stigma. And 6, by the way, that's where you get the word sex. That's where you get the word scissors. 6, sex, and scissors is the same word. It means to cut. All right? Is that it on that? Yeah, that was. All right. That's it on Revelation 13, right? Okay, now let's go to the next chapter. Yep.
Revelation 14:1. And I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his father's name written in their foreheads. And I heard a voice from heaven, as the voice of many waters, and as the voice of a great thunder. And I heard the voice of the harpers harping with their harps. And they sung as it were a new song before the throne, and before the 4 beasts and the elders, and no man could learn that song but the 144,000.
Yeah, that's why you see Jakes when we speak, they'll walk by to be in the military, they'll walk by, Esau walk by, Jake come up and try to figure it out, and they can't get it because they're not part of the 144,000. So the song is this truth, the knowledge of this truth. What we're teaching you every week and all on the highways and the byways, we're singing that song. Now go from there to Matthew's the 11th chapter. You know what I want in the market. The market, it's around about the, I believe it's at 19. It's right around there. Go ahead.
Matthew chapter 11, verse 16. But whereunto shall I liken this generation? It is like unto children sitting in the markets and calling unto their fellows, and saying, we have piped unto you, and you have...
That's us. We're calling unto our fellows. Who are our fellows? Our fellow saints, our fellow Israelites, when we go into the marketplace, which is the highways and the byways. Go ahead.
And saying, we have piped unto you, and you have not danced.
Right. When we go down there, these Jakes, at one time, at Israel was a big thing. Everybody was in Israel. That was a thing to get into. But then it faded with Jake. You know when Jake gets into this? When all hell started breaking loose. If something major happens, then they're going to be looking to go back to them YouTube videos. And let me go there. I got to go to this camp, and I got to go to that camp. They're going to be looking for they're going to be looking for the men of the Lord to get the scoop, so to speak. The new news. What's going to happen next? Go ahead.
It says, we have mourned unto you, and you have not lamented. For John came neither eating.
In other words, we came unto you with a truth, and you were supposed to react in a positive manner to this truth. What's the positive manner in the way you're supposed to act? you're supposed to come to this truth. That's why Solomon, give me that in Solomon, was that Solomon, Song of Solomon, the 8th chapter, if I'm not mistaken? He said the same thing. What verse you going to start at? Is that the one where it says we went out in the streets? There's one that said we went out in the streets. Give me that one first. Give me that one first and then go to Song of Solomon 8.
Songs of Solomon chapter 3 verse 1. By night on my bed I sought him whom my soul loveth. I sought him but I found him not. I will rise now and go about the city in the streets.
Go about this. So this is a guy, and that, you know what? How I came into the truth, I actually looked for the truth. I said, what's the truth? And I used to walk in the city looking for the truth, and I found it. I literally did that. The way Solomon is writing it. I actually walked around looking for the truth. Go ahead.
I will rise now and go about the city in the streets and in the broadways. I will seek him whom my soul loveth. I sought him, but I found him not. The watchmen that go about the city found me.
The watchmen that go about the city found me. We're the watchmen. That's why you're supposed to be out there on the highways and the byways. So when one of the elect walk by, he's looking for the truth, like I did at one time. He's going to stumble across the watchman. And the watchman is going to lay the truth out to him. Go ahead.
So whom I said, saw ye him whom my soul loveth? It was but a little that I passed from them, but I found him whom my soul loveth. I held him and would not let him go until I had brought him into my mother's house and into the chamber of her that had conceived me. I charge thee, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, by the roes and by the hinds of the field, that you stir not up nor awake my love till he please.
That means, you know what that means? That means once you get this truth and you find out that the white man is an Edomite and he's a devil, you might want to go out and start killing devils. Well, you're not supposed to do that. All right, that's why it said, wake him not up until he be pleased. In other words, this is the Most High is going to come down and do the work. He's going to cause the angels to sound the trumpet, so to speak. Now let's go to 8.
Songs of Solomon chapter 8 verse 1. Oh, that thou wert as my brother that sucked the breast of my mother.
Who are the breasts of your mother? These scriptures. Go ahead.
When I should find thee without, I would kiss thee. Yea, I should not be despised.
We shouldn't. When we bring you this truth, Jake bucks up. What you talking about, brother? You mean Esau can't, white man can't make it? No, that's not Esau. That's Japhet. Hey, Japhet. You mean to tell me we can have more than one woman? I ain't with that. Well, I got scriptures from the Quran that I can mix with it, and we can get to, no, we ain't dealing with that. Go ahead.
I would lead thee and bring thee into my mother's house.
And then you got guys that receive the breast. Instead of sucking on the breast, they trying to bite the nipple off. You know, guys that receive the truth and say, well, look, I went through Revelation 9th chapter, and that locust is talking about real locusts. And I ain't budging. Go ahead.
I would lead thee and bring thee into my mother's house. Who would instruct me? I would cause thee to drink of spiced wine of the juice of my pomegranate. His left hand should be under my head, and his right hand should embrace me. I charge you, O daughter of Jerusalem, that you stir not up, nor awake my love until he please.
He said that again the second time. Once you get this truth, you can't go crazy with the truth. You can't bug out with the truth. You can't go around knocking people out with the truth or driving in.
Hrabdas.
Which means a staff, walking stick, rod, branch, a staff used on a journey to lean upon by shepherds. When applied to kings with a rod of iron, indicates the severest, most rigorous rule. A royal scepter. I mean, that's it. I ain't got to read no more. All right. The next one is, that was rod, by the way. Next one is iron. The Greek there is sidaros, which means made of iron, and that's it.
And by the way, the statue in Daniel the second chapter, the iron was represented the Roman Empire. So that iron is an inferior metal to gold. But if you hit something with a golden rod, it's going to bend. It's going to eventually break. If you hit somebody with an iron rod, which is inferior to the gold, it's going to break rocks. It's going to break stone. It's going to break wood. It's going to break your head. So when we take that rod meaning a ruling instrument, a scepter made out of iron, and the elder just read the most strictest form of rulership by kings, and we read that we're going to be kings, right? Didn't we read that in Exodus? Didn't we read that in 1 Peter? Didn't the Most High said we're going to be a royal people? We're going to be sitting up on thrones just like the Lord is, and we're going to have a rod in our hands, and we're going to bust people in the head? Well, if it says that, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to bust you in the head. Like the other day, they had those tornadoes out there in Joplin, Missouri, and they showed it on the news, mainly on CNN, and it's on YouTube. And there was this one guy that was stuck with a bunch of other people, and I guess he had his camera phone or whatever, and he had put the phone on, and these people were wailing and howling and calling in the name of Jesus. And man, every time I saw that, man, I laughed about it. I laughed about it. Then there was this little boy, 16-month-old boy, that they were looking for him, and I said, they ain't gonna find him. They're gonna find his ass dead. Sure enough, they found him dead. You know what that is? That's the judgment of the Most High, man. That's the austerity of the Most High. In the time of judgment, that's in James, I believe it's the 2nd chapter, in the 13th verse. In the time of judgment, there could be no mercy. So a lot of you little 16-year-old kids, babies, infants, you're going to be sucked up out of your mother's arms and sucked up out of cribs, and you're gonna find his head over there and his feet, little tiny feet over there, because the Most High. And you know what? That's a good thing, because you didn't cry for us when we went into slavery, man. So we ain't going to cry for you motherfucking devils. Your ass is going down, and I'm going to laugh about it, man. I don't give a damn if you're a newborn baby. I don't give a damn if you're an old cracker woman. When the Most High brings that judgment down, I'm going to laugh. And you're fucking going down, man. Go ahead.
James 2:13, for he shall have judgment without mercy that showed no mercy, and mercy rejoiceth against judgment.
That's right. The Most High going to have judgment without mercy, man. So get used to it. Now, where was we? Go ahead.
Revelation 19:15, and out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword, that with it he should smite the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron. And he treadeth the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of the Almighty power. And when he hath on his vesture and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And I saw an angel standing in the sun, and he cried with a loud voice, saying to all the fowls that fly in the midst of heaven, come and gather yourselves together unto the supper of the great power, that you may eat the flesh of kings, and the flesh of captains, and the flesh of mighty men, and the flesh of horses, and of them that sit on them, and the flesh of all men, both free and bond, both small and great. And I saw the beast and the kings of the earth and their armies gathered together to make war against him that sat on a horse, and against his army. And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet, and that wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast, and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into a lake of fire burning with brimstone. And the remnant were slain with the sword of him that sat upon the horse, which sword proceeded out of his mouth, and all the fowls were filled with their flesh.
Yeah, so that anybody that takes that chip, that mark of the beast, which is that microchip, you're going to be destroyed. Now let's go back to where we left off in Revelation, the 6th chapter. Go ahead.
Revelation 6:3. And when he had opened the second seal, I heard a second beast say, come and see. And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth.
And that's Esau. That's Esau, man. Red. Esau is what color? He's not white. He's red. And he had got power to what? To take peace from the earth. Give me Proverbs 29:2, then jump down to the 16th verse, and then jump to the Apocrypha. And there's many examples, man. We got to do a topic just on the treachery of what Esau did through history. Under Columbus, under the conquistadors, under Torquemada, under Ferdinand and Ponce de Leon, under the wars that Gad fought among Esau, the Wounded Knee, the battle at Wounded Knee, the Trail of Tears. There's all kind of things that you damn devils did, man. Not to mention hardcore slavery of Jake. But somehow you're gonna find a way to save this damn devil. All he showed you through the history of his history was he was a perfect devil, and he's still a perfect devil. Go ahead.
Proverbs 29:2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the
are these Barack Obama, which he's doing the bidding of Esau any damn way, you know, the Congress, and then you got the elite that controls D.C. They portray themselves in the media as being great heroes, that being good people, bringing democracy. We got to help you about taking the resources of them damn people. That's why you're over there in the Middle East, because of that great resource over there in the Middle East, namely oil. And the reason why you in Afghanistan is because of you're planning, or you're building an oil pipeline, or you have an oil pipeline, and you got to maintain that. And also you got the poppies over there. You know, the what do you call them plant? The poppy plant. You take that poppy plant and you turn it into what? Opium, if I'm not mistaken. Because you have these unmanned drones that drop bombs and stuff. Can't you just take them drones and drop bombs on those poppy plants? No, you're trying to protect them damn plants, man. Because you're going to make trillions off of the oil, off of drugs. Go ahead.
Verse 16. When the wicked are multiplied, transgression increaseth, but the righteous shall see their fall.
Now let's go to the blue letter. Let's look up the word transgress or transgress. That's Proverbs 29, verse 16.
Proverbs 29 and 16, the Hebrew word there for transgression is pashai. Pashai, which means transgression, rebellion, transgression, guilt of transgression, punishment for transgression, offering for transgression. That's it.
Let's go to the Apocrypha now.
1 Maccabees chapter 1 verse 7. So Alexander reigned 12 years and then died, and his servants bare rule every one in his place. And after his death they all put crowns upon themselves. So did their sons after them many years, and evils were multiplied in the earth.
Yeah, so anytime this devil multiplied, you had more evil. When this devil came on the earth, that's when you received all this evil. All right, go ahead.
Proverbs 28 and 12. When righteous men do rejoice, there is great glory. But when the wicked rise, a man is hidden.
Well, that says it all. Now let's go back to where we left off in Revelation 6. Go ahead.
Revelation chapter 6, verse 4. It says, And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth, and that they should kill one another. And
that's what they did too. When they were taking down the dark nations,
from their eyes.
What was that?
That was at the end of Revelation 7.
Okay, now we're going to Revelation 8. All right, go ahead.
This is Revelation chapter 8, verse 1. And when he had opened the seventh seal, there was silence in heaven about the space of half an hour.
That means the actual half an hour. In other words, John was getting all these revelations of the end of the end of this man's system, and he was looking up, waiting for the next revealing, and he didn't see nothing. So he's looking around, what's going on? Like the movie stopped for a while. So he said after about a half an hour, then he saw the visions come back at him. That's what that's talking about. Go ahead, like an intermission. Go ahead.
And I saw the 7 angels which stood before the Most High, and to them were given 7 trumpets. And another angel came and stood at the altar, having a golden censer, and there was given unto him much incense, that he should offer it with the prayers of all saints upon the golden altar.
That's why you should pray. You should pray. Every time on my way to work, I always pray, man. I pray for myself, the brothers, the righteous brothers. I pray for the 12. I pray for the 144,000. I pray for the 1/3. You know, I pray for my mother, my grandmother. I pray for family members that are decent. Not all my family members, because some of them are wicked as hell, man. You know. Then I go into the second stage of the prayer, where I curse all those false niggas out there. You know. And then I go into Esau, the Illuminati. I cover all of it, man. I cover all of it. You know. So it's important to put up them prayers. Go ahead.
That he should offer it with the prayers of all saints upon the golden altar which was before the throne. And the smoke of the incense which was come with the prayers of the saints ascended up before the Most High out of the angel's hand. And the angel took the censer and filled it with fire of the altar, and cast it into the earth. And there was voices and thunderings and lightnings and an earthquake. And the 7 angels which had the 7 trumpets prepared themselves to sound. The first angel sounded, and there followed hail and fire mingled with blood, and they were cast upon the earth. And the third part of the trees was burnt up, and all green grass was burnt up.
Now that's talking about those missiles. Now let's go back to Revelation the 7th chapter and start from the top again.
Revelation chapter 7 and 1. And these things I saw. And after these things I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. And I saw another angel ascend.
Did you read that again?
And after these things I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth.
On the earth.
It says, nor on the sea.
Or on the sea. Go ahead.
Nor on any tree.
Nor on any tree. So that wind is talking about that nuclear wind. All right, that's all I want. Let's go back to Revelation 8.
Revelation chapter 8, verse 6. And the 7 angels which had the 7 trumpets prepared themselves to sound. The first angel sounded, and there followed hail, and fire mingled with blood. And they were cast.
That's those missiles. Go ahead.
And they were cast upon the earth, and the third part of the trees was burned up.
Mention trees. So in Revelation the 7th chapter, the angel said to hold back until the 144,000 are sealed. So now, Revelation the 8th chapter is talking about they're all sealed. So now you can destroy this place. Go ahead. That's why the Illuminati, the illuminated ones, that's why they paying these guys off, because they know that they're going down, so they're trying to slow things down. You ain't going to slow a damn thing down. You ain't going to get an extra second added onto your rule. When the very minute to the second goes down, you're not going to add a second to your rulership. The very moment that your society is supposed to go down, it's going to go down, man. Go ahead.
It says, and the third part of the trees was burned up, and all green grass was burnt up.
Now I keep saying the third part, this, the third part. The third part, one part it represents the fourth part. I mentioned the fourth part and the third part. That represent Esau. All right, go ahead.
It says, and the second angel sounded, and as it were a great mountain burning with fire was cast into the sea, and the third part of the sea became blood. And the third part of the creatures which were in the sea and had life died, and the third part of the ships were destroyed.
This is anywhere where Esau was. You know? These plagues came on anywhere where Esau was. And that includes America, because the elect they're going to be beamed up out of here when this takes place, when Revelation the 8th chapter actually takes place. Go ahead.
And the third angel sounded, and there fell a great star from heaven, burning as it were a lamp, and it fell upon the third part of the rivers, and upon the fountains of waters. And the name of the star is called Wormwood. And the third part of the waters became wormwood, and many men died of the waters because they were made bitter.
Now, blue letter. Look up wormwood, and then look up bitter. Verse 11. Revelation chapter 8, verse 11. You got it?
Wormwood in the Greek.
Strong's G 894. Obscentheon. Obscentheon.
Which means wormwood, the name of a star which fell into the waters and made them bitter. Down here it says waters and made them bitter. Okay, go to the next one. Now we're going to go to bitter.
Strong's G 4087. Picrino. Picrino.
Which means to make bitter, to produce a bitter taste in the stomach, to embitter, exasperate, render angrily, indignant, to be embittered, irritated, to visit with bitterness, to grieve, deal bitterly with, to make bitter.
Yeah, the word they should have said contaminate. Something that's contaminated. Go ahead.
It says, and the name of the star is called Wormwood, and the third part of the waters became wormwood, and many men died of the waters.
Yeah, so if you take in something that's bitter, you're not going to die of something that's bitter. So it's deeper. It goes deeper than the word bitter. Because whatever you drink from them waters, those bitter waters, you're going to die from it.
Yeah, I just noticed that the word Americo is there. And that's where you get the that's where the word America comes from, which proves that America means bitter. Because you'll see it in post-production. Is Americo, which that's where you get the word America from, which means bitter.
Yeah. Well, you got it. That's why you got to dig. You got to work for it, man. Go ahead.
Because they were made bitter. And the fourth angel sounded, and the third part of the sun was smitten, and the third part of the moon, and the third part of the stars, so as the third part of them was darkened, and the day shone not for a third part of it, and the night likewise. And I beheld and heard an angel flying through the midst of heaven, saying with a loud voice, Woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth, by reason of the other voices of the trumpet of the three angels which are yet to sound.
Yeah, because the three last angels that are yet to sound, that's total destruction. Then that goes hand in hand with World War III. Now we're going to go to the 9th chapter. Go ahead.
Revelation chapter 9 and 1. And the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth. And to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. And he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit, as the smoke of a great furnace. And the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke of the pit. And there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth. And unto them was given power, as the scorpions of the earth have power.
Now, we're not going to go deep into that, but if you want, you can go to Magus Mullis Archives on YouTube. And you can also go to Daily Motion. I think that's under Great Millstone 2. Right, Great Millstone 2. And you can see it because the videos that's on Great Millstone 2 on Daily Motion are also being put up on Magus Mullis Archives on YouTube. And I believe the first series is the series that goes into Revelation, the 9th chapter. An in-depth focus on Revelation, the 9th chapter, and it'll go into it. So we're not going to go really deep into it, but if you want to watch, it's a whole series. just dedicated to one chapter. And that was a bad series, you know. And I remember you said something on it. You were speaking and you said something on it.
Most High. And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses, clothed in fine linen, with white and clean. And out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword, that with it he should smite the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron, and he treadeth the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of Almighty God, and he hath on his vesture and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And I saw an angel standing in the sun, and he cried with a loud voice, saying, to all the fowls that fly in the midst of heaven, come and gather yourselves together unto the supper of the great power, that you may eat the flesh of kings, and the flesh of captains, and the flesh of mighty men.
Because there's going to be a lot of dead flesh around the world. When World War III take place, there's going to be a lot of dead eyeballs over here, fingers over there, toes over there, ears over there, part of a skull with some hair on it. Go ahead.
And
I'm looking forward to that too, man. I'm looking forward to that. Because I'm tired of looking at you motherfucking devils, man. Go ahead.
It says, and the flesh of horses and of them that sit on them, and the flesh of all men, both free and bond, both small and great. And I saw the beast and the kings of the earth and their armies gathered together to make war against him that sat on the horse and against his army. And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before.
The beast was taken is talking about NATO and the false prophet, the Roman Catholic system and all its little daughters, including Islam. Go ahead.
That wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast.
Yeah, because they're going to deceive you. They're going to deceive you into accepting that mark of the beast. Go ahead.
If I may say this, Elder Tar, and that shows you that it's going to be the Roman Catholic Church and these religions that's going to deceive the masses of the people to take this chip. Because it said there, it says, and the beast was taken.
Yeah, because it's part of it. Right. Christianity is a part of it. Because you're going to get a lot of so-called Christians that's going to accept that chip, just like during the time of Adolf Hitler, they pushed that Romans 13 thing, and they're going to probably use that, man. Because a lot of people, they go to church and they just listen to whatever the damn pastor says. They just blindly listen to. They don't study. All right. Go ahead.
It says, and the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before him, with which he had deceived them that received the mark of the beast, and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into a lake of fire burning with brimstone. And the remnant were slain with the sword of him that sat upon the horse, which sword proceeded out of his mouth, and all the fowls were filled with their flesh.
Yeah, so in other words, the Lord ain't coming back in love for he ain't coming back bringing daisies and cotton balls and cotton candy. He's not coming like that. He's coming with destruction, man. Go ahead.
Revelation chapter 20, verse 1. And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years. And
that's talking about, in a nutshell, that's referring to when during the time of the Roman Empire being destroyed, and the Roman Empire changing hands, where Jake ruled the Roman Empire, because you had two Roman empires. You had the pagan Roman Empire and you had the Holy Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire came about mainly during the time of Constantine and a little before that, because Jake started coming into the power seat of Rome really around the end of around 193. Key name Septimius Severus. You also had this guy Persinius Niger, and you had Jake taking over the Roman Empire. So that's why this devil hides that history. All right, go ahead.
And cast him into the bottomless pit and shut him up and set a seal.
The bottomless pit is referring to Europe, because during the time of the rule of Constantine the Great and the rulers that came after him for a period of about 1,000 years, Esau wasn't doing shit, man. Esau was enslaved under us and getting boots up in their ass. And then another part of the history with the Moors, which the Moors are Israelites. Go ahead.
It said, and shut him up and set a seal upon him that he should deceive the nations no more till the
Because how you deceive the nations? You deceived the nation through your bullshit back in the Roman Empire, and then when you came back and came out of that, as we're going to read, when you came out of that pit, the bottomless pit, how did you deceive the nations again? Mainly through religion, the Roman Catholic institution, the pictures Cesare Borgia or Caesar Borgia, and your so-called democracy, your political system. Go ahead.
It says, till the 1,000 years should be fulfilled, and after that he must be loosed a little season.
And that little season started in the I would say the beginning of the 1400s, the late 1300s. Now, really, in the late 1400s, when during the periods of Christopher, what's his name, and Cristobal Colon, what's the King Ferdinand and Isabella, during that period of time in Spain, Rodrigo, like I said, they have a series out called The Borgias, which when you watch all the episodes of that series, they mention Queen Isabella, they mention Ferdinand, I believe they even mentioned Columbus. All right? Because they were all contemporaries. So that was during their great Renaissance period. That was the height of the Renaissance period where they sought to go to the other side of the world. Go ahead.
It says, and I saw thrones, and they that sat upon them, and judgment was given unto them. And I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness of Yahushua.
Those are the apostles that were actually put to death 2,000 years ago. Go ahead.
And for the word of the Most High, and which had not worshipped the beast, neither his image.
Yeah, they didn't follow the Roman system. Go ahead.
Neither his image, neither had received his mark upon their foreheads.
Yeah, because this time now we're not going to accept that mark. Go ahead.
Or in their hands. And they lived and reigned with Yahushua 1,000 years.
That's talking about us, the elect of the Most High. Go ahead.
But the rest of the dead lived not again until the 1,000 years were finished. That's
talking about these other nations. When you go back to Daniel, which we read earlier, that their lives were prolonged for a season and a time. In other words, we're not going to totally annihilate them. So after that 1,000 years, the other nations, they're going to get some type of power, but they're never going to be on our level. We're going to be the ultimate judges over them. Go ahead. But Esau, at the end of the 1,000 years, that's when we're going to gather all these Edomites and we're going to burn them. All of them. Go ahead.
This is the first resurrection.
Yeah, the first resurrection is talking about Israel being saved. The 1/3 and the 2/3, because the 2/3 are going to come back through the 1/3. The 2/3 are going to come back through the elect. You got something? All right, go ahead.
All right. This is the book of Micah chapter 4 verse 8. And thou, O tower of the flock, the stronghold of the daughter of Zion, unto thee shall it come, even the first dominion. The kingdom shall come to the daughter of Jerusalem.
Yeah, the first dominion, when this kingdom is established, is going to be for all Israel. Go ahead.
All right, this is the first resurrection, back in Revelation 19:6 now. Blessed and holy is he that hath part in the first resurrection. On such the second death hath no power.
Yeah, the second death have no power. Give me, I believe it's 1 Corinthians, the 15th chapter, and around about the 50th verse. O death, where's thy sting? Yes, 1 Corinthians, the 15th chapter. What verse is that? 55. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I started 54. This is 1 Corinthians 15 and 54. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption.
You know what? Start from the 50th.
1 Corinthians 15 and 50. Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of the Most High.
That's why the Most High is going to have to change us. He's going to have to give us these extraterrestrial, spiritual, angelic type bodies. Go ahead.
It says, neither doth corruption inherit incorruption. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the
Now, we read about the last trump, the 7 trumpets, and we read about the last one. That's when this destruction comes. Read that again.
It says, in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and
In the kingdom of heaven, we're going to be dressing royal, man. Go ahead.
it says, these are the 2 olive trees and the 2 candlesticks standing before the power of the earth. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth, and devoureth their enemies. And if any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be killed.
And there was several examples of the prophets coming before these kingdoms, like Moses. The Most High gave him spiritual power. Elijah, he was given spiritual power, and so forth and so on. Go ahead.
It says, these have power to shut heaven that it rain not in the days of their prophecy, and have power over waters to turn them to blood, and to smite the earth with all plagues as often as they will. And when they shall have finished their testimony, the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them, and shall overcome them and kill them.
And when did this happen? Key word, Renaissance, when Esau came into power. If you've been watching the Bogiers, the series on Showtime, you can catch it on Daily Motion. You can catch it on YouTube. You can catch the Spirit got it where if you don't got cable or if you don't got Showtime, you can catch all the episodes, man. So that's the Most High pushing them to push out, to tell on themselves. So that was part of the downfall of us. Read that part again.
It says, and when they shall have finished their testimony, the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them, and shall overcome them and kill them. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city.
The great city is Babylon the Great, America. Go ahead.
Which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. And they of the people and kindred and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves. And
talking about a dead state of mind, dead spirits, not knowing who we are as a people. Go ahead.
And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them, and make merry, and shall send gifts one to another, because these 2 prophets tormented them that dwell on the earth. And after 3 days and a half, the spirit of life from the Most High entered into them, and they stood upon their feet, and great fear fell upon them which saw them.
So you see all those camps propping up all over the world. That's a fulfillment of what we're reading right now. And these elites, they're getting nervous now, because they're seeing that all, like I said, they went back to the ancient world and realized all those prophecies came to pass. Now they're beginning to see the new prophecies coming to pass. Go ahead.
It says, and they heard a great voice from heaven saying unto them, come up hither, and they ascended up to heaven in a cloud.
Right, now that scripture goes hand in hand with Revelation, the 18th chapter and the 4th verse. Because it's not, Revelation, the 18th chapter and the 4th verse is not talking about coming out of the system. Because when you read the book of Revelation, that means you already out of this man's system. You're already out of this man's mindset. Pastor Porkchop ain't going to read Revelation, the 18th chapter, because he can hardly read. Go ahead.
It says, and their enemies beheld them. And
there it goes again. Now, this is the very day, the very moment that we're delivered out of here, and it says that their enemies are going to behold them. Who are the enemies? Number 1 on the list is Esau. Go ahead.
It says, and the same hour was there a great earthquake, and the 10th part of the city fell, and in the earthquake were slain of men 7,000, and the remnant were affrighted, and gave glory to the power of heaven. The second woe is past, and behold, the third woe cometh quickly. And the seventh angel sounded, and there were great voices in heaven, saying, the kingdoms of the world are become the kingdoms of our Lord and of his anointed, and he shall reign forever and ever. And the 24 elders which sat before the power on their seat fell upon their faces and worshipped the Most High, saying, we give thee thanks, O Lord, power almighty, which art and was and are to come, because thou hast taken to thee thy great power and hast reigned. And the nations were angry, and thy wrath is come, and the time of the dead, that they should be judged, and that thou shouldest give reward unto thy servants the prophets, and to the saints, and to them that fear thy name. Small and great.
It goes again, and to them that fear thy name. Go ahead.
Small and great, and shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth.
Yeah, this devil, Esau, he destroyed the earth. So he's going to get destroyed, ultimately, after he served time in slavery. Go ahead.
And the temple of the Most High was open in heaven, and there was seen in his temple the ark of his testament, and there were lightnings and voices and thunderings and an earthquake and great hail. Revelation 12:1. And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet.
Now the Roman Catholic Church, if you go to these different Roman Catholic churches around the world, they'll have a image of a woman that we're reading about right now. Read it again. Read again.
It says, and there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars.
Yeah, you'll see that image of a supposedly Mary, white woman with a long gown, with a brightness, an aura about her, the moon under her feet, like a crescent moon, and a crown on her head. And they're trying to say that that represents the Roman Catholic Church and the believers of the Roman Catholic Church and so forth, which that's referring to the nation of Israel. Go ahead.
It says, and she being with child, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. And she being with child cried, travailing in birth and pain to be delivered. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon
And the pain to be delivered part was talking about the Roman Empire coming down on the children of Israel. Go ahead.
Yep. And it says, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his head. I'll read it again. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his heads. And his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth.
The third part of the stars of heaven represent three tribes: Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, because the rest of the tribes was already on the other side of the world and scattered throughout the world, or throughout the earth. Go ahead.
And cast them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman, which was ready to be delivered, for to devour her child as soon as it was born.
And the dragon refers to the Roman Empire. But the actual person that wanted the baby killed was Herod, which was set up by the Roman Empire. The might that Herod had was the Roman Empire. Basically, he was a puppet ruler, an Edomite. Go ahead.
It says, and she brought forth a man-child, who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron.
And that's the Messiah, and he's getting ready to rule all nations with a rod of iron. Go ahead.
And her child was caught up unto the Most High and to his throne. And the woman fled into the wilderness, where she has a place prepared of the Most High, and that they should feed her there 1,260 days. And there was war in heaven. Michael.
Now that's talking about, the place is talking about America. The wilderness is talking about Africa. Remember the prophecy where the Lord told them, when you shall see the abomination of desolation and the holy place, then flee into the mountains. Some of them fled into mountains. Some of them fled up into Europe. Some of them fled into the interiors of Africa, running over Edomites. You got to wait until the Most High come down and do what he does. All right? Go ahead.
Back in Revelation 14:3. And they sung as it were a new song before the throne and before the four beasts and the elders. And no man could learn the song but the 144,000 which were redeemed from the earth.
And that's why you got that video, Tyrone Nigrams pays GMS a visit. When we sung him the song, he tried to sing the song, but he couldn't sing the song, so he tried to come with his own song, and you don't see him no more. Go ahead.
His song was wrong. These are they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. These are they which...
And by the way, that term women is talking about philosophies. Islam is one woman. Christianity is another woman. Roman Catholicism, and then you got the Mormons, you got the Jehovah's Witness, you got the Seventh-day Adventists, you know, you got economics, you got Buddhists, you got democracy and republicanism. You got all these different beliefs, so to speak. Those are other women. You got to get with this woman. Go ahead.
It says, these are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth.
Oh, hip hop. That's another woman. Go ahead.
These are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. These were redeemed from among men, being the first fruits unto the Most High and to the Lamb. And in their mouth was found no guile, for they are without fault before the throne of the Most High.
Yeah, so we're without fault. Why? Because the Most High cleansed us. The Most High made us whole. Get me Psalms 51 and start from the very top. Go ahead.
Psalms 51 and 1. Have mercy upon me, O Most High, according to thy loving kindness. According unto the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin. For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against thee only have I sinned, and done this evil in thy sight, that thou mightest be justified when thou speakest, and be clear when thou judgest. Behold, I was...
That thou mightest be justified when thou speakest, and might be clear when thou judgest. So you can't bring charge against us, because the Most High made us whole, made us clean. That's all. Is there more to that? Go ahead.
It says, behold, I was shapen in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me. Behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts, and in the hidden parts thou shalt make me to know wisdom. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow.
All right, now let's go back to where we left off.
Back in Revelation chapter 14, verse 5. And in their mouth was found no guile, for they are without fault before the throne of the Most High. And I saw another angel fly in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach unto them that dwell on the earth, and to every nation and kindred and tongue and people, saying with a loud voice, Fear the Most High, and give glory to him. For the hour...
Yeah, so those nations and kindreds and tongues was talking about Israelites, because you can't tell Esau to fear the Most High. He don't fear the Most High. He's trying to pass that law for gay people to get married. Go ahead.
Saying with a loud voice, Fear the Most High, and give glory to him. For the hour of the judgment is come, and worship him that made heaven and earth and the sea and the fountains of waters. And there followed another angel, saying, Babylon is fallen, that great city, because she made all nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her fornication.
What's the wine of the wrath of her fornication? Her democracy, her false Christianity, her homosexuality, all that nastiness. Let me say. Go ahead. All that naughtiness. Go ahead.
And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, If any man worship the beast and his image, and receive his mark in his forehead,
and like I said, those Arabs over there in the Middle East, they fighting like hell not to receive this man's society, man. Then these devils went over talking about to the people of Iraq, you should pay us for coming over there and getting rid of Saddam. They said, man, you can go to hell with that bullshit, man. This devil got some nerve, man. Go ahead.
If any man worship the beast and his image and receive his mark in his forehead or in his
And like I said, the word mark, worshiping is one thing, being a part of the system, but the icing on the cake is when you receive that mark. And the mark is a physical thing. When you look up the word mark, it's from the Greek word charagma, which means to put an imprinted thing in your hand or on your forehead. So it's an actual physical thing, because you can worship them, but the actual, the ultimate thing to do is to receive that physical mark. Go ahead.
or in his hand. The same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of the Most High, which is poured out without mixture.
That's when the missiles are shot on this place. That's when the Lord come back in his ship and shoot lasers on this place. Go ahead.
Into the cup of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the...
What does it mean he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels? Because if it's talking about hell, I can picture this. You down there in hell, right? You see people burning, and you got bleachers. You got like 1,000,001 bleachers, right? And you got angels sitting down there eating popcorn, watching you, you know, with their legs folded, watching you get burnt in hell. You know, you got a program. What's going to happen next? Okay, the gargoyles are going to come out. Yeah, I want to see this. That's not going to happen. The presence of the angels mean when this society goes down, the angels are going to be above, beaming us up, and they're going to be watching. They're going to be watching this destruction too. Now, even this clown Nate Satan, the newest video that he made, what's the name of it? You can go to YouTube and go to Israel United in Christ. No. Just go to YouTube. You went to another. Just go to YouTube, the main page. Just click on YouTube, and you know the box. Just put Israel United in Christ, and don't put his picture up because he might get this video deleted because he's mad at us, man. See, all that nonsense that he was teaching, he should really thank us, mainly Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai, and then us, because he was teaching that nonsense. Now he's trying to get bold in this thing. Why? Because of us, because the Most High set us up, you know? Yeah, click on that, and the newest, right, and he goes all into the showing the missiles and don't put it up too loud. He might bring this. But anyway, he's trying to go bold now about the destruction, and he's talking about Esau. When you watch this thing, I watched some of it. When you watch this thing, he's talking about who did that? The white man did it. Then he shows a part where there's the nuclear destruction and all that. So he's trying to come back to his senses. All right? Hey, go ahead. There's him in Aesop. Go ahead.
And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the...
Well, I got to say about the brother that's reading, he got a humble look. You know what I'm saying? He got a humble look. All right? Go ahead.
It says, and he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascended up forever and ever, and they have no rest day nor night, who worship the beast and his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Here is a picture.
Yeah, so Israel's going to die in that too. They're going to get jacked up too. But they're coming back in a reincarnation from the elect that made it, the 1/3 that made it, that makes it. Go ahead.
Here is the patience of the saints. Here are they that keep the commandments of the Most High.
Wait, it says the patience. You got to wait for this thing, and it says you got to keep the commandments. You just can't be a nigga with a Sweetwater suit and no hair on your damn face and a bald head. And another thing, you guys out there be balding your head, man. Don't be putting no razors on your head, man. All right? And make sure you grow your beard. That's part of keeping the laws. Go ahead.
Here is the patience of the saints. Here are they that keep the commandments of the Most High and the faith of Yahushai. And I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, Right, blessed are the dead which die in the Lord from henceforth. Yea, saith the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors, and their works do follow them. And I looked, and behold, a white cloud, and upon the cloud one sat like unto the Son of Man, having on his head a golden crown, and on his hand a sharp sickle, and in his hand a sharp sickle.
Right now,
that you might remove them far from their border.
now the Lord is talking to the so-called Arabs, because when you go back to the go to Google or any reference book on slavery, it's a well-known fact that we came from the Africas, mainly the western part of Africa, to the Americas, because Esau went over to the other side of the world, made a deal with the Africans and the Arabs, because the Arabs partially supplied the ships and so forth, and the slaves. They showed you that in that movie Gladiator, where this guy owned Oliver Reed. I always call him Stacy Keach, but that's Oliver Reed, Proximo. And I remember him when he was a young actor, right? But he died when the movie was made, because there was a tribute to him at the end of the movie. Anyway, he was a slave master, and who was he working with? With them Arabs, man. And one Arab guy would bring giraffes to him, or elephants, or sometimes slaves. And they showed you a dark-skinned man, a so-called Hamite, which could have been a Jake. He was in slavery. And he said, I use you people, and I put you into the arenas to profit from your death. Because they put him in the arena to fight the gladiators as slaves, and they would bet whether the slave would win or the gladiator would win. And if the slave was a good fighter, guess what? At the end of his time, the Caesar at that time would admire him and say, you know what? I'm going to give you a wooden sword, and I'm going to grant you your freedom. So if you were a great enough fighter, you receive your freedom because of the fact that you know how to fight well. So they showed you, going back to that movie, that you had Proximo arguing with that Arab guy, and then you had Hamites or Jakes in the scene of that movie, in the beginning scene of that movie. So that didn't change. From the time of the Roman Empire up until the time of the so-called New World. Go ahead.
It says, behold, I will raise them out of the place whither you have sold them, and will return your...
Where was we sold to? The Americas. And not just America, but around the world. But the main place, that's why all the tribes are being brought over here within the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. All the tribes are here. And the Most High said he's going to raise them out. Who are them? The Israelites. Go ahead.
It says, and will return your recompense upon your own head. And I will sell your sons and your daughters into the hand.
So after the Most High sets us up in our kingdom, is slavery going to be done away with? Is slavery going to be abolished? They're going to go into slavery, man. Read that again.
And I will sell your sons and your daughters into the hand of the children of Judah, and they shall sell them to the Sabians, to a people far off, for the Lord hath spoken it.
Now let's go back to where we left off.
Revelation chapter 6, verse 6. It says, and I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts say, a measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny, and see thou hurt not the oil and the wine.
Yeah, barley, it was a measure of wheat for a penny, and a measure of barley for 3 pennies, was it?
Measure of wheat for a penny, and measure of a measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny.
And 3 measures of barley for a penny. In other words, that represents actual food, but it also represents the scriptures. Because you don't need a lot of money to buy a Bible to learn this truth. You don't need to go on the website to watch our videos and have to pay us. You know? So that represents this food. It's twofold. While we in this man's society, this man was going to feed us. Matter of fact, give me Revelation, the 12th chapter. Go ahead. You know what verse I want? Right about the 12th verse around there. Where it says fed by the serpent. 14, I'm sorry.
Revelation 12 and 14. And to the woman were given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness, into her place, where she is nourished for a time, and times, and half a time from the face of the serpent.
The serpent is a so-called white man. I'll read that again and get that on the blue letter.
Revelation 12:14. And to the woman were given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness, into her place, where she is nourished for a time, and times, and a half a time from the face of the serpent.
Right, and look up the word nourished.
Yeah, the Greek word there for nourished.
Strong's G 5142, trefo. Trefo.
Which means to nourish, support, feed, to give suck, to fatten, to bring up, to nurture, to bring up and nurture.
And that's what this man did. So this man didn't bring us over here to this society to destroy us. He brought us over here to profit from our bodies, from the work, from the use of our bodies, out in cotton fields and so forth. So he had to feed us. So of course we were nourished, and it says it nourished in front of the face of the serpent. Who's the serpent? This damn devil. When you go to Revelation the 20th chapter, it tells you about the serpent. Go ahead.
Matthew chapter 25, verse 1. Then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened unto 10 virgins which took their lamps.
Did you read the part about oil? All right, go ahead.
Okay, it says, and I heard a voice in the midst of the 4 beasts say, a measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny, and see thou hurt not the oil and the wine.
So we're going to find out what the oil is and what the wine is. Go ahead.
Okay, Matthew 25 and 1. Then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened unto 10 virgins which took their lamps and went forth to meet the bridegroom, and 5 of them were wise and 5 were foolish. They that were foolish took their lamps and took no oil with them, but the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps. While the bridegroom tarried, they all slumbered and slept, and at midnight there was a cry made, Behold, the bride cometh, go ye out to meet him. Then all those virgins arose and trimmed their lamps. And the foolish said unto the wise, Give us of your oil, for our lamps are gone out.
Now that oil represents the scriptures, but it also represents the understanding of the scriptures. Because the Most High have to open up your eyes to get the understanding of the scriptures. That's why you got guys out there, Israelites out there, teaching that Cornelius is an Edomite, teaching that Joseph and Mary never had sex, and many other things that they teach. Teaching that Esau can make it. Or not even teaching that the so-called white man's Esau. They're teaching that the so-called white man is Japhet. So they don't have the oil. So they're scrambling to get the oil, but they never had it back then. The ones that had it back then, they're going to have it right now. That's why the scripture said in Revelation the 6th chapter, and see thou hurt not the oil and the wine. So this was going to be in us, man. You know, these Edomites, these elite, they're scratching their head. How do they figure all this stuff out? Because of the scripture. See thou hurt not the oil and the wine. Go ahead.
Proverbs 21 and 20. There is treasure to be desired, and oil in the dwelling of the wise, but a foolish man spendeth it up.
Because you got guys that was given this knowledge, and you know what they did? When it wasn't hype to be an Israelite anymore, you went right back into the world. Then you came across YouTube, and you see us, and you see all these videos, and now you got all these guys propping up. And like I said, we know all, you guys don't know them faces, man. You think them guys are new? We know all those guys that's popping up. We know all those guys. Go ahead.
It says back in Matthew 25 and 6, and at midnight there was a cry made, Behold, the bridegroom cometh, go ye out to meet him. Then all those virgins arose and trimmed their lamps. And the foolish said unto the wise, Give us of your oil, for our lamps are gone out. But the wise answered, saying, Not so, lest there be not enough for us and you, but go ye rather to them that sell and buy for yourselves.
In other words, you got to get this for yourself. We can't stop We done already brought this truth out. We done taught it to certain brothers. When all hell breaks loose, we ain't going to have time to say, okay, brother, let me sit down and break these. If you ain't got it now, when all hell breaks loose, that's too damn bad, man. Matter of fact, get me Isaiah, the 33rd chapter, in the 6th verse.
Isaiah 33 and 6. And wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times.
That's the oil. Go ahead.
And strength of salvation. The fear of the Lord is his treasure.
So we're going to be stabilizing this thing. Matter of fact, go to that in the blue letter. Isaiah 33, verse 6. Look up the word stability.
All right.
Now the reason why that happened was because, and then another thing, we get topics from all types of situations. Somebody could ask, what does this mean? You go into a topic. Somebody could say, well, the elders broke that down wrong, so it makes us get into it. That's right. That's right. But to see, that proves that we're men of the Lord, because we're watching for everything, man. All right, go ahead.
It says, and there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power, and the scorpions of the earth have power, as the scorpions of the earth have power. And it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree, but only those men which have not the seal of the Most High in their foreheads.
Now, what do locusts eat? They eat trees. They eat the leaves from the trees, the greenery, all right? So we know it's not talking about locusts. Go ahead.
It says, and to them it was given that they should not kill them, but that they should be tormented 5 months. And their torment was as the torment of a scorpion when he striketh a man. And in those days shall men seek death, and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. And the shapes of the locusts were like unto horses prepared unto battle, and on their heads were as it were crowns like gold, and their faces were as the faces of men, and they had hair as the hair of women, and their teeth were as the teeth of lions, and they had breastplates as it were breastplates of iron, and the sounds of their wings was as the sound of chariots of many horses running to battle, and they had tails like unto scorpions, and their stings in their tails, and their power was to hurt men 5 months. And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. One woe is...
Yeah, which that represent World War I, and the king of the bottomless pit is Kaiser Wilhelm. And by the way, the word Kaiser is a German way of saying Caesar, which the term Caesar means king, ruler. Go ahead.
One woe is past, and behold, there come two woes more hereafter. And the sixth angel...
World War I took place. The two woes hereafter is World War II, which that took place. And in World War III, the third woe is getting ready to come. Go ahead.
It says, and the sixth angel sounded, and I heard a voice from the four horns of the golden altar, which is before the Most High, saying to the sixth angel which had the trumpet, loose the 4 angels which are bound in the great river Euphrates. And the 4 angels were loosed, which were prepared for an hour, and a day, and a month, and a year, for to slay the third part of men.
The third part of men represent Esau, the beast, the EU, and America. Go ahead.
And the number of the army of the horsemen were 200,000, and I heard the number of them.
And that represents the missiles. Go ahead.
And thus I saw the horses in the vision, and them that sat on them, having breastplates of fire and of jacinth and brimstone, and the heads of the horses were as the heads of lions, and out of their mouths issued fire and smoke and brimstone. By these was the third part of men killed, by the fire and by the smoke.
Esau, namely the beast, which is NATO, the EU, and the United States. Go ahead.
By the fire and by the smoke and by the brimstone which issued out of their mouths. For their power is in their mouth and in their tails. For their tails were like unto serpents and had heads, and with them they do hurt.
The warheads. Go ahead.
And the rest of the men which were not killed by these plagues, yet repented not of the works of their hands, that they should not worship devils and idols of gold and silver and brass.
So even after the missiles drop and destroy this place, you're gonna have people still worshiping their idols. So what we're gonna do? What we're gonna do? We're gonna build an army, and we're gonna go around the world, and we're gonna enslave everybody around the world. And them Edomites that are left, the stragglers among them Edomites, and we're gonna put the whole world under our thumb. Go ahead.
And stone and of wood, which neither can see nor hear nor walk, neither repented they of their murders, nor of their sorceries, nor of their fornication, nor of their thefts.
And that was the end of chapter 9 of the book of Revelation. And next week, we're going to chapter 10, and we'll go do as many chapters as we can do. So I see this is going to take about another couple of weeks. So with that, I'm going to say shalom.
Be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed.
The dead is talking about Israel. The we that shall be changed is talking about Israel. Go ahead.
For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality.
So we're going to be supermen and superwomen. Read that again and get me that in the blue letter, Ak.
1 Corinthians 15:53. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality.
Look up the word incorruptible, and look up the word immortality. I mean, if you want, you can look up corrupt too, and mortal.
Yeah, the Greek word for corruptible.
Strong's G 5349. Thartos. Thartos.
Which means corruptible, perishing. That's all they have there. And pretty much they have the same thing down here. So go to the next word. The next word, incorruption.
Strong's G 861. Aphtharsia. Aphtharsia.
That's the word incorruption, meaning incorruption, perpetuity, purity, sincerity, incorrupt. Pretty much the same thing down here. So go to the next word. Immortality. That's the next word, right?
Strong's G 110. Athanasia. Athanasia.
Which means undying, immortality, everlasting. Yeah, that's pretty much it they have here.
Read on.
It says, for this corruptible, 1 Corinthians 15:53. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, death is swallowed up in victory.
That only applies to the Israelites, because we're going to have superhuman, extraterrestrial, angelic type bodies. Go ahead.
O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? The sting of death is sin, and the strength of sin is the law. But thanks be to the Most High, which giveth us the victory through our Lord Yahushua. Therefore, my beloved brethren, be ye steadfast, unmovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord.
And that's what we've been doing, always abounding in the work of the Lord. Go ahead.
For as much as you know that your labor is not in vain in the Lord.
Your labor is not in vain with the Lord. So when we go out there and teach His word and do what we do, this is a labor. All right. Now, where do we leave off from Revelation?
Revelation 20, verse 6.
Okay. So you know what? Next week we're going to continue with verse 6 of Revelation, the 20th chapter. And with that, I'm going to say shalom. You go to Revelation 19, you go to Revelation 6, he's on a horse. In Revelation 19, it says he had many crowns. All right? Basically, the cloud that he's coming on is those ships along with the angels. He's not going to be on the actual horse that looks like Pegasus. Go ahead.
It says, and another angel came out of the temple crying with a loud voice to him that sat on the cloud, thrust in thy sickle and reap, for the time is come for thee to reap, for the harvest of the earth is ripe. And he that sat on the cloud thrust in his sickle on the earth, and the earth was reaped. And another angel came out of the temple which is in heaven, he also having a sharp sickle. And another angel came out from the altar which had power over fire, and cried with a loud cry to him that had the sharp sickle.
That power over fire is an actual angel, because you have departments in heaven. You have certain angels that are in charge of things. Just like the Roman Catholic Church have these patron saints. You have the patron saints of animals, the patron saints of money, the patron saint of the police. Well, they got that from the scriptures. So you have angels up in heaven that have certain offices, top offices. Like you have one angel that's in charge of the nuclear destruction, man. He's in charge. Read that again.
And another angel came out from the altar which had power over fire, and cried with a loud cry to him that had the sharp sickle, saying, thrust in thy sharp sickle, and gather the clusters of the vine of the earth, for her grapes are fully ripe. And the angel thrust in his sickle into the earth, and gathered the vine of the earth, and cast it into the great winepress of the wrath of the Most High.
So who are the grapes? Esau. And he's number one, Esau and these other nations. And some of the and the 2/3. All right? Now get me the book of Isaiah, the 63rd chapter, and start from the top. And then from there go to Matthew, the 13th chapter, and the 38th verse. Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 63, verse 1. It says, who is this that cometh from Edom with dyed garments from Basra? This that is glorious in his apparel, traveling in the greatness of his strength. I that speak in righteousness, mighty to save. Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel, and thy garments like him that treadeth in the wine fat? I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me. For I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. For the day of vengeance is in my heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold. Therefore mine own arm brought salvation unto me.
That's how the Lord's going to bring salvation. Salvation is going to be a bloody, bloody day, man. Because there's going to be certain people that's going to be delivered, and the people that remain on the earth, they're going to be slaughtered, man. Let's go back to where we left off. Matthew 13, verse 38.
Matthew chapter 13, verse 38. The field is the world. The good seed are the children of the kingdom, but the tares are the children of the wicked one. The enemy that sowed them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels. As therefore the tares are gathered and burned in the fire, so shall it be in the end of this world.
So with that, we're going to take a short intermission.
(33 and 6). We're going to look up in the Hebrew stability. The word there in the Hebrew is amawana, which means faithfulness, truth, faithfully, faithful, stability, steady, truly, faithfulness in fulfilling promises, firmness. So that's the word.
Firmness means to be planted and to stay planted. You had guys that wasn't planted. They went back into the world. So now they're trying to replant themselves. They're trying to get firm again. They ain't going to get firm. because you wasn't rooted. You wasn't grounded. That's why through the years you see a lot of guys fall off, but now you see these guys trying to come back in and trying to act like they have this knowledge and they always been in it. They're not going to tell you that they felt. None of these guys, clowns that you see on YouTube, they're not going to tell you that, oh, well, I haven't did this in the last 15 years, but now I'm back. They're just going to make videos like they always been doing it. And then you're going to be impressed. Oh, my goodness, this guy is deep. He's breaking down. Yeah, because you were one of the guys, the guy that you're seeing is one of those guys that took the coin and put it in a napkin and put it in his back pocket and went back into the world. So now he's trying to take that coin out of his back pocket and polish it up like he always had the truth. But the Lord sees everything. Go ahead.
It says, and while they went to buy, the bridegroom came, and they that were ready went.
Now they're trying to hustle to study and find his truth. And when they go to hustling and trying to find his truth and try to get reestablished with the Lord's going to come. And you know what? You're going to be destroyed. Go ahead.
And they that were ready went in with him to the marriage, and the door was shut. Afterward came also the other virgins, saying, Lord, Lord, open to us. But he answered and said, Verily I say unto you, I know you not. Watch therefore, for you know neither the day nor the hour wherein the Son of Man cometh.
Yeah, for a number of years, some 15 years, 16, 17, 10 years, they went back. They wasn't thinking about the end of this society, man. Now let's go back to Revelation when we left off. You got something? Yeah, go ahead.
Songs of Solomon, chapter 8, verse 1. Oh, that thou wert as my brother, that sucked the breast of my mother. When I should find thee without, I would kiss thee.
Find thee without what? This truth. When I go to kiss you, that means I'm kissing you with this truth. That's why we go on the highways and the byways, so we can attempt to wake up our people. I use the word attempt because we go out there and we push the word, and we're hoping that some of you Israelites will wake up. Now, where we've been going for the last couple of years, Jake knows where we are. They know where we are on YouTube. It was a fad. One time they was into it. You got a bunch of guys that came into this thing, but now it's like, Jake, well, I'm looking for the new thing now. Now, when all hell breaks loose, you're going to be looking to try to get back in the good graces of the Most High, and it's not going to work. You're going to be right here, and you're going to suffer the punishment that Esau is going to suffer. Go ahead.
It says, yea, I should not be despised.
Yeah, when we bring you this truth, we shouldn't be despised. You should accept this thing with open arms for your salvation. But this is only given to the elect. Go ahead.
It says, I would lead thee and bring thee into my mother's house, who would instruct me. I would cause thee to drink of spiced wine and of the juice of my pomegranate. His left hand should be...
Which is the spiced wine and the pomegranate is this truth. And we can't deal with guys when we go to show you something in the scriptures. No, Mom. No, in the Quran it says something different. No, I don't see it that way. No, it's this other brother. I watched this other video, and they said that Cornelius is an Edomite. What you got to say about that? We can't deal with it. We're going to deal with you only so long, man, and then we're going to distance ourselves from you. Because we're at the end of this thing. We don't have to bend our back backwards to try to get you to get this knowledge. We've been bringing this knowledge out. If you can't get it, you ain't meant to get it. Your eyes are not open. Go ahead.
Revelation chapter 6, verse 7. And when he had opened the fourth seal, I heard the voice of the fourth beast say, Come and see. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse. And his name that sat on him was...
What verse you in?
Verse 8 now.
What's the last verse of this chapter?
Verse 17.
Okay, so verse 8. We're going to stop at verse 8, and we're going to continue this through the spirit of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai next week. So with that, I'm going to say shalom. Yeah, we're back from a brief intermission. Let's go back to where we left off.
Matthew chapter 13, verse 38. The field is the world. The good seed are the children of the kingdom, but the tares are the children of the wicked one. The enemy that sowed them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels. As therefore the tares are gathered and burned in the fire, so shall it be in the end of this world. The Son of Man shall send...
Yeah, what world is it talking about? Because there's no record of the Roman Empire being jacked up by fire, by fireballs, just totally. There's no record on that. This is referring to now, what's getting ready to happen. Go ahead.
The Son of Man shall send forth his angels, and they shall gather out of his kingdom all things that offend, and them which...
Yeah, that's those Edomites, the 2/3 of Israel, and the other nations. Go ahead.
And them which do iniquity, and shall cast them into a furnace of fire. There shall be wailing.
Now, you know the angels are not going to take no big gigantic furnace and throw them in. This is parabolic. That's why Esau can't get this book, because this book is not written in a way that they should understand. This is parabolic. The big furnace represent those missiles destroying them. Go ahead.
There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Then shall the righteous shine forth as the sun in the kingdom of their Father, who hath ears to hear.
Who are the righteous? And it said they're going to shine forth. You're going to know an Israelite in the kingdom when you see it. When you see him or her. Give me Daniel 12. The key point is around about the 3rd verse, but start at the very top so you can see that it's talking about the same thing. What the elder just read in Matthew 13 is the time of Jacob's trouble, is the end of this thing. When Michael comes, that's simultaneously, that's when the Lord comes. Go ahead.
This is Daniel 12:1. And at that time shall Michael stand up, the great prince which standeth for the children of thy people.
That time is talking about something that's getting ready to happen very soon. The destruction of this society. Go ahead.
And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation.
And you're seeing it on the financial news, on CNN. This riot that's been going on in Greece for about a year, maybe a little over a year. It hasn't stopped. It hasn't slowed down. And then you got riots and revolutions and little mini wars, I'll say, going on all around the world. And the U.S. military has their hands in all of these little wars, one way or another. And the whole world knows that. Go ahead.
And there shall be a time of trouble such as never was since there was a nation.
It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. And what's happening over there in Greece is coming to America. All right? Like I said, I think it was last week on not Carvel show, on Imus in the Morning show about maybe 2 weeks ago. He had a guest named James Carville, which he's a Democratic strategist, and he worked close with Bill Clinton during his administration. And they let him on those different talking head shows, and he basically said things are not going to get better in this country, and if it stays this way, he said even if things got better, he said even if things went back to pre 2008 levels, you're still going to catch hell. And he said he don't see things getting better, and he said don't be surprised, very soon you're going to have civil unrest in this country. And I'm pull his wire rim glasses off, and then they cut it. All right, you'll see it. You'll see it coming up.
Figure on that one.
Yes, it was.
But unemployment's at 9.1%. Newsweek and the Daily Beast just did a poll and found that there's a rising level of anger, as they describe it, with people around the country. Gas, grocery prices are out of soaring. The new market, the housing market's crashed. And y'all famously said when Bill Clinton ran, that the economy's stupid. It's going to be the same this time, isn't it?
It is. And look, I don't think anybody, if 54,000 new jobs is the new standard, it's going to be a very, very rough 2012 for President Obama. But the 3-month average was 160. If that's the case, then he'll do okay. So I can't tell you what's going to happen, but if this last jobs number is an indication of future job numbers, it's going to be very, very rough. But the other side is that they don't have too much over there. They don't have a lot on their pitch so far. I guess they'll get better.
I made not an original observation, but one of the things I did think he had going for him, I didn't vote for him, but that's irrelevant. But the observation I made that he would have going for him is that even people who didn't vote for him, have begun to think of him as the president. You know how there's a break-in time when.
Yeah.
And so, but I mean, man, if these numbers, as you just said, if they're like they are in November, as they are today, I don't see how he wins. Do you?
Well, it's going to be very difficult. But the country, if that's what we're doing, this is gruesome on people. I think this unemployment rate for this long is a humanitarian crisis of the first magnitude. And this financial crisis, and people that study this, by the way, know that these things take this long to work their way through. The aftermath of these things, as in kind of an academic book that's kind of dry. It's entitled "This Time Is Different," and of course, what the authors concluded is it is not different this time. And they studied the aftermath of these financial crises, and what we're going through is eminently predictable. But this is a terrible thing that's happened to people's lives, and I think the president at one level understands that, but he's kind of limited what he can do. So we'll just have to see. But it's going to be hard. If 54,000 jobs a month is the new norm, this is going to be very, very tough. However, some people say that might be just one more thing. We don't know.
And this Newsweek poll found that it not only was affecting the way people thought about their jobs, whether they had one or not, but it was affecting things like their sex drive.
Absolutely. Still at work. We just did a poll, Democracy Corps. 44% of the respondents, either them or somebody in their house, had taken a pay cut in the last year.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't have. If you're 50 years old and you're providing for your family and you've been out of work for a year and a half, you're not the same person. This is the tragedy of unemployment.
Oh, you can't be
the real tragedy of unemployment. And a lot of people like that. And the other thing, there's not much. Even if the economy comes back, the prospects of a lot of people finding a job are not good.
They're blaming God.
Look, people. This is again a humanitarian, and you're smart enough to see this. And people, if it continues, we're going to start to see some civil unrest in this country. I hate to say that, but I think it's eminently possible.
Talking with James Carville here in the Anderson Morning Program.
Go ahead.
And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, every one that shall be found written in the book. And many of them that sleep in the dust of
It said that people shall be delivered. That people is all Israel, right? But he emphasized everyone that's written in the book. So not every one of you is written in the book. The ones that are written in the book is the elect, the 1/3. Go ahead.
And many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. And they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament.
What verse is that?
This is verse 3 now.
Go to verse 3. I want to look up the word shine. Yeah.
It says, and they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever.
Right. What does it mean, turn many to righteousness? When we go out there and teach people to come into this truth, we are some of the ones that are turning many to righteousness. All those different GMS camps around the world, GMS Global, why did they call themselves GMS? Because they watched us. So the Most High used us to turn many of them, to turn all of them to righteousness. If we didn't take that action, which by the way, that action was, we did that action because it was the Most High that put the Spirit on us, Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai, to put the Spirit on us to perform this action, to have them turn to righteousness. So now they're performing that action, and they're having many turn unto righteousness. All right?
Yeah, the Hebrew word there for shine is zahar, which means to admonish, warn, teach, shine, send out light, be shining, to be taught, to be admonished, to warn, to teach, to warn, to shine, send out light, to shine, to be bright, to make, to shine. Yeah, that's.
The Most High made us shine and use us to make the mother brothers shine. And it says to warn and it says to admonish. Now the word admonish is like a father going to his son saying, don't touch that no more. If you touch that again, you know what I'm going to do. And he already knows based on experience, he touch it again, he going to get that board, or he going to get that strap, or he going to pull the belt like a Zorro. You know, your father, you had a thing with one hand, you go, and you hear that, and you see the spark at the end of the belt, you know that was your ass. All right? Go ahead.
And they that be
That's the meaning of the term admonish. In other words, I'm giving you a stiff warning. Do it again, and it's going to be on. Go ahead.
And they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. But thou, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book, even to the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased.
And this book is still sealed to a lot of these Israelites out here that's teaching this madness. They don't have it all right. You have to have it 100%. All right? Okay, now let's go back to where we left off. Revelation, yep.
Revelation 14 and 20. And the winepress was trodden without the city, and blood came out of the winepress, even unto the horse bridles, by the space of 1,600 furlongs. Revelation 15 and 1. And I saw another sign in heaven, great and marvelous, 7 angels having the 7 last plagues, for in them is filled up the wrath of the Most High. And I saw as it were a sea of glass mingled with fire, and them that had gotten the victory over the beast, and over his image, and over his mark, and over the number of his name, stand on the sea of glass.
You got to read that again.
And I saw as it were a sea of glass mingled with fire, and them that had gotten the victory over the beast, and over his image, and over his mark, and over the number of his name.
Over the beast, and over his image, and over the mark, and what else?
And over the number of his name.
And over the number of his name. So it's not just Christianity. It's not just worshiping this Roman system. It's actually taking that chip. Because a lot of our people, they're going to take that chip. The 2/3, they're going to take that chip. And they're going to die on this side. Right along with these Edomites and these other nations. Now that glass mingled with fire, we're going to be above, that's the firmament. We're going to be above the firmament looking down in the ships. And the fire is going to be those missiles. Go ahead.
It says, stand on the sea of glass, having the harps of the Most High. And they sing the song of Moses, the servant of the Most High, and the song of the Lamb, saying, great and marvelous are thy works, Lord power.
And they actually, it was a woman that actually sung that song when they left Egypt. It was singing about the breakdown. That's about the breakdown of this, right, Exodus 15. And in the song, it says, the Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name. That was an actual song. All right? Go ahead.
And they sing the song of Moses, the servant of the Most High, and the song of the Lamb, saying, great and marvelous are thy works, Lord power almighty, just and true are thy ways, thou King of saints. Yeah, because they were singing that song for salvation. So when the elect are delivered out of here, they're going to be singing the same song.
And they sung the song after they got delivered. They didn't sing the song in captivity. In other words, we're singing the song right now. We're singing the song for you to dance to this song and sing along with this song. But when we get delivered out of here, we're going to be singing a new song. We're going to be singing the after effects of Esau's destruction. Go ahead.
Who shall not fear the Who shall not fear thee, O Lord, and glorify thy name? For thou only art holy, for all nations shall come and worship before thee, for thy judgments are made manifest. And after that I looked, and behold, the temple of the tabernacle of the testimony in heaven was open, and the 7 angels came out of the temple, having the 7 plagues, clothed in pure and white linen, and having their breasts girded with golden girdles. And one of the 4 beasts gave unto the 7 angels 7 golden vials full of the wrath of the Most High, that liveth forever and who liveth forever and ever. And the temple was filled with smoke from the glory of the Most High and from his power, and no man was able to enter into the temple till the 7 plagues of the 7 angels were fulfilled.
And that's it. Let's go to 16. We said we was going to cover 13, 14, and 15. We're going to go to 16. Go ahead.
It's Revelation 16:1. And I heard a great voice out of the temple saying to the 7 angels, Go your ways and pour out the vials of the wrath of the Most High upon the earth. And the first went and poured out his vial upon the earth. And there fell a noisome and grievous sore upon men, which had the mark of the beast, and upon them which had worshipped his image.
There it goes again, the mark of the beast, the charagma of the beast. So you're going to suffer these plagues. Go ahead.
And the second angel poured out his vial upon the sea, and it became as the blood of a dead man. And every living soul died in the sea. And the third angel poured out his vial upon the rivers and fountains of waters, and they became blood. And I heard the angel of the waters say, Thou art righteous, O Lord, which art and was and shall be, because thou hast judged thus. For they have shed the blood of saints and prophets, and thou hast given them blood to drink, for they are worthy. And I heard another out of the...
In other words, we're going to drink their blood. Are we going to literally drink their blood? No. That means we're going to shed blood on them. We're going to make the blood jump out of them, so to speak.
And I heard another out of the altar say, Even so, Lord, power almighty, true and righteous are thy judgments. And the 4th angel poured out his vial upon the sun, and power was given unto him to scorch men with fire. And men were scorched with great heat, and blasphemed the name of the Most High.
So that's what these Edomites are going to do. When the Most High brings judgment against them, instead of them repenting, which they can't repent anyway, they're going to talk more mess about the Most High. Go ahead. See, this man is truly the devil. If you can't see this man is not the devil, there's something wrong with you. Go ahead.
It says, which hath power over these plagues, and they repented not to give him glory.
Yeah, so you know, how you think you're going to raise up? You got Bubble-Eyed Blackfish, you got Uncle Ruckus trying to save Esau, and Esau is doing pretty good. They can get up, they can go shopping, they can do what the hell they want to do. Now, when the plagues come on these devils, they're not going to repent either, even when the plagues come on them. Go ahead.
I got something real quick. This is Isaiah chapter 26, verse 10. Let favor be showed to the wicked, yet will they not learn righteousness. In the land of uprightness will he deal unjustly, and not behold the majesty of the Lord.
Now let's go back to where we left off.
Revelation chapter 16 and 10. And the 5th angel poured out his vial upon the seat of the beast, and his kingdom was full of darkness, and they gnawed their tongue for pain. And
the seat of the beast represent Babylon itself. Go ahead.
And blasphemed the power of heaven because of their pains and their sores, and repented not of their deeds.
So when the Most High put hell on them, they still going to blaspheme the name of the Lord. So if you come to this devil in a righteous manner, in a kind manner, they're not going to accept it. If you put hell on them, they're still not going to accept it. Go ahead.
And the 6th angel poured out his vial upon the great river Euphrates. It says, and the water thereof was dried up, that the way of the kings of the east might be prepared. And I saw 3 unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth, come out of the mouth of the dragon, and out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. For they are the spirits of devils.
Yeah, the mouth of the false prophet represent the Roman Catholic Church and all her daughters. Go ahead.
It says, for they are the spirits of devils working miracles, which go forth unto the kings of the earth and of the whole world, to gather them to the battle of that great day of the power Almighty. Behold, I come as a thief. Blessed is he that watcheth and keepeth his garments.
Right, he said, behold, I come as a thief. Blessed is him that watcheth and keepeth his garments. Keepeth his garments is talking about this knowledge. So you're constantly into these scriptures, and you're constantly watching things on the news, and you're equating these things with the scriptures. All right, read that again.
It says, behold, I come as a thief. Blessed is he that watcheth and keepeth his garments, lest he walk naked and they see his shame. And he gathered them together into a place called in the Hebrew tongue Armageddon.
I want you to look up the word Armageddon, even though I know the meaning of the word, and we broke this word down many a times, but I just want you to go to it again.
Yeah, the Greek word there for Armageddon is Hamageddon or Hamageddon in the Greek.
7:17, Harmageddon, Harmageddon,
which means the hill or city of Megiddo. In Revelation 16:16, the scene of the struggle of good and evil is suggested by the battle plain of Esdraelon, which was famous for two great victories of Barak over the Canaanites and of Gideon over the Midianites, and for two great disasters, the death of Saul and Josiah. Hence, in Revelation, a place of great slaughter, the scene of a terrible retribution upon the wicked. The RSV translates the name as Hamageddon, i.e. the hill, as far as i.e. the hill, as AR is the city of Megiddo. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, you have a hill and you have a great hill, which is a mountain. So the word itself that goes back to the Hebrew, is there where you can click to the actual Hebrew? Is there a Hebrew for it? Because actually it's not a Greek word, it's a Hebrew word spoken in a Greek form, I guess you can say. Okay, all it says is it says mountain or hill. So the word, when you break the word down, Hamageddon means mountain, hill, great hill, mountain. God meaning troop, and one makes it like plural. So it says mountain of the troops, all right? Place of the troops, okay? That's what it means.
Psalms 121:1. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper, the Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
Yeah, now he read the very first verse. Read that again.
I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills.
Now look up the word hill or hills. It should say the same thing. So the word literally means hill, but a great hill is a mountain.
Yeah, the word there is ha, which means hill, mountain, hill, country, mount.
Did it say hill, mountain?
Yeah, it said hill, mountain, hill, country, mount.
So that's what the word means. All right, now let's go back to Revelation 16.
All right, Revelation chapter 16, verse 16. And he gathered them together into a place called in the Hebrew tongue Armageddon. And the seventh angel poured out his vial into the air, and there came a great voice out of the temple of heaven, from the throne, saying, It is done. And there were voices and thunders and lightnings, and there was a great earthquake, such as was not since men were upon the earth, so mighty an earthquake and so great. And the great city was divided into three parts, and the cities of the nations fell. And great Babylon came in remembrance before the Most High, to give unto her the cup of the wine of the fierceness of his wrath. And every island fled away, and the mountains were not found. And there fell upon men a great hail out of heaven, every stone about the weight of a talent.
Now look up the word talent. A talent is like a great stone, the weight of about 75 to 100 pounds. Now that represents the missiles. Now we know that these missiles are going to be more than 75 to 100 pounds. But he saw these big things that look like rocks flying through the sky. So that's what he referred to it as.
Yeah, the Greek word there for talent.
Strong's G 5006. Talantiaios. Talantiaios.
Which means a weight or worth of a talent. A talent of silver weighed about 100 pounds, 45 kilograms. A talent of gold, 200 pounds, 91 kilograms. That's all they got there.
But that represents the missiles that John saw. Go ahead.
And there fell upon men a great hail out of heaven, every stone about the weight of a talent.
Right. Now the word hell, look up the word hell. The word hell are the actual missiles.
Yeah, the Greek word there for hail.
Strong's G 5464. Chalagza. Chalagza.
Which means hail. They have hail. That's pretty much it. That's all they have.
All right, let's read on.
It says, and there fell upon men a great hail out of heaven, every stone about the weight of a talent. And men blasphemed the Most High because of the plagues of the hail, for the plague thereof was exceeding great.
And these men were mainly Edomites. But like I said, the 2/3 they're gonna get it, and these other nations are gonna get it. So we finished. We did we went through 13, 14, 15. Then we did 16, which I said if we had time we were gonna do. We went a little over, but that's good. And with that, catch us on the next installment of Elders of GMS, where we're gonna plan on going into Lord will. The 17th, 18th, 19th. We probably read the rest of the chapters in the book of Revelation. So with that, I'm going to say shalom.